Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Arrow's Flight by Mercedes Lackey, narrated by Christa Lewis. Prologue. Long ago, so long ago that the details of the conflict are lost and only the merest legends remain, the world of Velgarth was racked by sorcerous wars. The population was decimated. The land quickly turned to wilderness and was given over to the forest and the magically engendered creatures that had been used to fight those wars, while the people who remained fled to the eastern coastline, there to resume their shattered lives. Humans are resilient creatures, however, and it was not over long before the population once again was on the increase, and folk began to move westward again, building new kingdoms out of the wilderness. One such kingdom was Valdemar. Founded by the once Baron Valdemar and those of his people who had chosen exile with him rather than facing the wrath of a selfish and cruel monarch, it lay on the very western and northernmost edge of the civilized world. In part due to the nature of its founders, the monarchs of Valdemar welcomed fugitives and fellow exiles, and the customs and habits of its people had over the years become a polyglot patchwork. In point of fact, the one rule by which the monarchs of Valdemar governed their people was, there is no one true way. Governing such an ill-assorted lot of subjects might have been impossible, had it not been for the Heralds of Valdemar. The Heralds served many functions. They were administrative overseers, dispensers of justice, information gatherers, even temporary military advisors, answerable only to the monarch and their own circle of peers. Such a system might have seemed ripe for abuse. It would have been, but for the companions. To the unknowing eye, a companion would seem little more than an extraordinarily graceful white horse. They were far more than that. Sent by some unknown power or powers at the pleading of King Valdemar himself, it was the companions who chose new heralds, forging between themselves and their chosen a mind-to-mind bond that only death could sever. While no one knew precisely how intelligent they were, it was generally agreed that their capabilities were at least as high as those of their human partners. Companions could, and did, choose irrespective of age and sex, although they tended to choose youngsters just entering adolescence, and more boys were chosen than girls. The one commonality among the chosen, other than a specific personality type, patient, unselfish, responsible, and capable of heroic devotion to duty, was at least a trace of psychic ability. Contact with a companion and continued development of the bond enhanced whatever latent paranormal capabilities lay within the chosen. With time, as these gifts became better understood, ways were developed to train and use them to the fullest extent to which the individual was capable. Gradually, the gifts displaced in importance whatever knowledge of true magic was left in Valdemar, until there was no record of how such magic had ever been learned or used. So the governing of Valdemar evolved. The monarch, advised by his council, made the laws. The heralds dispensed the laws and saw that they were observed. The heralds themselves were nearly incapable of becoming corrupted or potential abusers of their temporal power. The chosen were by nature remarkably self-sacrificing. Their training only reinforced this. They had to be. There was a better than even chance that a herald would die in the line of duty. But they were human for all of that, mostly young, mostly living on the edge of danger. So it was inevitable that outside of their duty they tended to be a bit hedonistic and anything but chaste. And only seldom did a herald form a tie beyond that of brotherhood and the pleasures of the moment. Perhaps because the bond of brotherhood was so very strong, and because the herald-companion bond left little room for any other permanent ties. For the most part, few of the common or noble folk held this against them, knowing that no matter how wanton a herald might be on leave, the moment he donned his snowy uniform, he was another creature altogether. For a herald in whites was a herald on duty, and a herald on duty had no time for anything outside of that duty, least of all the frivolity of his own pleasures. Still, there were those who held other opinions, some of them in high places. Laws laid down by the first king decreed that the monarch himself must also be a herald. Thus it was ensured that the ruler of Valdemar could never be the kind of tyrant who had caused the founders to flee their own homes. Second in importance to the monarch was the herald known as the king's or queen's own, chosen by a special companion, one that never seemed to age, though it was possible to kill him, and was always a stallion. The queen's own held the special position of confidant and most trusted friend and advisor to the ruler. Thus the monarchs of Valdemar were assured that they would always have at least one person about them who could be trusted and counted on at all times. This tended to make for stable and confident rulers, and thus a stable and dependable government. For generations, it seemed that King Valdemar had planned his government perfectly. But the best-laid plans are still capable of being circumvented by accident or chance. In the reign of King Sendar, the kingdom of Scarcely, that bordered Valdemar to the southeast, hired a nomadic nation of mercenaries to attack Valdemar. In the ensuing war, Sendar was killed, and his daughter, Selene, assumed the throne, herself having only recently completed her herald's training. The queen's own, an aged herald called Talia, was frequently confused and embarrassed at having to advise a young, headstrong, and attractive female. As a result, Selene made an ill-advised marriage, one that nearly cost her both her throne and her life. The issue of that marriage, the heir presumptive, was a female child whom Selene called Elspeth. Elspeth came under the influence of the nurse Selene's husband had brought from his own land, and became an intractable, spoiled brat. It became obvious that if things went on as they were tending, the girl would never be chosen, and thus could never inherit. This would leave Selene with two choices: marry again with the attendant risks, and attempt to produce another, more suitable heir, or declare someone already chosen and with the proper bloodline to be heir, or, somehow, salvage the heir presumptive. Talia had a plan, one that it seemed had a good chance of success, which involved sending the child into fosterage in a remote province, away from the influence of the nurse and court, with those who could be counted upon to take no nonsense from her. Then Talia was murdered, throwing the situation into confusion again. His companion, Roland, chose a new queen's own, but instead of picking an adult or someone already a full herald, chose an adolescent girl named Talia. Talia was of Holderkin, a puritanical border group which did its best to discourage knowledge of outsiders. Talia had no idea what it meant to have a herald's companion accost her and then, apparently, carry her off. Among her people, females held very subordinate positions, and nonconformity was punished immediately and harshly. And since Talia herself was ill-suited to a subordinate role, she was constantly being told that everything she said or did was wrong at best and evil at worst. She was ill-prepared for the new world of the heralds and their collegium. The one thing she did have experience in was the handling and schooling of children, for she had been the teacher to her holding's younger members from the time she was 9. But she managed to find a true home among the heralds and to civilize the brat. Now, the 1.5 years of field duty awaited her, and a trial she never dreamed of having to pass. Chapter 1. Thwack! The flat of Alberic's practice blade cracked against Talia's ill-guarded side. She hadn't seen the blow coming, she truly hadn't. That had hurt, and she would lay money on having a bruise, despite the padded jerkin that had absorbed most of the blow. The practice blades may have only been wood, but Albrecht tended to wield them all the harder for that. "Faugh!" he spat in disgust, and came at her again before she had recovered from the last blow. This time he connected with her knife arm right at the elbow. She yelped, the arm went numb, and she lost her blade entirely. The hawk-like eyes glared at her with no trace of pity, and the scar-seamed face was a demonic mask as he passed judgment on her performance. He was at least in his mid-40s, if not older, but he hadn't lost a fraction of his edge or agility in the 5 years Talia had known him. She was panting with exertion. He might as well have been taking a leisurely stroll. His well-worn dark leathers — he was the only working herald in Talia's experience who never wore whites — showed not so much as a tiny sweat stain. The afternoon sun pouring down on all of them had made him look as thin and insubstantial as a shadow, and he had been just as hard to catch.
"A pity it is that Scaff is not here to see you. Die of laughter he surely would," he growled. 18 year, one would think you ate, slow, clumsy and stupid. Pah! Had I been a real assassin.
"I would have died of fright before you touched me."
"Now it is jokes. This is a battle practice, not a comedy. If I wish amusement, I shall find a jester. Once again, and correctly this time."
Once she was ready to drop with exhaustion, he turned his attention to Elspeth. Now that both of them deserved special tutelage, he had changed the hour of their lessons to one shared by no one else, so that he could give his full devotion to the Queen's own and heir presumptive. Rather than being held on the training grounds outside, the two had their drills in the saal. This was a barn-like building with a sanded wooden floor, lined with mirrors, with high, clear-story windows to admit the maximum amount of light. Lessons were always held here during inclement weather, but it was too small for mass practices and classes for the combined heraldic, bardic, healers collegium students. Only those privileged to receive private lessons with Albrecht took those lessons habitually in the saal. Now that his attention was off her, Talia found her thoughts drifting back to her surprise of this afternoon. Talia tugged and wriggled impatiently until she had succeeded in getting the supple, soft white leather tunic over her head. Pulling it into place over the white rain shirt and leather breeches, she finally turned to admire the effect in the polished metal mirror in front of her.
"Heavens!"
She laughed, not a little surprised.
"Why don't the Greys ever look like this?"
"Because," a harsh voice drawled from the next room, "you youngsters would have your minds on anything but your studies if they did." Talia laughed, turned back to the mirror, and preened. Today was the anniversary of her first class at Herald's Collegium, a fact that she'd forgotten until Karen and Cheryl, senior heralds both and instructors at the Collegium, as well as Talia's longtime friends, arrived at her room with their arms full of white uniforms and wearing broad grins. For the heraldic circle had considered, for less than 5 minutes all told, had voted, and had passed Talia into full herald status with the rest of her yearmates. No surprise to anyone in the Collegium, though by tradition the trainees were not to know when they were to be evaluated until the evaluation had already been made and they had passed. Karen and Cheryl had claimed the right to give her the good news. They didn't even give her a chance to think either, just appeared at her door, swept her up on either side, and herded her down the long, dark, wood-paneled hall of the Collegium dormitory, down the stairs to the first floor, and out the double doors at the end. From there they had taken her off to the seneschal's office to claim her new quarters. Now she stood in the bedroom of the suite she'd chosen, marveling at her reflection.
"I look like a real grown-up for a change."
"That is the general idea," Cheryl laughed richly. She cocked her head to one side, regarding the tiny, slender figure in the mirror. Her unruly red-brown curls were as tousled as ever, but somehow gave an impression now of being tumbled the way they were on purpose. The huge, deep brown eyes that had been utterly guileless seemed somehow wiser, the heart-shaped face no longer so childlike, and all that change wrought by the magic of a new uniform. "Talia, your head is going to swell like a sponge toad in rainy season if you're not careful." Karen interrupted her train of thought a second time. By craning her neck to peer around the doorframe, Talia could see the riding instructor grinning sardonically from where she was sprawled on the wooden-backed, red-cushioned couch in the other room.
"Don't you know what the Book of the One says?"
Cheryl added piously over her mate's shoulder.
"Great pride shall earn equal humiliation."
Talia left her bedroom to join them. They were lounging comfortably in her sparsely furnished outer room, sharing the lone couch.
"I suppose you're both going to claim that you never spent so much as a minute in front of the mirror when you first got your whites,"
Talia taunted, strolling toward them with her hands clasped behind her back.
"Who, me?"
Cheryl replied in artificial innocence, lifting an airy hand and batting thick black lashes over wide hazel eyes.
"And feed my vanity? Well, maybe a little."
"I happen to know for a fact that you spent half the day there. I'm told you were trying every hairstyle you could twist that black mane of yours into, seeing which one went best with the new outfits," Karen countered dryly, running her fingers through her own close-cropped, graying brown hair. Cheryl just grinned and crossed her legs elegantly, leaning back into the cushions.
"Since I can't claim equal knowledge of what you did on that august occasion, that's hardly a fair blow."
"Oh, I did my share of mirror-gazing," Karen admitted with mock reluctance. "When you're as scrawny as a sapling and flat as a boy, it's rather astonishing to see yourself in something that actually flatters you. I swear I don't know how they do it. It's the same pattern for everybody, and not that dissimilar from the student grays."
"But Lord, the difference," Sherry concluded for her. "I don't know anybody who doesn't look fantastic in their whites. Even Dirk manages to look presentable. Rumpled, but presentable." "Well, what do you think of me?"
Talia asked, turning on her toes in front of them and grinning impishly into Karen's eyes.
"What do I think? That you look fabulous, you young demon. Keep fishing for compliments, though, and I'll likely dump you in the horse trough. Have they told you anything about your internship?"
Talia shook her head and clasped her hands behind her again.
"No. All they said was that the Herald they want to pair me with is in the field, and they won't tell me who it is." "That's pretty much to be expected. They don't want you to have time to think of things to impress him with," Cheryl replied.
Suddenly her eyes sparkled with mischief.
"Oh, but I can think of one prospect that would give Nerissa a litter of kittens."
"Who?" Talia asked, head to one side.
"Chris and Dirk are due back in the next few weeks, and Dirk got the last greenie, as you should know since it was Skiff, so it's Chris's turn next. Nessa would die." "Sherry, it's only my internship assignment." "A year and a half sector riding, most of it spent alone together, and you say it's only an assignment? Talia, you must have ice water for blood. Do you have any notion of the number of hours Nessa, and half the females of the circle for that matter, spend on their knees praying for an assignment like that? Are you sure you don't have leanings our way?"
Talia chuckled and wrinkled her nose at them.
"Quite sure, darlings. Just what is Chris's attraction for Nessa anyway? She's got most of the males of the circle panting at her heels as it is."
"The lure of the unattainable, or so I would surmise," Karen supplied, lids half-closed lazily, with only a glint of brown iris showing. "He hasn't taken a vow of chastity, but he's so circumspect about his dalliances. You'd never know it. It drives Nessa wild, and the harder she chases, the faster he runs. She's as caught up now by the chase as by the face."
"Well, She can chase him all she wants. I am not at all impressed by Chris's handsome face, Talia replied firmly. Oh, the gorgeous body, interjected Cheryl. Or the gorgeous body. Nessa can have all the gorgeous bodies in the circle for all I care. Holderkin men are handsome specimens, and I can do without them. My father could have given Chris stiff competition in his younger days, and I've told you what kind of a petty tyrant he was. And my late but not lamented brother Eustace was actually handsomer, if you favour blondes, and he was the foulest person I've ever known. I'd rather have a good heart and plain packaging. Yes, but Chris is a herald, Cheryl pointed out, tapping one long finger on her knee for emphasis. That guarantees the good heart without having to settle for a homely exterior. No handsome, smiling bastards in our ranks. Sherry, this is all sheer speculation. Until I find out who I'm interning with, I refuse to worry about the subject, Talia replied firmly. You are no fun at all. I never said I was. Dirk's interning that scalawag Skiff, Karen said thoughtfully. You and Skiff were very thick there for a while. In fact, as I recall, you and he had a rumour or two floating about your heads. Is that why you aren't interested in Dirk's partner? Maybe, Talia smiled enigmatically. The fact that their romance had been entirely without any result was Skiff's secret, and hers. The streak of ill luck and accident that had plagued their meetings had not had any effect on their friendship, except that they had never managed to be more than just that, friends. Oddly enough, though, except for a brief period of anxiety when word had come that Skiff had been hurt during his first 3 months in the field, Talia had thought less of Skiff and more of his counselor. To her own amazement, and for no reason, logical or fanciful that she could think of, when her thoughts strayed in the direction of the former thief and his internship assignment, it was in Dirk's direction that they tended to wander. This was annoying. She'd met the man all of 3 times in her life and had never been in his company for more than an hour or 2 at most. Yet that homely face and those wonderful blue eyes kept lingering stubbornly in her thoughts. It did not make sense. She shook her head to free it of those fanciful images. She had little enough time and had none to spare in daydreams. Well, this little wardrobe change of yours ought to surprise little Elspeth, Cheryl said, changing the subject. Oh, Lady Bright! Talia sat down with a thump on one of her cushions, joy extinguished. It almost seemed to her at that moment that the bright sun rays pouring through her windows had dimmed. Poor Elspeth! Something up? Karen asked, one eyebrow rising. Just the usual. What's usual? You know I don't get around the court. Intrigue, rising beyond gossip. She's almost 14 and still not chosen. There's muttering in the court that she's still the brat under the skin, and she'll never be chosen. In council meetings, one or more of the councillors usually trying to pressure Selene into naming an heir, pro tem as they put it. Who? Cheryl asked in alarm, sitting straight up. Who's stirring up the water? You know I can't tell you that. Anyway, it isn't just those particular councillors, it's more than half of the court. Elspeth doesn't say much, but it's got her very depressed, poor baby. Their timing couldn't be worse. She's already moody enough with the normal adolescent woes, and this has got her near tears on a regular basis. When I'm not getting my shoulders soggy, I keep finding her at Companion's Field whenever she's free, sort of lurking. Hoping any minute to be chosen. Gods, no wonder she's wearing a long face whenever I see her. What's Roland got to say about this? Be damned if I know. Talia gifted Karen with a look of exasperation. You know he doesn't mind speak me in words. Sorry, Karen winced. I keep forgetting. He's worried, but it could be as much over the machinations and power manoeuvrings at court as anything else. The current candidates are Jerry, Kemock, and your oh-so-lovely Cress. Wonderful people, in and of themselves, Karen observed, but with some not-so-wonderful relatives lurking in the family trees.
One would think Chris's uncle Lord Orthalin would have his hands full enough as chief counsellor without wanting to be the heir's uncle. That man will never have enough power to satisfy him, Talia snapped bitterly. Karen raised an eyebrow at the outburst and continued. Kemock's horde of lazy cousins would swarm the court looking for sinecures, and Kemock's such a soft touch he'd try to manage it. And Jerry, Lady Bright, her mother. We'd have a battle royal every day between Jerry and Lady Indra over how Jerry's council votes should go. I wish her husband would lock her away or buy a gag for her. Amen. Pity none of them come without baggage. Not my idea of a fun situation. And poor Catling caught in the middle. Talia sighed in agreement. Speaking of no fun, I'd better scramble. Albrecht informed me in no uncertain terms that my new status does not exempt me from his special lessons. I have the sinking feeling that he intends to slap my inflated pride down to pre-student levels, and probably with the flat of his blade. Can I watch? Karen asked wickedly. Why not? Elspeth's always there, and there's nothing like being worse at something than a 13-year-old girl to really deflate your opinions of yourself. Well, that ought to reinflate her self-esteem a bit. Ah, me. It's a pity to have to get these lovely new clothes all over dirt and sweat. As they descended the cool darkness of the spiraling staircase, Karen and Cheryl in the lead with their arms casually linked, Talia reflected that bringing them together was probably the best thing she'd ever done. The bond between them was easily as strong as the one Karen had shared with Ilsa. And had Ilsa lived, they might very well have formed one of the relatively rare permanent threesomes. There was no doubt that they were very good for each other. Poor Ilsa. Talia's chosen living quarters were at the very top of her tower at the end of the Herald's wing. The suites in the 4 towers were seldom used, probably because they were more than a bit inconvenient. The walk up and down the darkened stone staircase was a long one, but she felt that the view and the privacy were worth it. But the trudge was likely to bring complaints from Talia's friends, and Karen voiced the first of many. I'll tell you one thing, my fine young Herald, Karen grumbled a little when they finally reached the ground floor. Visiting with you on a regular basis is going to keep your friends in shape. Why you chose to roost with the birds is beyond me. Do you truly want to know why I chose that particular suite? Talia asked with a grin. Say on. Pray remember, if you will, what my gift is. I'm an empath, not a mind speaker. Either of you remember who my neighbour was? Destria, wasn't it? Cheryl replied after thought. Turned out to be a good field herald, despite her, randiness, Karen supplied with a hint of a grin. That girl, anything in greys or whites, so long as it was male. Havens, when did she ever have time to study? Then you both know about her habit of entertaining with great frequency and, enthusiasm. What I couldn't shield, I could most certainly hear. Between her nocturnal activities and Roland's, I got a quite thorough education, let me assure you. That's when I swore my privacy was worth any inconvenience. I don't want to eavesdrop on anyone else's fun ever again, and I certainly don't want anyone eavesdropping on mine. Talia, I don't believe a word of it, Cheryl giggled. What could you possibly have to fear from eavesdroppers? You're practically a temple virgin compared with the rest of us. You ought to believe it, since it's all true. Well, here's where we part company. Wish me luck, I'm going to need it. Pity that they hadn't wished her luck. She might have gotten a few less bruises. Talia fanned herself with a towel while she paced back and forth to keep from stiffening up, and watched Elspeth with unforced enjoyment. The girl was a pleasure to observe, moving through the sparring bout with the grace and agility of a dancer, and making it all seem effortless and easy. She was much better even than Jerry had been at her age, but then she had had the benefits of 4 years of Albrecht's remorseless training. Jerry had only had the finest arms tutors money could obtain. No amount of money could buy Albrecht's expertise. She ran through the assigned exercises with careless grace, Then, at the end of a bout, she unexpectedly executed one of the spin and tumbling rolls that Albrecht had been trying to train into Talia, a move that was not one Albrecht had been teaching her, and she scored a kill on him. He stared at her in startled amazement for a long moment, as both Talia and Elspeth waited breathlessly for the roar of disapproval they were certain would come.
Good,
he said at last, as Elspeth's jaw dropped in surprise.
Very good.
Then, lest she dare to grow careless because of the compliment,
But next time, must be better.
Despite this unexpected kudos, Talia found when she brought Elspeth a damp towel at the conclusion of the lesson that the girl was subdued and depressed. "What's wrong, Catling?" she asked, seeing how like her mother Elspeth was, despite the brown hair and eyes rather than Selene's blonde and blue. At this moment the shadow on her face matched the one the Queen wore when troubled. She knew the answer already, but it would do the girl good to talk it out one more time. "I can't do anything right," Elspeth replied unhappily. "I'll never be as good as you, no matter how hard I try." "You can't be serious. Now really look at you. You spent half your life on a backwoods dirt farm. Now you can't be told from heralds that we're high-born. You got good marks in your classes. I'm abysmal in all of mine, and I can't even manage to be chosen. I suspect it's the last that's eaten at you the most." Elspeth nodded, the corners of her mouth drooping. "Catling, we're two different people with wildly different abilities and interests. In the 5 years I've been here, I've never once managed to earn a good from Albrecht, much less a very good. I'm still so stiff when I dance that they say it's like dancing with a broom. Oh, huzzah! I'm a marvel of coordination. I can kill anything on 2 legs. That's a terrific qualification for being heir. Catling, you've got the qualifications. Look, if I live to be 200, I will never understand politics. Think back a minute. At the last council meeting, I could sense that Lord Caradoc was irritated, but you were the one who not only knew why and by whom, but managed to placate the old buzzard before he could start an incident. And your teachers assure me that though you may not be the best in your classes, you aren't the worst by any stretch of the imagination. As for being chosen, Catling, 13 is only the average age for that. Think of Jadis. He was 16 and had been at Bardic for 3 years, or Terran, for lady's sake, a man grown and with 2 children. Look, it's probably only that your companion just hasn't been old enough, and you know very well that they don't choose until they're 10 or better. Elspeth's mood seemed to be lightening a bit. Come on, love, cheer up, and we'll go see Roland. If riding him will bring some sun to your day, I'm sure he'll let you. Elspeth's long face brightened considerably. She loved riding as much as dancing and sword work. It wasn't often that a companion would consent to bear anyone but his chosen. Roland had done so for Elspeth in the past, and she obviously counted those moments among the finest in her life. It wasn't the same as having her own companion, but it was at least a little like it. Together they left the training cell and headed for the wooded enclosure that was home to the companions at the Collegium, partnered, unpartnered, and foals, and that also held the Grove, that place where the companions had first appeared hundreds of years ago. And although she took pains not to show it, Talia was profoundly worried. This situation with Elspeth's status hanging fire could not be maintained for much longer. The strain was telling on the Queen, the girl, and the heraldic circle. But Talia had no more notion of how to solve the problem than anyone else. Talia woke with a start, momentarily confused by the strange feel and sounds of the room in which she found herself. She couldn't see a blessed thing, and over her head was a rattling. Then she remembered where she was, and that the rattling was the shutter of the window just over the head of her bed. She'd latched it open, and it was rattling in the high wind that must have begun some time during the night. She turned over and levered herself into a kneeling position on her pillow, peering out into the darkness. She still couldn't see much, dark humps of foliage against barely lighter grass. The moon was less than half full. All the buildings were dark, and clouds racing along in the wind obscured the stars and the moonlight. The wind smelled of dawn, though, and sunrise couldn't be far off. Talia shivered in the chill as wind whipped at her. She was about to crawl back under her warm blankets when she saw something below her. A person, a small person, hardly more than a dim figure moving beyond the fence of Companion's Field, visible only because it was wearing something light-colored. And she knew with sudden surety that the one below was Elspeth. She slid out of bed, wincing at the cold wood under her feet, and grabbed clothing by feel, not waiting to stop to light a candle. Confused thoughts tumbled one over the other. Was the girl sleepwalking? Was she ill? But when she reached unthinkingly and tentatively with her gift, she encountered neither the feel of a sleeping mind nor a disturbed one, only a deep and urgent sense of purpose. She realized in some dim, far-off corner of her mind, be alarmed. But as soon as she had touched Elspeth with her empathic gift, that sense of calm purpose had infected her as well, and she could no more have disobeyed its promptings than have launched into flight from her tower window. In a dreamlike state, she half stumbled out into the middle room, fumbled her way to the door, and cautiously felt her way down the spiraling staircase, with one hand on the cold smoothness of the metal railing and the other on the rough stone of the wall beside her. She was shivering so hard her teeth rattled, and the thick darkness in the stairwell was slightly unnerving. There was light at the foot of it, though, from a lamp set up on the wall. The dim yellow light filled the entranceway, and the wood-paneled corridor beyond was lighted well enough by farther wall-hung lamps that Talia felt safe in running down the stone-floored passageways to the first door to the outside she could find. The wind hit her with a shock. It was a physical blow so hard that she gasped. It nearly wrenched the door out of her hands, and she had to struggle for a moment she had not wanted to spare to get it closed behind her. She realized that she had gotten only a hint of its force from her window. Her room was sheltered from the worst of it by the bulk of the palace itself. She found herself at the exterior bend of the L-shaped Herald's wing. Just beyond her bulked the Companion's stables. Elspeth was nowhere in sight. More certain of her ground now than she had been in the unfamiliar wing of the palace, Talia would have run if she could, but the wind made that impossible. It plastered her clothing to her body and drove unidentifiable debris at her with the velocity of crossbow bolts. She couldn't hear anything now with it howling in her ears. She knew no one would hear her calling. Now she became vaguely alarmed. With the wind this strong and in the dark, it would be so easy for Elspeth to misstep and find herself in the river. She mind-called Roland for help, and could not reach him. Or rather, she could reach him, but he was paying no attention to her whatsoever. His whole being was focused on what it was she could not say, but it demanded all his concentration, for he was absorbed in it with such intensity that he was shutting everything and everyone else out. It was up to her then. She fought her way around the stables toward the bridge that led across the river to the main portion of Companion's Field. It was with incredible relief that she spotted the vague blur of Elspeth ahead of her, already across the river and headed with utter, single-minded concentration in the direction of— there was only one place she could be heading for— the grove. Talia forced her pace to the fastest she could manage, leaning at an acute angle into the wind, but the girl had a considerable head start on her, and had already entered the grove by the time she had crossed the bridge. The pale blob was lost to sight as the foliage closed around it, and Talia stumbled over the uneven ground, falling more than once and bruising hands and knees on the stones hidden in the grass. The long grass itself whipped at her booted legs, tangling her feet with each step. She was halfway to the grove when she looked up from yet another fall to see that it was God's, glowing faintly from within. She shook her head, blinking, certain that her eyes were playing tricks on her. The glow remained, scarcely brighter than foxfire, but unmistakably there. She started to rise when the entire world seemed to give a gut-wrenching lurch, disorienting her completely. She clutched at the grass beneath her hands, as the only reality in a suddenly unreal world, the pain of her bruised palms hardly registering. Everything seemed to be spinning, the way it had the one time she'd fainted, and she was lost in the darkness, with the wind wailing in a whirlwind around her and the grove. There was a sickening moment, or eternity, when nothing was real. Then the world settled, and normality returned with an almost audible snap. The wind died away to nothing. Sound returned, the disorientation vanished, all in the space of a single heartbeat. Talia opened her eyes, unaware until that moment that she'd been clenching both eyes and jaw so tightly her face ached. Less than 5 feet away stood Elspeth, between the supporting shoulders of 2 companions. The one on her left was Roland, and he was back in Talia's awareness again. Tired, though. Very tired, but strangely contented. Talia staggered to her feet. The gray light of the setting moon was lightening the sky, and by it she could make out the girl's features. Elspeth seemed dazed, and if the contrast between the dark mass of her hair and the paleness of her skin meant anything, she was drained as white as paper. Talia stumbled the few steps between them, grabbed her shoulders and shook her. Until that moment, the girl didn't seem to realize she was there. "Elspeth!" was all she managed to choke out around her own nerveless shivering. "Talia?" The girl blinked once, then dumbfounded her mentor by seeming to snap into total wakefulness, smiling and throwing her arms around Talia's shoulders. "Talia, She laughed, almost hysterical with joy, and for one brief moment Talia feared she'd lost her mind. Then she let go of the Herald and threw both of her arms around the neck of the companion to her right. "Talia! Talia, it happened! Gwenna chose me! She called me when I was asleep, and I came, and she chose me!" Gwenna? Talia knew every companion in residence, having spent nearly as much time with them as Karen, and having helped to midwife many of the foals. That name didn't belong to any of them, and that could only mean one thing. Gwenna, like Roland, and unlike any other companion currently alive, was Grove-born. But why? For centuries, only Monarch's own companions had appeared in the Grove like companions of old. Talia started to say something, and abruptly felt Roland's presence overwhelming her mind, tinged with a feeling of gentle regret. Talia shook her head, bewildered by the sensation that she'd forgotten something, then dismissed the feeling. Elspeth had been chosen. That was what mattered. She remembered the mare vaguely now. Gwenna had always been one of the shyer companions, staying well away from visitors. All her shyness seemed gone as she nuzzled Elspeth's hair with possessive pride. Roland, who had been supporting Elspeth on the left, now paced forward in time to give Talia a shoulder to lean on, for her own knees were going weak with reaction, and she felt as drained as if she'd had a 3-candle-mark workout with Ulbrich. Birds were breaking into morning song all around them, and the first light of true dawn streaked the sky to the east with festive ribbons of brightness among the clouds. "Oh, Catling!" Talia released her hold on Roland's mane and flung both her arms around Elspeth, nearly in tears with joy. It did not occur to either of them to wonder why no one else had been mustered out of bed by that imperative calling both of them had answered, and why no one else had noticed anything at all out of the ordinary even yet. Talia managed to convince Elspeth not to go back to her bed, because that was an impossibility, but to settle with Gwenna in a sheltered little hollow, with a blanket purloined from the stable around her shoulders. Talia hoped that when her excitement faded, the child would doze off again. The gods knew she'd be safe enough in the field with her own companion standing protective guard over her. She wished devoutly that she could have done the same, but there were far too many things she had to attend to. The first and most important was to inform the Queen. Even at this early hour, Selene would be awake and working, and likely with one or more counselors. That meant a formal announcement, and not what Talia really wanted to do, which was to burst into Selene's chamber, caroling for joy. However pleased Selene would be, that sort of action would only give the counselors a very poor impression of the Queen's own maturity. So Talia stumbled back to her room again, through the sweet breeze of a perfect dawn, through bird choruses that were only a faint, far echo of the joy in her heart, to get redressed. And this time, as neatly and precisely as she could manage, cringing inwardly at the grass stains left on the knees of the pair of breeches she'd just peeled off. Then she walked, decorously and soberly, down through the silence of the Herald's wing to the new palace wing that held the suites of Queen and Court. As usual, there were 2 blue-clad guardsmen stationed outside the doors to the royal chambers. She nodded to them. Dark John to the right, wizened Fess to the left. She knew both of them well, and longed to be able to whisper her news, but that wouldn't do. It wouldn't be dignified, and it would absolutely shatter protocol. As Queen's own, she had the right of entry to the Queen's chambers at any time of night or day, and was quickly admitted beyond those heavy golden oak doors. As she had expected, Selene was already hard at work in her dark-paneled outer chamber, dressed for the day in formal whites, massive desk covered with papers, and both Lord Orthalin and the seneschal at her shoulders. She looked up at Talia's entrance, startled, blue eyes seeming weary even this early in the day. Whatever brought those 2 counselors to her side, it did not look to be pleasant. Perhaps Talia's news would change all that. She clued Selene to the gravity of her news by making the formal half-bow before entering, and that it was good news by a cheerful wink so timed that only Selene noted it. Protocol demanded exactly 5 steps across that dark blue carpet, which took her to exactly within comfortable conversational distance of the desk. Then she went to one knee, trying not to flinch as her bruises encountered the floor. Selene, tucking a strand of gold hair behind one ear and straightening in expectation, nodded to indicate she could speak.
Majesty, I have come to petition the right of a trainee to enter the collegium, Talia said gravely, with both hands clasped upon the upright knee, while her eyes danced at the nonsense of all this formality. That got the attention not only of Selene but of both counselors. Only high-born trainees needed to have petitions laid before the crown, for becoming a herald often meant renouncing titles and lands, either actual or presumptive. Talia could see the puzzlement in the counselor's eyes and the rising hope in Selene's. What companion has chosen, and what is the candidate's name and rank?
Selene replied just as formally, one hand clutching the goblet before her so tightly her knuckles went white.
The companion Gwenna has chosen,
Talia barely managed to keep from singing the words,
and her choice is the heir presumptive, now heir in right, the Lady Elspeth. May I have the Queen's leave to enter the trainee in the collegium rolls?
Within the hour, court and collegium were buzzing, and Talia was up to her eyebrows in all the tasks needed to transfer Elspeth from her mother's custody to that of the collegium. Elspeth spent the day in blissful ignorance of all the fuss, which was only fair. The first few hours were critical in the formation of the herald-companion bond, and should be spent in as undisturbed a manner as possible. So it was Talia's task to see to it that, when Elspeth finally drifted dreamily back through the gates of Companion's Field, everything, from room assignment to having her belongings transferred, had been taken care of for her. And toward day's end, it occurred to Talia that it behooved her to take dinner with the court rather than the collegium. The Queen might make dinner the occasion for the formal announcement of choice of heir. She finished setting up Elspeth's class schedule with Dean Elcarth and sprinted to her quarters and up the stairs as fast as her sore knees would permit. After a quick wash, she rummaged in the wooden wardrobe, cursing as she bumped her head against one of the doors. After making what she hoped was an appropriate selection, she dressed hastily in one of the velvet outfits. With one hand brushing her hair, half skipping as she wedged her feet into the soft slippers that went with it, she used the other hand to snatch the appropriate book of protocol from among the others on her still dusty desk. While wriggling to settle the clothing properly and using both hands to smooth her hair, she reviewed the brief ceremony attendant on the coronation of the heir. She shot a quick look at herself in the mirror, then took herself off to the great hall. She slipped into her seldom-used seat between Elspeth and the Queen and whispered, "Well?"
"She's going to do it as soon as everyone arrives,"
Elspeth breathed back.
"I think I'm going to die."
"No, you won't," Talia answered in a conspiratorial manner.
"You've been doing things like this for ages. Now I may die."
Elspeth was relaxing visibly now that Talia was there to share her ordeal. Talia had only taken meals with the court a handful of times since she'd arrived at the Collegium, and the great hall never ceased to impress her. It was the largest single room in the palace, its high vaulted ceiling supported by slender-seeming pillars of iron oak that gleamed golden in the light from the windows and the lamp and candlelight. There were battle banners and heraldic pennons that went clear back to the founding hanging from the rafters. Talia's seat was at the table placed on the dais, which stood at a right angle to the rest of the tables in the hall. Late sunlight streamed in through the tall, narrow windows that filled the west wall, but the windows to the east were already beginning to darken with the onset of nightfall. The courtiers seated along the tables below her were as colorful as a bed of wildflowers, and formed a pleasing grouping against the panels and tables of golden iron oak. When the great hall was filled, the Queen arose as the stewards called for silence. It would have been possible to hear a feather fall as she began. Every eye in the hall was riveted on her proud, white-clad figure, with the thin circlet of royal red gold. It was all she would wear as a token of her rank, encircling her ravel-leaf golden hair. "Since the death of my father, we have been without an heir. I can understand and sympathize with those of you who found this a disquieting and frightening situation. You may rejoice, for all uncertainty is at an end. This day was my daughter Elspeth chosen by the companion Gwenna, making her a fully eligible candidate for the position of heir. Rise, daughter." Elspeth and Talia both rose, Elspeth to stand before her mother, Talia to take the silver coronet of the heir from the steward holding it. She presented it to the Queen, then retired to her proper position as Queen's own, behind and slightly to Selene's right. She was pleased to note that, although Elspeth's hands trembled, her voice, as she repeated her vows, was strong and clear. Elspeth caught her eyes and held to Talia's gaze as if to a lifeline. Elspeth was frightened half to death, despite her lifelong preparation for this moment. She could clearly see Talia's encouraging expression, and the presence of the Queen's own gave her comfort and courage. For one panicked moment halfway through her vows, she forgot what her mother had said just the instant before. She felt a flood of gratitude when she noticed Talia's lips moving and realized that she was mouthing the words Elspeth had just forgotten. There was more to it than just having a friend at hand, too. With her mental senses sharpened and enhanced by having been chosen, Elspeth could dimly feel Talia as a solid, comforting presence, like a deeply rooted tree in a wild windstorm. There would always be shelter for her beneath those branches, and as she repeated the last words of her oath, she suddenly realized how vital that shelter would be to one who, as ruler, must inevitably face the gales, and more often than not, alone. There was also, distinctly though distantly, the sense that Talia loved her for herself, and as a true friend, and that in itself was a comfort. As she finished the last words, and her mother placed the silver circlet on her head, she tried to put all her gratitude to her friend in the smile she gave her. As the Queen placed the coronet on her daughter's hair, a spontaneous cheer rose that gladdened Talia's heart. Perhaps now the brat could be forgotten. But as they resumed their seats and the serving began, the unaccustomed dainties of the Queen's table suddenly lost their appeal as Talia realized that there was yet another ceremony to be endured, one about which she knew nothing. As soon as the powers of the kingdom could be gathered, There must be a great ceremony of fealty in which the Queen's own would play a significant role. Talia reached blindly for her goblet to moisten a mouth gone dry with panic. Then she took herself firmly in hand. Kyril and Elkarth, as seneschals, herald, and dean of the collegium, would surely know everything about this occasion, and just as surely would be aware that Talia didn't. There was no need to panic. Not yet, anyway. The meal seemed to be progressing with ponderous slowness. This was Talia's first high feast, and it seemed incredibly dull. She sighed, and the Queen caught the sound. "Bored," she whispered out of the corner of her mouth. "Oh, no," Talia replied with a forced smile. "Liar," the Queen replied with a twinkle. "No one but a moron could avoid being bored by all this. You sit and smile, till your face and backside are both stiff. Then you sit and smile some more." "How do you manage this day after day?" Talia asked, trying not to laugh. "Father taught me a game. Elspeth and I play it now." "What are we doing this time, Catling?" "We're back to animals," Elspeth replied, as her mother nodded to an elderly duke in response to some comment he'd mumbled. "You try and decide what animal the courtiers most remind you of. We change each time. Sometimes it's flowers, trees, rocks, landmarks, even weather. This time it's animals, and he's a badger." "Well, if he's a badger, his lady's a watchdog. Look how she raises her hackles whenever he smiles at that pretty servant girl," Talia said. "Oh, I'd never have thought of that one," Elspeth exclaimed. "You're going to be good at this game." They managed to keep straight faces, but it wasn't easy. Talia sought out Kyril the next day before the thrice-weekly council meeting to learn that she had 3 weeks in which to prepare for Elspeth's formal investiture. He and Elkarth pledged to drill her in all she needed to know, from protocol to politics, every day. The council meeting in itself was something of an ordeal. She and Elspeth had seats on the far end of the horseshoe-shaped council table, almost opposite Selene and the empty place beside her. That empty chair was the seat of the Queen's own, but Talia could not under law assume that place until she had passed her own internship. She and Elspeth had voice on the council, but no vote. Elspeth's own voting rights were in abeyance until she passed internship. The councillors tended to ignore them because of that lack of voting rights, but not today. No, today they interrogated both Talia and Elspeth with an ill-concealed eagerness that bordered on greed. How soon did Talia think she'd be out in the field? Could the internship be cut back to a year, or, given the importance of her position and her lack of experience, should it be extended past the normal 1.5 years? Could Elspeth's education be rushed? What should she be tutored in besides the normal curriculum of the Herald's Collegium? Did she feel ready for her new position as heir? And on and on. From most of the councillors, Talia only received a well-intentioned, if irritating, eagerness to help the children, and she cursed, not for the first time, her slight stature that made her seem barely an adolescent, but from others. Lord Orthalin, one of Selene's closest advisers, as he had been to her father, regarded both of them with a cool, almost cold gaze. And Talia felt very like a prime specimen of some unusual beetle on the dissecting table. She got no emotional impressions from him at all. She never had. That was profoundly disturbing, for one whose gift was empathy, and even more disturbing was the vague feeling that he was not pleased that Elspeth had at last been chosen. From Bard Hiron, speaker for the Bardic Circle, she got a distinct feeling that all this was happening far too quickly, and that not enough caution was being exercised, and that he didn't quite trust her. Lord Garthezer's feelings were of general displeasure over the whole affair, but she couldn't pinpoint why. There was also a faint overtone of disappointment. He was related to Kemock, one of the 3 other contenders for the position. Could that be all, though? Or was there something deeper in his motivation? Lady Wyrist was downright annoyed, but why, Talia couldn't fathom. It might have been simply that she was afraid that Talia would favor her own relations, the Holderkin, who lived in the area Wyrist spoke for. She could hardly know there was small chance of that. Orthalin was the one who bothered her most, but as the meeting broke up, she knew she would mention this to no one. She had nothing of fact to report, and she and Orthalin had bad blood between them over his treatment and near expulsion of her friend Skiff from the Collegium. She knew better than to give Orthalin so powerful a weapon, if he was an enemy, as to seem to be holding a grudge. Instead, she smiled sweetly and thanked him for his good wishes. Let him think her an innocent idiot. Meanwhile, she would make sure to have one eye on him. But soon, very soon now, she would be gone, on her 1.5-year internship, and that would take her entirely out of the current intrigues at court. It would also make it impossible for her to deal with any of it. If Gartheser, Orthalin, or any of the others had deeper schemes, there would be no one near Elspeth who could detect the shadow of the scheming. She would be gone, and who would watch them then?
Chapter 2. 3 weeks to investiture. Only 3 weeks, but they seemed like 3 years, at least to Talia. There was an elaborate ceremony of oaths and bindings to memorize, but that wasn't the worst of it. Talia's main function at this particular rite would be, apparently, to perform the original duties of heralds, the duties they had held in the days before Valdemar founded his kingdom, to announce each dignitary by name and all ranks and titles before escorting him or her to the foot of the throne. This was, of course, the lesser of her twin functions. In reality, the more important would be using her empathic gift to assess, and one hoped, neutralize, any danger to the Queen and heir from those about to come within striking distance of them. The full High Court ceremonial costumes included a wide variety of instruments of potential mayhem and assassination. There was one small problem with this. Talia was farm-bred, not high-born. The elaborate tabards of state that a high-born child could read as easily as a book were little more than bewildering patterns of gold and embroidery to her eyes, and she would be dealing with nobles who were very touchy over their titles and apt to take affront if even the least and littlest were eliminated. That meant hours closeted in Harold Kirrell's office, sitting until her behind went numb on one of the hard wooden chairs he favored, memorizing plate after plate from the State Book of Devices until her eyes were watering. She fell asleep at night with the wildly colored and imaginative beasts, birds, and plants spinning in mad dances behind her eyes. She woke in the morning with Kirrell's voice echoing out of her dreams, inescapably drilling her. She spent at least another hour of every day in the stuffy council chamber with the councillors engaged in pointless debate about this or that item of protocol for the coming ceremony until she wanted to scream with frustration. Elspeth, at least, was spared this nonsense. She had quite enough on her plate with her new round of collegium classes and duties. For the next 5 years or so, once the ceremony was complete, she would be neither more nor less important nor cosseted than any other trainee, within certain limitations. She would still be attending council sessions once she'd settled in, and certain high court functions. But these were far more in the nature of duties rather than treats, and were, in fact, things Talia reckoned that Elspeth would really rather have foregone if she'd had any choice in the matter. When Talia had taken the opportunity to check on her, the girl seemed well content. She was surely enjoying the newfound bond with her companion Gwenna. Karen had told Talia that every free moment saw the two of them out in the field together, which was exactly as it should be. But there was one unsettling oddity about the council sessions that kept them from sending Talia to sleep, an oddity that, in fact, was contributing to an uneasiness ill-suited to the general festive atmosphere that hovered over court and collegium. Talia was catching councillors and courtiers alike giving her bewildered, almost fearful glances when they thought she wasn't watching. If it had not happened so frequently, she might have thought she was imagining it, but scarcely a day passed without someone watching her with the same attention they might have given to some outre creature that might prove to be dangerous.
It troubled her, and she wished more than once for Skiff and his talents at spying and subterfuge. But Skiff was furlongs away at very best, so she knew she'd have to muddle along beneath the suspicious glances, and hope that whatever rumors were being passed about her, and she had no doubt that they were about her, would either be put to rest or come to light where she could confront them. Another goodly portion of each day she spent helping to train a young healer, Renee, who was to substitute for her while she was gone on her internship circuit. Renee, like Talia, was a mind healer. She could never replace Talia, not without being a herald herself, but she could and would try to keep her senses alert for heralds in stress and distress and get them somewhat sorted out. And last but by no means least, there were exhausting bouts with Albrecht, all with the express purpose of getting both Talia and Elspeth prepared for any kind of assassination attempts that might occur.
"I really don't understand why you're doing this," Elspeth said one day, about a week from the date of the ceremony. "After all, I'm the one who's the better fighter."
She had been watching from a vantage point well out of the way, sitting cross-legged on one of the benches in the salle, against the wall. Talia was absolutely sodden with sweat, and bruised in more places than she cared to think about, and, for a wonder, Albrecht wasn't in any better condition than she. Albrecht motioned to Talia that she could rest, and she sagged to the floor where she stood.
"Appearances,"
he said.
"Partially. I do not wish that any save the heralds should know how skilled you truly are. That could be the saving of your life, one day. Also, it is tradition that crowned heads do not defend themselves. That is the duty of others."
"Unless there's no other choice."
Albrecht nodded. Elspeth sighed.
"I'm beginning to wish I wasn't heir now. It doesn't look like I'm going to be allowed to have any fun."
"Catling," Talia panted, "if this is your idea of fun, you're welcome to it." Elspeth and Albrecht exchanged rueful glances that said, as plainly as words, "She'll never understand," and made shrugs so nearly identical that Talia was hard put to keep from laughing. Finally, the day arrived for the long-awaited and dreaded rite of Elspeth's formal investiture as heir. The fealty ceremony was scheduled for the evening, with a revel to follow. Talia, as usual, was running late. She dashed from her last drilling session with Kirill to the bathing room, then up to her tower suite, taking the steps 2 at a time. She thanked the gods when she got there that one of the servants had had the foresight to lay out her gown and all its accoutrements, else she'd have been later still. She donned the magnificent silk and velvet creation with trepidation. She'd never worn high court ceremonials in her life, though she'd helped Elspeth into her own often enough. She faced the mirror, balancing on one foot while she tied the ribbons to the matching slippers around the ankle of the other.
"Oh, bloody hell," she sighed.
She knew what a courtier ought to look like, and she didn't.
"Well, it's going to have to do. I just wish—"
"You wish what?" Jerry and Karen rapped on the side of the tower door and poked their heads around the edge of it. Talia groaned. Jerry looked the way she wished she looked, gowned and coiffed exquisitely. Every chestnut hair neatly twisted into a high court confection and precisely in place.
"I wish I could look like you, stunning instead of stunned."
Jerry laughed. To look at her, no one would ever guess this lady was nearly the equal of Albrecht in neatly dissecting an opponent with any weapon at hand. "It's all practice, love. Want some help?" Her green eyes sparkled. "I've been doing this sort of nonsense since I was old enough to walk, and Mamma usually commandeered all the servants in the house to attend her preparations, so I had to learn how to do it myself."
"If you can make me look less like a ploughboy, I will love you forever."
"I think," Jerry replied merrily, "that we can manage at least that much." For the next half hour, Talia sat on her bed in nervous anticipation as arcane things happened to her hair and face, while Jerry and Karen exchanged mysterious comments. Finally, Jerry handed her a mirror.
"Is that me?"
Talia asked in amazement, staring at the worldly sophisticate in the mirror frame. She could scarcely find a trace of Jerry's handiwork, yet somehow she had added experience and a certain dignity without adding years or subtracting freshness. Replacing her usual disordered tumble of curls was a fashionable creation threaded through with a silver ribbon. "Do I dare move? Is it all going to come apart?" "Havens, no," Jerry laughed. "That's what the ribbon's for, love. It isn't likely to happen this time, praise the Lord, but you know very well what your duty is in an emergency. The Queen's Own is supposed to be able to defend her monarch at sword point, then calmly clean her blade on the loser's tunic and go right back to whatever ceremony was taking place. That's why your dress is ankle length instead of floor length, has no train, and the sleeves detach with one pull. Yes, they do, trust me, I ought to know. I supervised the making of it. It's been a long time since we've had a female monarch's own, and nobody knew exactly how to modify high court gear to suit. At any rate, you could work out now with Albrecht without one lock coming loose or losing any part of the costume you didn't want to lose. But don't rub your eyes, or you'll look like you've been beaten." She gathered her things. "We'd better be moving if we don't want to get caught in the mob." "And you'd better take care of the important part of your costume, childing," Karen warned as they started down the stairs. Talia had not needed the reminder. The rest of her accessories were already laid out and waiting. A long dagger in a sheath strapped around her waist and along her right thigh that she could reach, as she carefully determined, through a slit in her dress, was the first weapon she donned. Then came paired throwing knives in quick-release sheaths for both arms, gifts from Skiff, which he had shown her how to use long ago. Even Albrecht admitted that Skiff had no peer when it came to his chosen weapons. Lastly were two delicate stilettos, furnished with winking jeweled ornaments that she inserted carefully into Jerry's handiwork. No herald was ever without a weapon, especially not the Queen's Own, as Karen had reminded her. The life of more than one monarch had been saved by just such precautions. Just as Talia was about to depart, there was a knock at her door. She opened it to find Dean Elkarth standing on her threshold. Towering over him, fair and raven heads side by side, lit by the lantern that cast its light beside her door and looking like living representatives of day and night, were Dirk and Chris. Talia had not heard that either of them had returned from the field, and surprise stilled her voice as she stared at the unexpected visitors. "Neither of these gallants seems to have a lady," the Dean said with mischief in his eyes, "and since you have no escort, I thought of you immediately." "How thoughtful," Talia said dryly, finally regaining the use of her wits and knowing there was more to it than that. "I don't suppose you had any other motives, did you?" "Well, since you are interning under Chris, I thought you might like to get acquainted under calmer circumstances than the last time you met." So Chris was to be her counselor. Sherry had been right. "Calmer," Talia squeaked. "You call this calmer?" "Relatively speaking." "Elkarth," Dirk exclaimed impatiently. "Herald, Talia, he's teasing you. He asked us to help you because we know most of the people here on site, so we can prompt you if you get lost." "We also know who the possible troublemakers are, not that we expect any problems," Chris continued, a smile warming his sky-blue eyes. "But there's less likely to be any trouble with two great hulking brutes like us standing behind the Queen." "Oh, bless you," Talia exclaimed with relief. "I've been worried half to death that I'll say something wrong or announce the wrong person and mortally offend someone." She carefully avoided mentioning assassination attempts, though she knew all four of them were thinking about how useful the pair would be in that event. Chris smiled broadly, and Dirk executed a courtly bow that was saved from absurdity by the twinkle in his eyes as he glanced up at her. "We are your servants, O fairest of heralds," he intoned, sounding a great deal like an overacting player in some truly awful romantic drama. "Oh, don't be ridiculous," Talia flushed, feeling oddly flattered and yet uncomfortable.
You know very well that Nessa and Cherry make me look like a squirrel, and the last time you saw me, I was passing out at your feet like a silly child and probably looked like leftover porridge. Among friends, my name is Talia. Just Talia. The dean pivoted and trotted down the staircase, seemingly very pleased with himself. Chris chuckled and Dirk grinned. Both of them offered her their arms. She accepted both, feeling dwarfed between the two of them. There was barely enough room for all three of them on the stairs.
"Well, you devil, you've done it again," Dirk said to his partner over her head, blinking as they emerged from the half-dark of the staircase into the light of the hall. "I get a scrawny ex-thief with an appetite like a horse for my internee, and look what you get. It's just not fair."
He looked down at her from his lofty 6.5 feet and said mournfully to her,
"I suppose now that you've gotten a good look at my partner's justifiably famous face, the rest of us don't stand a chance with you."
"I wouldn't go making any bets if I were you," she replied with a hint of an edge to her voice. "I have seen him before, you know, and you don't see me falling at his feet worshipping, now do you? My father and brothers were just as handsome. No insult meant to you, Chris, but I've had ample cause to mistrust handsome men. I'd rather you were cross-eyed or had warts or something. I'd feel a great deal more comfortable around you if you were a little less than perfect." Dirk howled with laughter at the nonplussed expression on his friend's face.
"That's a new one for you, my old and rare. Rejected by a woman. How's it feel to be in my shoes?" "Odd," Chris replied with good humor. "Distinctly odd. I must say, though, I'm rather relieved. I was afraid Elkarth's mind was going, assigning me a female internee. I've only seen you once or twice, remember, and we weren't exchanging much personal information at the time. I thought you might be like Nessa. Around her I start to feel like a hunted stag."
He suddenly looked sheepish.
"I have the feeling I may have put my foot in it. I hope you don't mind my being frank."
"Not at all. It's my besetting sin, too."
"Well, you seem unexpectedly sensible. I think we'll do all right together."
"Provided that I haven't taken a dislike to you." Talia was just a little nettled at his easy assumption that she would fall swift prey to his admittedly charming manner. "Haven't you ever been told not to count your eggs until the hens lay them?" From the look on Chris's face, that possibility hadn't occurred to him, and he was rather at a loss to deal with it. Dirk didn't help matters by becoming hysterical.
"She's got you there, old boy," he choked. "Stars be praised. I've lived to see the day when it's you that gets put in his place and not me."
"Oh, bright heavens, don't worry about it," Talia said, taking pity on him. "We're both heralds, for pity's sake. We'll manage to get along. It's just for 1.5 years. After all, it's not as if somebody were forcing me to marry you." Chris's expression was indescribable when Talia spoke of being forced to marry him as if it were something distasteful.
"I'm fairly sure you didn't insult me, but that certainly didn't sound like a compliment," he complained forlornly. "I'm beginning to think I prefer Nessa's attitude after all."
By now, they'd had to stop in the middle of the hall, as Dirk was doubled over and tears were streaming down his face. Both of them had to pound on his back in order to help him catch his breath again.
"Holy Astera!" he gasped. "This is something I never expected to see or hear. Phew!"
He somehow managed to look both contrite and satisfied at the same time.
"Forgive me, partner. It's just that seeing you as the rejected one for a change, you should have seen your own face. You looked like you'd swallowed a live toad."
"Which means that nothing worse can happen to him for the rest of the week. Now look, none of this is getting us to the ceremony," Talia pointed out, "and we're already running late."
"She's right again," Dirk said, taking her arm. "What do you mean, again?"
Chris asked suspiciously as they hurried to the Great Hall. Fortunately, their arrival at the door of the Great Hall prevented his having to answer that question. Dirk had been having a little trouble sorting out some very odd feelings from the moment that Talia had answered her door. The last time he'd seen the Queen's Own, she'd fainted from total exhaustion practically at his feet, after having undergone a considerable mental and emotional ordeal. He had learned afterward that she had experienced at first hand the murder of the Herald courier Ilsa, and saved Ilsa's life-mate Karen from death-willing herself in shock. Then, without a pause for rest, she had mentally guided him and his partner to the spot where Ilsa had been slain. This slight, fragile-seeming woman-child had aroused all of his protective instincts, as well as his admiration for her raw courage. He'd carried her up to her room himself, and made certain she was safely tucked into her bed, then left medicinal tea ready for her to brew to counteract the inevitable reaction headache she'd have when she woke. He'd known at the time she'd exhausted all her resources. When he heard the whole story later in the day, he'd been flabbergasted at her courage and endurance. And she was so very frail-looking. It was easy to feel protective about her, even though her actions gave the lie to that frail appearance. At least, he thought at the time that it was only his protective instincts that she aroused. But the sight of her this time had seemed to stir something a bit more complicated than that, something he wasn't entirely sure he wanted to acknowledge. So he diffused the situation as best he could, by clowning with Chris. But even while he was bent double with laughter, there was a vague disquiet in the back of his mind, as though his subconscious was trying to warn him that he wasn't going to be able to delay acknowledgement for long. Talia was refusing to allow her nerves to show, but they were certainly affecting her despite her best efforts. She was rather guiltily hoping Chris had realized that she had been taking some of that nervousness out on him. The great hall, tables cleared away and benches placed along the walls, with every candle and lantern lit, gleamed like a box made of gold. The courtiers and notables were dressed in their finest array, jewels and silver and gold ornaments catching in the light and throwing it back so that the assemblage sparkled like the contents of a high-born dame's jewel box. Prominent among the gilded nobles were the bright scarlet of bards, the emerald green of healers, the bright blue of the uniforms of high-ranking officers of the guard and army, and the brilliant white of heralds. Each of those to be presented wore over his or her finery the stiff tabard, heavy with embroidery, that marked a family or guild association. The men and women of the guards, standing duty in their sober midnight blue and silver, ringed the walls, a dark frame for the rest. The Queen's Own and her escorts assumed their places behind the thrones, Talia in her place behind and to Selene's right, Chris and Dirk behind and to either side of her. Talia had a feeling that the three of them made a very impressive and reassuring sight to those who had come here, fearing to see weakness. But there was uneasiness, too. The uneasiness she had been sensing for the past 3 weeks, magnified, and she could not, for the life of her, fathom the reason. The ceremony began. Talia determined to ignore what she could not change, and did her best to appear somehow both harmless and competent. She wasn't sure just how successful she was, but some of the background of general nervousness did seem to decrease after a while. She tried to will some confidence into the young heir who was beginning to wilt under the strain. She tried to catch her eyes and give her a reassuring smile, but Elspeth's expression was tight and nervous, and her eyes were beginning to glaze. For Elspeth was not faring as well as Talia. The ceremony demanded that she respond to each of her new liegemen with some sort of personalized speech, and about halfway through, she began running out of things to say. Chris was the first, with his musician's ear for cadence, to notice her stumbling and hesitating over her speeches. As the next worthy was being brought before her, he whispered, "His sons just presented him with his first grandchild." Elspeth cast him a look of undying gratitude as she moved to receive this oath. As the gouty lord rose with difficulty from his knees, she congratulated him on the blessed event. The gentleman's expression, as he was escorted away, was compounded of equal parts of startlement and pleasure, for he'd no notion that anyone knew other than the immediate members of his family. Elspeth decided at that moment that Chris was fully qualified for elevation to sainthood, and beamed quickly at both of the heralds before the next notable arrived. Dirk caught on immediately, and supplied the information for the next. Chris countered with intelligence for the following 2. Elspeth began to sparkle under the gratified looks of the courtiers, reviving as quickly as she'd wilted, and Chris and Dirk began to keep score in the impromptu contest. The Queen seemed to find it all she could do to keep a straight face. Finally, the last dignitary made his oath, and all 3 heralds took their places with the circle to swear their oaths en masse. The healers and bardic circles followed them. Then the various clerics and priests made vows on behalf of their orders and devotees, and the long ceremony was at last complete, without a mishap. The Queen's party retired from the dais, leaving it to instrumentalists of the bardic circle, who immediately struck up a dance melody. Talia joined Elspeth in the window alcove, furnished with velvet-padded benches, that was reserved for the Queen's entourage. "What were you 3 up to?" she asked curiously. "I was too far away to hear any of it, but you certainly seemed to be having a good time." "These 2 heralds that came as your escort, they were wonderful," Elspeth bubbled. "I ran out of things to say, and they told me exactly what I needed to know. Not big things, but what was most important to them right now, the lords and so forth, I mean. Then they started making a contest out of it, and that was what was so funny, them arguing back and forth about how much something was worth in points. Mother could hardly keep from laughing." "I can imagine," Talia grinned. "Who won?"
"I did,"
Chris said from behind her.
"You wouldn't have if I'd thought of the sheep first,"
Dirk retorted. "Sheep?" Talia said inquisitively. "Sheep? Do I want to know about this?" Dirk snickered, and Chris glared at him.
"It's perfectly harmless,"
Chris answered, with just a hint of irritation.
"When Lady Fiona's husband died, she and Guild Mistress Arrowell started a joint project to boost the fortunes of a family and Arrowell's branch of the Weavers' Guild. They imported some sheep with an especially soft and fine fleece, much like lamb's wool from Out Kingdom, quite far south. They've finally succeeded in adapting them to our harsher winters. The spring lambing more than doubled their flock, and it seems that everyone is going to want stock or fabric of the wool." "That's not what we came here for," Dirk said firmly. "Sheep and discussions of animal husbandry. Keep your filthy thoughts to yourself, partner. My filthy thoughts. Who was the one doing all the chortling a few minutes ago? Do not belong at a revel. I claim the first dance with you, Talia, by virtue of the fact that my partner is going to have you all to himself for a year and more. And since that leaves me partnerless," Chris added, "I would very much like to claim our newest chosen for the same purpose."
"Mother?" Elspeth looked pleadingly at the Queen. Chris's stunning good looks had made more than a slight impression on her, and that he should want to dance with her was a distinct thrill. "My dear, this is your celebration. If you want to ride your companion around the Great Hall, you could even do that, provided you're willing to face the Seneschal's wrath when he sees the hoof marks on his precious wood floor." Without waiting for further permission, Chris swept the girl into the dance. Dirk lifted an inquisitive eyebrow at Talia. "Oh, no," Talia laughed. "You don't know what you're asking. I dance like a ploughboy. I have no sense of rhythm, and I ruin my partner's feet."
"Nonsense,"
Dirk replied, shaking unruly blonde hair out of his eyes.
"You just never had the right partner."
"Which is you, and I thought Chris was vain."
"My dear Talia,"
he countered, swinging her onto the floor.
"Truth can hardly be considered in the same light as vanity. I have it on the best authority that my dancing more than compensates for my looks."
Shortly, Talia was forced to admit that he was absolutely correct. For the first time in her experience, she began to enjoy a dance. It was almost magical, the way they seemed to move together. Dirk didn't seem displeased by her performance either, as he yielded her to other partners with extreme reluctance. Chris, on the other hand, despite yearning glances from nearly every young woman present, danced only with women far older than himself, or with Elspeth or Talia.
"I hope you don't mind being used like this,"
he said contritely, after the 6th or 7th dance. Used, she replied, puzzled. As a shield, I'm dancing with you to keep from being devoured by them. He nodded toward a group of court beauties, languishing in his direction. I can't dance just with beldames. Elspeth has to take other partners, and the only heralds I can trust not to carry me off are Karen, Sherry, and you, and those other two don't dance.
It's nice to know I'm wanted. She laughed up at him.
Did I just put my foot in it again?
No, not really. And I don't mind being used. After all, by now they all know we're assigned together, so they'll assume we're getting acquainted. You can avoid people without anyone's feelings being hurt.
You do understand, he said, relieved. I hate to hurt anyone's feelings, but they all seem to think if they just throw themselves at me hard enough, I'll have to take one of them. Short term, long term, it doesn't seem to matter. Nobody ever seems to wonder what I want.
Well, what do you want? Talia asked.
The collegium, he replied, to Talia's amazement. That's where most of my time and energy go, and where I want them to go. I do a lot of studying on my own. History, administration, law. I'd like to be Elkarth's replacement as dean and historian when he retires, and that takes a lot of preparation. I don't have much free time, certainly none to spend on games of courtly love, or shepherd in the hay.
Talia looked at him with new respect. That's marvellous. Elkarth's job is the hardest and most thankless I can think of. In some ways, it's even worse than mine. You might just be the one to handle it. I don't think you can serve the collegium and still give another person
the amount of attention a decent pairing needs, he finished for her. Thank you. Do you know you're the first person besides Dirk who didn't think I was out of my mind?
But what would you do if you did find someone you wanted?
I don't know. Except that isn't likely to happen. Face it, Talia. Heralds seldom form permanent attachments to anyone or anything. We're friends always, and sometimes things get more intense than that, but it doesn't last for long. Maybe it's because our hearts are given first to our companions, then to our duty, and I guess there aren't too many of us with hearts big enough for a third love. Non-heralds don't seem to be able to grasp that. Not too many heralds do, for that matter. But look around you. Cheryl and Karen are the only life-bonded couple I can think of, and I wouldn't be willing to settle for less than what they've got. Which is why I'm hiding behind you.
You can't hide forever.
I don't have to, he replied whimsically. Just till the end of the revel. After that, I'll be safely in the field, accompanied solely by the only person I've met who thinks I'd be better off cross-eyed and covered with warts.
Dirk reclaimed her after that. It was during that dance that she noticed the number of white-clad bodies was rapidly diminishing. "Where's everyone gone?" she asked him, puzzled.
"It's not often that we get this many of us together at one time," he replied. "So as people get tired of dancing, we slip off to our own private party. Want to go?"
"Bright Havens, yes," she replied with enthusiasm.
"Let me catch Chris's eye."
He moved them closer to where Chris was dancing with a sprightly grandmother and tilted an eyebrow toward the door. When Chris nodded, Dirk arranged for them to end the dance next to the exit as the musicians played the final phrase. Chris joined them after escorting his partner to her seat.
"I like that one. She kept threatening to take me home, feed me proper, and then train me right, and I know she wasn't talking about dancing or manners." He laughed quietly. "I take it Talia's ready to go? I am." "Good. Then we're all agreed," Dirk replied. "Talia, go get changed into something comfortable. Find something to sit on and an old cloak in case we end up outside. If you play any instruments, bring them too. Then meet us in the library."
"This is like the Littles' game of spy," she giggled.
"You're not far wrong," Chris answered. "We go to great lengths to keep these parties private. Now hurry, or we'll leave without you."
She gathered her skirts in both hands and ran lightly down the halls of the palace. When she reached her tower, she again took the steps 2 at a time. She paused only long enough in her room to light a lamp before unlacing her dress and sliding out of it. Even though she was in a hurry, she hung it up with care. There was no use in ruining it with creases. She changed into the first things that came to hand. She freed her hair from the ribbon,
letting it tumble around her face while she carefully stored My Lady in her case, and stuck her shepherd's pipe in her belt. She slung the carrying strap of the harp case over her shoulder, an old, worn-wool cloak from her trainee days over all, picked up one of her cushions, and was ready to go. Well, almost. Remembering what Jerry had said about the cosmetics, she stopped at the bathing room at the base of the tower for a quick wash, then ran for the library. When she swung open the door to the library, she discovered that the other two had beaten her there, but then they probably didn't have several flights of stairs to climb. Chris was all in black, and looking too poetic for words. Dirk was in mismatched bluish grays that looked rather as if he'd just left them in a heap when he'd picked up his clean laundry, which in fact was probably the case. Both of them looked up at the sound of the door opening. "Talia, God, you don't dawdle like my sisters do," Dirk greeted her. "Come over here and we'll let you in on the secret." Talia crossed the room to where they were standing, the first study cubicle. "The first to leave always meet here to decide where we're going to convene," Dirk explained, "and they leave something telling the rest of us where that is. In this case, it's this." He showed her a book left on the table, on harness making. "Let me guess," Talia said. "The stable." "Close. The tack shed and companion's field. See? It's open at the chapter on the special bridles we use," Chris explained. "Last time they had to leave a rock on top of a copy of a religious text. We used the half-finished temple down near the river because we'd met too often around here. A bit cold for my liking, though I'm told those currently keeping company enjoyed keeping each other warm." Talia smothered giggles as they slipped outside. The windows of the tack shed had been tightly shuttered so that no light leaked out to betray the revelry within. Both fireplaces had been lighted against the slight chill in the air and as the main source of illumination. The three of them slipped in as quietly as possible to avoid disturbing the entertainment in progress, a tale being told with some skill by a middle-aged herald whose twin streaks of gray, one at each temple, stood out startlingly in the firelight. "It'll be quiet tonight," Chris whispered in Talia's ear. "Probably because the palace revel turned into such a romp. Our revels tend to be the opposite of the official ones." Heralds were sprawled over the floor of the tack shed in various comfortable poses, all giving rapt attention to the storyteller. There seemed to be close to 70 of them, the most Talia had ever seen together at one time. Apparently every herald within riding distance had arranged to be here for the fealty ceremony. The storyteller concluded his tale to the sighs of satisfaction of those around him. Then, with the spell of the story gone, many of them leaped up to greet the newcomers, hugging the two men or grasping their hands with warm and heartfelt affection. Since they were uniformly strangers to Talia, she shrank back shyly into the shadows by the door. "Whoa there, slow down, friends," Dirk chuckled, extricating himself from the press of greeters. "We've brought someone to meet all of you." He searched the shadows, found Talia, and reaching out a long arm pulled her fully into the light. "You all know we've finally got a true Queen's Own again, and here she is." Before anyone could move to greet her, there was a whoop of joy from the far side of the room, and a hurtling body bounced across it, vaulting over several heralds, who laughed, ducked, and protected their heads with their arms. The leaper reached Talia and picked her up bodily, lifting her high into the air and setting her down with an enthusiastic kiss. "Skiff!" she gasped. "Every inch of me!" Skiff crowed. But you're so tall!" When he'd gotten his whites, Skiff hadn't topped her by more than an inch or two. Now he could easily challenge Dirk's height. "I guess something in the air of the south makes things grow, 'cause I sure did last year." Skiff chuckled. "Ask Dirk. He was my counselor." "Grow, bright stars, grow is too tame a word," Dirk groaned. "We spent half our time keeping him fed. He ate more than our mules." "You've done pretty well yourself, I'd say," Skiff went on, pointedly ignoring Dirk. "You looked fine up there, made us all damn proud." Talia blushed, glad it wouldn't show in the dim light. "I've had a lot of help," she said, almost apologetically. "It takes more than a lot of help, and we both know it," he retorted. "Well, hellfire, this isn't the time or place for talk about work. You two, you know the rules. Entrance fee."
Dirk and Chris were laughingly pushed to the center of the room as the storyteller vacated his place for them. "Anybody bring a harp?" Chris called. "Mine's still packed. I just got in today."
"I did," Talia volunteered, and eager hands reached out to convey the harp, still in the case, to Chris.
"Is this? This can't be my lady, can it?"
Chris asked as the firelight gleamed on the golden wood and the clean, delicate lines.
"I wondered who Jadis had left her to."
He ran his fingers reverently across the strings, and they sighed sweetly.
"She's in perfect tune, Talia. You've been caring for her. She deserves."
Without waiting for an answer, he began playing an old lullaby. Jadis had been a better player, but Chris was surprisingly good for an amateur and much better than Talia. He made an incredibly beautiful picture, with the golden wood gleaming against his black tunic and his raven head bent in concentration over the strings. He was almost as much a pleasure to watch as to listen to.
"Any requests?"
he asked when he'd finished.
"Sun and shadow,"
several people called out at once.
"All right," Dirk replied, "but I want to volunteer to sing Shadow Dancer. The last time I did it, I was hoarse for a month."
"I could," Talia heard herself saying, to her surprise. "You?" Dirk seemed both pleased and equally surprised.
"You're full of amazing things, aren't you?"
He made room beside himself, and Talia picked her way across the crowded floor, to sit shyly in the shadow he cast in the firelight. Sun and Shadow told of the meeting of two of the earliest heralds, Rotha's Sunsinger and Lithe Shadow Dancer, long before they were ever chosen and while their lives still remained tangled by strange curses. It was a duet for male and female voice, though Dirk had often sung it all himself. It was one of those odd songs that either made you hold your breath or bored you to tears, depending on how it was sung. Dirk wondered which it would be tonight. As Talia began her verse in answer to his, Dirk stopped wondering. There was no doubt who'd trained her. The deft phrasing that made the most of her delicate, slightly breathy voice showed Jadis's touch as clearly as the harp he'd left her. But she sang with something more than just her mind and voice, something the finest training couldn't impart. This was going to be one of the magic times. Dirk surrendered himself to the song, little guessing that he was surpassing his own best this night as well. Chris knew, as he accompanied them, and he wished there was a way to capture the moment for all time. The spontaneous applause that shook the rafters startled both Dirk and Talia out of the spell the music had wrapped them in. Dirk smiled with more than usual warmth at the tiny female half hiding in his shadow, and felt his smile returned.
"Well, we've paid our forfeit,"
Chris said, cutting short the demands for more.
"It's somebody else's turn now." "That's not fair," a voice from the back complained. "How could any of us possibly follow that?"
Someone did, of course, by changing the mood rather than ruining it by trying to sustain it. A tall, bony fellow borrowed Talia's pipe to play a lively jig, while two men and a woman bounded into the center to dance to it. That seemed to decide everyone on a dancing set. Talia reclaimed her pipe to join Chris, someone with a gittern and jerry on tambour, in a series of very lively round dances of the village festival variety. As these were both strenuous and of an accelerated tempo, those who had felt lively enough to dance were soon exhausted and ready to become an audience again. Those who didn't feel up to entertaining paid their entrance fee in food and drink. Talia saw a good many small casks of wine, cider and ale ranged along the walls, and with them baskets of fruit, sausages, or bread and cheese. Stray mugs and odd cups were always accumulating in the tack shed, especially during the hot summer months, when heralds and students were likely to need a draught of cool water from the well that supplied the companions' needs at this end of the field. These handy receptacles were filled and refilled and passed from hand to hand with a gay disregard for the possibility of colds or fever being passed with the drink. Like Talia, most of the heralds had brought cushions from their quarters. These and their saddles and packs were piled into comfortable lounges that might be shared or not. A few murmurs from some of the darker corners made Talia hastily avert her eyes and close her ears. and she recalled Dirk's earlier comments about heralds keeping each other warm. From time to time, some of these rose from the dark, and either left for more private surroundings or rejoined those by the two fires. And overall was an atmosphere of belonging. There was no one here that was not cared for and welcomed by all the rest. It was Talia's first exposure to a gathering of her fellows under pleasant circumstances, and she gradually realized that the feeling of oneness extended outside the walls as well, to the companions in the field, and beyond that, to those who could not be present this night. Small wonder, with such a warmth of brotherhood to bask in, that the heralds had deserted the main revelry for this more intimate celebration of their joy at the choosing of the heir. It was enough to make her forget the strange uneasiness that had been shadowing her the past 3 weeks. As soon as she could manage it, Talia retrieved Skiff from a knot of yearmates who seemed bent on emptying a particular cask by themselves. "Let's go up to the loft," she said, after scanning that perch and ascertaining that none of the amorous had chosen it themselves. "I don't want to disturb anybody, but I don't want to leave either." The loft was little more than a narrow balcony that ran the length of one side and gave access to storage places in the rafters. Talia noticed immediately that Skiff, very uncharacteristically, kept to the wall on the stairs and put his back against it when they reached the loft itself. "Lord and Lady, it's good to see you," he exclaimed softly, giving her a repeat of his earlier hug. "We weren't sure we'd make it back in time. In fact, we left all the baggage and the mules back at the resupply station. Took only what Simri and Aridi could carry besides ourselves. I've missed you, little sister. The letters help, but I'd rather have been able to talk with you, especially—" Talia could sense him fighting a surge of what could only be fear. "Especially?" "After the accident." She moved closer to him, resting both her hands on his. She didn't have to see him to know he was pale and white-knuckled. "Tell me." "I can't." She lowered her shields. He was spiky inside with phobic fears, of storms, of entrapment, and most of all, of falling. In the state he was in now, she doubted he'd be able to look out a second-story window without exerting iron control, and this from the young man who'd led her on a scramble across the face of the second story of the palace itself one dark night. "Remember me, what I am. Just start at the beginning. Take it slowly, I'll help you face it down." He swallowed. It started with a storm. We were caught out on the trail in the hills. Hills, huh? More like mountains. Gods, it was dark. Rain was pouring down so hard I couldn't even see Simri's ears. Dirk had point, the mules were next, I was tail. It was supposed to be the safest place. We were more or less feeling our way along, sheer rock on one side of us, ravine on the other. Talia had herself in half-trance, carefully extending herself into his mind. He was fighting down his fear as he spoke, and beginning to lose to it. "The trail just crumbled, right under Simri's hooves. We fell. There wasn't even time to yell for help." Gently, Talia touched the fear, took it into herself, and began working away at it. It was like knife-edged flint, all points and slicing surfaces. As softly as flowing water, and as inexorably, she began wearing away at it, dulling it, muting it. "We ended up wedged halfway down. Simri was stunned. I'd broken my arm, and most of my ribs, I think. I don't remember much. It hurt too much to think. And where I was stuck, there was a flood of water, pouring down the wall like a young waterfall. You know I don't mind speak too well, and Dirk's gift isn't mind speech anyway. I couldn't get hold of myself enough to call for help that way, and it was impossible to be heard over the storm." He was shaking like a reed in a windstorm. She put her arm around his shoulders, supplying a physical comfort as well as the mental. "But Dirk found you," she pointed out. "The gods alone know how. He had no reason to think we were still alive." The tension was rapidly draining out of him as Talia shielded him from the phobic memories. Not enough to make him forget, but enough to make them less real, less obsessive.
He got ropes around both of us and anchored us where we were, used something to divert the water away from me, and stayed with us, hanging on with his teeth and toenails until the storm was over. Then he got blankets over us and sent Arady off for help while he got me back up to the trail. I don't remember that part at all. I must have blacked out from the pain."
His voice sounded less strained. The fear was nearly conquered now. Time to diffuse the rest of it. "You must have looked like a drowned rat," she replied with a hint of chuckle. "I know you have a fetish for cleanliness, but don't you think that was overdoing it a bit?" He stared at her in surprise, then began to laugh, shakily. The laughter was half tears as the last of the tension was released. Hysterics, yes, but long needed. She held him quietly until the worst passed, and he could see past the tears to her face, childlike in the half-dark. The paralysis of fear that Skiff had lived with on a daily basis for the past several months had all but choked the voice out of him as he tried to tell Talia what had happened that awful night. He'd suffered nightmare replays of the incident at least one night a week ever since. It had taken all of his control to repeat it to her, at least at first. But then gradually the words had begun to flow more freely. The fear had slowly loosed its grip on him. As he neared the end of his narrative, he began to realize what Talia had done. It was gratitude as much as release that shook the tears from him then.
You did it to me, didn't you? Fixed me like you did with Fostel and the rest of them."
"Mm-hmm," she nodded, touching his hair in the dark. "I didn't think you'd mind."
"No more nightmares?"
"No more nightmares, big brother. You won't find yourself wanting to hide in a closet during storms anymore, and you'll be able to look down over cliffs again. In fact, you'll even be able to tell the story in a week or two without shaking like a day-old chick, and it should make a good tale to earn the sympathy of a pretty lady with."
You're unbelievable,"
he said at last, holding her tightly. "So are you, to have been coping with all that fear all this time and not letting it get the best of you." They sat that way for some time, before the murmur of voices below them recalled them to their surroundings.
"Hellfire! This is supposed to be a party, and you're supposed to be enjoying it," Skiff said.
"I am, now that you're all right." She rose to her feet and gave him a hand up. "Well, I'm going back to the singing, and it seems to me that your year-mate Mavry is looking a bit lonely."
So she is," he replied, peering down into the lighted area. "Think I'll go keep her company. And, hot sister."
"No thanks needed, love." He kissed her forehead by way of reply, then skipped lightly down the stairs of the loft and took himself off to the other side of the room, where Mavry willingly made a space for him beside her. Talia rejoined the musicians just in time for Dirk to claim her for another duet. She had to plead a dry throat before they'd let someone else take the floor. She didn't notice the passing of time until she caught herself yawning hard enough to split her head in half. When she tried to reckon up how much time had passed, she was shocked. Thinking she surely must be mistaken, she slipped over to the door to look out to the east. Sure enough, there on the horizon was the first hint of false dawn. True dawn was less than an hour away. She collected her things, feeling suddenly ready to collapse. Dirk, half propped on a backrest of saddle and several old saddle blankets, seemed to be asleep as she slipped past him, but he cracked an eyelid open as she tried to ease herself out.
"Giving up?"
he asked softly. She nodded, stifling another yawn with the back of her hand.
"Enjoy yourself?"
At her enthusiastic nod, he smiled, another of those wonderful, warm smiles that seemed to embrace her and close everything and everyone else outside of it.
"I'll be heading back to my own bed before long. About this time things start to break up on their own. And don't worry about being expected on duty today. No one will be up to notice before noon at the earliest. Look over there."
He cocked an eyebrow to his left. Talia was astonished to see the Queen, dressed in old, worn leathers, sharing a cloak and resting her head in easy intimacy on the shoulder of the middle-aged storyteller. And not far from her sat Albrecht, finishing the last of a wineskin with Karen, Cheryl, and Jerry.
"How did Selenay and Albrecht get in without my noticing?" Talia asked him.
"Easy. You were singing at the time. See, though, you won't be missed. Have a good long sleep, and pleasant dreams, Talia."
"And to you, Dirk," she said.
"They will be,"
he chuckled and closed his eyes again.
"They most assuredly will be."
Chapter 3. Talia didn't usually sleep long or heavily. Perhaps the cause was that she'd drunk more wine than usual, or perhaps it was just the incredibly late hour at which she'd sought her bed. At any rate, it took having the sun shine directly into her eyes to wake her the next morning. Since the window of her bedroom faced the east, she'd positioned her bed with the headboard right under the windowsill. That way she always had the fresh air, and her face should remain out of the sunlight until well after the time she normally rose. No matter how cold the winter, she'd never been able to bear the slight claustrophobia that closed shutters induced in her, so the glazed windows themselves and the thin fabric curtaining them were all that stood between her eyes and the sun's rays, and the windows themselves were open, with the curtains moving slightly in the breeze. As she squinted groggily through the glare, she realized that it must be nearly noon, and as if to confirm this, the noon warning bell at the collegium sounded clearly through her open window. Well, the wine she'd indulged in last night had given her a slight headache. She muttered something to herself about fools and lack of judgment and pulled her pillow over her head, tempted to go right back to sleep again. But a nagging sense of duty, and more urgently, a need to use the privy, denied her further sloth. She'd been so tired last night, this morning, that all she'd been able to do was peel off her clothing, leave it in a heap on the floor, and fall into bed. Now that she felt a little more awake, her skin crawled with the need for a bath. Her hair itched. Her mouth didn't bear thinking about. She groaned. It was definitely time to get up. She sighed, levered herself out of bed, and set about getting herself back into working condition. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she rubbed her eyes until they cooperated by focusing properly, then reached for the robe hanging on one of the posts at the foot of her bed. She wrapped it about herself, then collected the clothing on the floor. The soiled clothing went into a hamper. The servant who tended to the heralds in this section of the wing collected it and sent it to the laundry as part of her duties, and that was a luxury that was going to take some getting used to. She'd been low-born, and at the bottom of her Holderkin family's pecking order as a child, and once at the collegium had fallen naturally in with the tradition that trainees tended to their own needs and shared the common chores. She had become habituated to doing the serving and not to being waited on herself. The warmth of the smooth wood beneath her feet was very comforting, and she decided then that she would not have any floor coverings in her new quarters. She liked the way the sun-warmed boards felt to bare feet, and she liked the way the wood glowed when the sun touched it. She rummaged in her wardrobe and draped a new, clean uniform over one arm, then bundled her bathing things into the other arm and headed for the door. The bathing room, shared by the other tower occupants, was on the bottom floor. That was another disadvantage of having selected a tower room. It was a long walk, and seemed longer for the thinking about it. Talia was the only current occupant, though. The other rooms were either unclaimed, or their owners were out on circuit, so at least there wasn't going to be any competition for the facilities. Talia saw a note waiting for her on her door as soon as she opened it. Rubbing her temple in response to the ache behind her eyes, she wondered who could be the early riser after the revelry of the previous night. She took it down and began to skim through it as she headed down the stairs. What she read caused her to stop dead and reread it thoroughly. It was from Kirill. "I realize this is notice so short as to be non-existent," he wrote, "but we've had an emergency since last night. The Herald currently riding one of the northern border sectors has had an accident, and we have no one free who knows anything about the area to cover it. Dirk can't. He's already assigned to another border sector that needs a border-bred herald too badly to reassign him elsewhere. The closest we can come is this.
Since Dirk is a native of that area, Chris has visited up there fairly often, and you're of border upbringing. Since you haven't been assigned a circuit yet, it seemed to me that assigning it to you as your internship with Chris would solve our problems very neatly. However, this means that you two will have to start as soon as we can get you on the road north. Tomorrow, I hope. Please report to me right after the noon meal, or as soon as you read this note, for a briefing and some final information.
Her first thought was an irreverent and irrelevant one. She knew Kirill hadn't left the revel before her. How could he have been awake and ready to handle crises so blasted early in the morning after? Her next was more to the point. Tomorrow. She hadn't expected assignment with so little warning. There wasn't any time to waste. She ran downstairs to the bathing room. The last thing she wanted to do was give Kirill an impression of carelessness or incompetence. A good hot bath did a great deal to revitalize her. A dose of willow bark tea took care of the ache in her head. She couldn't do much for the half-cloudy feeling of her mind, but she hoped that being aware that she wasn't quite at her best would compensate for that. Rather than take the time for a full meal, she begged cheese, bread, and fruit from Miro. She was far too keyed up to eat much anyway. This would be the first time that she would meet with Kirill as an equal. Up until now, even though she had her whites, it had still been very much a teacher-student relationship. She took a few moments of precious time to consult with Roland before seeking Kirill. It was frustrating not to be able to speak with him in words, but simply mind-touching with him gave her an added measure of calmness. He reassured her that Kirill would never have expected her to report any earlier than this, and prevented her from changing at the last minute into one of her formal uniforms. And beneath it all was the solidity of knowing that he stood ready to help her if she truly found herself out of her depth on this assignment. Feeling a good bit more confident, she skipped down the tower steps and entered the palace proper. A few moments later she had made her way to the administrative area. She paused outside the door of the records room, which served as Kirill's office, for a moment to order her mind and calm herself. She pulled the doe-skin tunic straight, smoothed her hair, took a deep breath, knocked once, and entered. The records room was as neat as Dean Elkhardt's office was cluttered. Sun streamed in through the two windows that looked out into the gardens on the west side of the building. Both of them were wide open, and flower scent wafted in through them. The room was crammed as full of bookshelves as it was possible to be. Kirill's desk stood just under one of the two windows, to take full advantage of the light. Kirill himself was leaning in the window frame, absently watching courtiers stroll in the gardens, and obviously waiting for her. She noticed something anomalous on his desk as he turned from the window to greet her. A quiverful of white arrows. "Sir," she said softly, and he turned to smile greeting at her. Kirill was pleased to see that Talia was looking alert and ready for practically anything. In the past few weeks of working with her, he had come to truly believe all that her collegium teachers had claimed for her. The Queen's Own was always an outstanding person among heralds, but Talia bid fair to be outstanding among the ranks of her own kind. He could not for a moment fathom why her reputation, even among her fellow heralds, was one of being a sweet but somewhat simple creature. He wasn't altogether certain that he would have been able to manage the feat of memorizing all the kingdom's familial devices and titles in the 3 weeks she'd taken. Perhaps it was because she was so shy, even yet, and seldom spoke without first being spoken to. Perhaps it was because of her ability with children in general, and the heir in particular. A strong maternal instinct was not necessarily coupled in anyone's mind with a high intellectual level. Then again, there weren't too many even among the heralds who had been her teachers who had seen the real Talia. She had not allowed very many of them to come within arm's length, as it were. Kirill was just sorry he had had so little time for her, and he sometimes worried a little about the strange gift of hers. Empathy that strong, and having seen her exert herself, he knew it was very strong, was far more the gift of healers. He had been relieved when she'd begun spending so much time with the healers. They would know how to train her properly, if anybody would. If he had only had the time,
if Ilsa hadn't been killed. But Talia seemed to have everything perfectly under control, and if even her own peers tended to underestimate her, that surely wasn't going to harm her any. Perhaps, though, that tendency to dismiss her lightly was not altogether a bad thing. Carol had been dealing with court and council on a daily basis for something like 20 years, and being underestimated could be a potent and very useful weapon. People might not see past the guileless eyes and tend to let their tongues run on longer leads in her presence. No, that reputation of hers might well be a very good thing for all of them. Certainly the disturbing rumors he'd heard lately about her would not survive much longer if people began comparing the tales of machinations with her reputation as a sweet and uncomplicated innocent. "Sit, sit!" He waved at a chair, taking one himself. "You look none the worse for your late night. I remember my first Herald's revel. I thought my hangover was going to last for the next week. I trust you enjoyed yourself?" He smiled again as she nodded shyly. "It's the first chance I had to hear you sing. Jadis used to make us all curious, boasting about your abilities. He was certainly right about you. Last night, to tell the truth, I've heard bards that didn't give performances that moving. You're as good as Jadis claimed. Maybe better." She blushed, and he chuckled. "Well, that's neither here nor there. I am very sorry about all the hurry, but we don't like to leave border sectors without a herald for very long. In this case, it's not that there's potential for trouble, but that the people of the sector feel isolated enough as it is, particularly in winter. They need to know that they're as important to the life of this kingdom as the capital sector itself." He regarded her steadily. Her answer to his speech would tell him a great deal. The eyes that met his squarely held faint surprise. I thought there was always potential for trouble in a border sector, sir," Talia ventured. "There are raiders, bandits, lots of problems even if the people themselves never cause them." In the general run of things, that's true, but the border in this sector runs through the Forest of Sorrows, and that's no small protection.
"Then the tale of Vaniel's curse is true?" Talia was amazed. "Sorrows does protect the kingdom, but how?"
"I wish I knew,"
Carol replied, musing half to himself.
"They knew things, those old ones, that we've forgotten or lost. They had magic then, real magic, and not our mind magic. The truth spell is just about all we have left of that. Vaniel's curse is as strong in Sorrows as the day he cast it with his dying breath. Nothing that intends ill to this kingdom or the people in it lives more than 5 minutes there. I've seen some of the results with my own eyes. I used to ride northern myself back in the days when I was still riding circuits and not Seneschal's herald. I've seen bandits impaled on branches as if on thrown spears. I've seen outlaws who starved to death, buried to their waist in rock-hard earth as if it opened beneath their feet, then closed on them like a trap. What's more, and this is what was more frightening than the other things, I've seen barbarian raiders, dead without a mark on them, but their faces twisted into an expression of complete and utter terror. I don't know what it was that happened to them, but my guess is that they were truly frightened to death."
Talia shook her head wonderingly. "It's hard to believe. How can a curse know someone's intent?"
"I can't explain it, and neither can any of the old chronicles. It's true, nevertheless. You or I or any of the people of the sector can walk that forest totally without fear. A baby could walk through there totally unharmed, because even the forest predators leave humans alone in Sorrows. Well, that's the only anomalous thing about the area. The religion is fairly ordinary. The people follow the lady as Astera of the stars and the god as Kernos of the northern lights. There's no anti-woman prejudice. In fact, because of Sorrows, we often have females riding circuit there alone. The herald you're replacing is a woman, in point of fact. You may know her. She was 2-year groups ahead of you, Destria."
"Destria? Havens, she isn't badly hurt, is she? What happened?"
"The injury is fairly serious, but not life-threatening. She was trying to rescue 6 children during a flood. It's a hard land, Talia. That's the main problem with it, and broke both legs.
Thank the goddess for companions.
Amen to that. Without hers, she'd have lain in sleet-borne water for hours, probably died of exposure. No, Destria's Sophie managed to get not only her herald, but all the children to safety. All's well there, except for the injury. So, that's the gist of the situation, and as I said, I apologize for the short notice. I hope you don't mind too much.
Not at all, sir, Talia replied. After all, I had even less notice when I was chosen, didn't I?
Good for you, Kirill chuckled. Well now, we come to the reason why I asked you to come here, instead of meeting you for lunch, or asking you to meet with both Chris and myself to be told about this. I'm sure you realized a long time ago that there were things we wouldn't teach you until you got your wines. What I'm about to show you is the best-kept secret of the heraldic circle. Haven't you ever wondered why all heralds are required to become archers?
I never thought about it, she confessed, looking puzzled. It does seem a little odd, now that you mention it. We don't fight with the royal archers in battle. When we do fight, it's mostly sword or hand-to-hand. We usually don't have to hunt to feed ourselves right in circuit. We carry supplies or depend on the shelters. So why do we have to learn bow?
So that you have an excuse to carry arrows wherever you go, Kirill replied. Not everyone has the kind of mind reach I have. Lady knows things would be much simpler if they did, because there are plenty of times when the ordinary means of passing information wouldn't do at all. We have to have a foolproof, unambiguous method of passing simple messages, but it has to be impervious to tampering. That's why the arrow code was developed, and thus far no one has broken it. And it all starts with this.
With skillful and practiced fingers, he carefully broke barbs from the fletchings of a plain white arrow he pulled from the quiver. Talia could see that he was being very precise about which barbs he broke from which fletchings. Yet when he was through, it looked as if the arrow had simply been handled too roughly. So that's why all our arrows are fletched with mud-gannet feathers, Talia said, enlightened.
Right. They're nowhere near as suitable as goose, but the barbs are so thick, heavy and regular, it's possible to have the fletching on every arrow we carry absolutely identical, and it's possible to literally count barbs for the code. Now, this is my pattern. It's registered here among the secret records, and even there, it's in an encrypted form for added security. Outside of those records, only 4 people know it: the Queen, the Seneschal, Elkarth, and Terran, who used to be my partner. Only the Queen, the Seneschal, and Elkarth know how to translate the ciphers we've written the patterns in, besides myself. When your internship is over, you'll be given the encryption key as part of what you need to know as Queen's Own. Only 2 people know every pattern by heart: myself and Elkarth. Now you know why one of the primary prerequisites of both our jobs is a perfect memory.
Talia smiled and bit her lip to keep from chuckling.
This pattern identifies the message carried by the color of the banding on the arrow as coming from me and no one else. Now,
he took a second arrow from the quiver and broke the barbs in a second pattern.
This is your pattern. When I'm satisfied that you can reproduce it in the dark and behind your back, I'll give you a general idea of the rest of the code.
She was slightly nonplussed to discover that Kirill meant that literally. It took several hours before she could perform that simple task without seeing the arrow she was working on, and without truly thinking about it, with a speed and accuracy that contented him. Meanwhile, the sun crept across Kirill's desk, and her stomach began reminding her that it had been a long time since her last real meal. Finally, Kirill pronounced her competent, and allowed her to give her tired fingers a rest while he explained the remainder of the code to her.
The rest of it, he told her, is a bit more complicated, although we've done our best to make the colors mnemonic to the message. Chris will drill you on the full code on your way to your sector. But in general, this is what the simple banding of one color means. White means there's nothing wrong. All is well, come ahead. It's usually used just to identify that there's another herald about and who it is. Green calls for a healer to be sent. Purple for a priest. Gray for another herald. Brown Tells the receiver to watch for a message. There's trouble, not serious, but something that requires elaboration and something that may delay the herald sending it in keeping his schedule. Blue means treachery. Yellow calls for military aid. The number of yellow bands on the arrows tells how many units, and if you send every yellow-ringed arrow you've got, and we know exactly how many you have, we know to send the entire army. Red means great danger, come with all speed. Then there's black. He paused, his eyes holding Talia's. I pray to heaven that you never have to send a black arrow, Talia. Sending any black-ringed arrow means there's been or will be death or catastrophe, and there's a variant on the code for black you should also know now rather than later. The black arrow intact, except for the fletching pattern, means total disaster, help or rescue needed. Break the arrow, send the pieces, and it reads, disaster, all hope gone, do not attempt rescue. Remove the head, and it means that the one whose pattern is in the fletching is dead. The broken arrow, the headless arrow, those can actually be of any color, so long as the fletching pattern's there. Those are the two we'll always understand, and the ones we never want to see.
Talia felt a peculiar chill thread her backbone, and suddenly the hot, sunny day seemed unaccountably gray and chill. She shook off the feeling and repeated Kirill's words back to him verbatim.
That's all there is, he said, satisfied. You're as well prepared as any of us is for his first assignment, and you're one of the best heralds the Collegium has ever turned out. You ought to do just fine, even though this is going to be a tough assignment. Good luck to you, Talia. I look forward to seeing you in another 1.5 years.
She took her leave of him, and, despite her hunger, decided it would be a good idea to hunt up Chris. The first place she looked for him, given the situation, was the tack shed. After all, he was only just in from field work. His first move should be to see that needed repairs had already been made to his companion's gear. That was exactly where he was, in company with Dirk, checking over his harness and tack. As alert as a wild thing to any hint of movement, Dirk was the first to notice her.
It's our songbird,
he said genially, favoring her with one of those smiles that was almost an embrace.
I expect you have the word, and Kirill's given you the code.
She nodded, feeling oddly shy, then searched for Roland's never-used traveling equipment. It was similar to the tack he'd worn when he'd found her, except that the bridle bells were removable and the saddle was a bit more complicated. Besides the usual girth, it had breast and rump bands like those on warrior saddles, a far larger number of the snaffles by which objects could be fastened to the skirting, and an arrangement of rings and straps that made it possible for a rider, ill, injured or unconscious perhaps, to be belted securely into his seat. Talia rarely ever bothered with saddle or bridle around the Collegium, but she knew from experience, both her own and Roland's, that it would mean a great deal in the way of comfort on a ride of more than an hour, for both of them, for her to use the saddle. And as her near-fatal escapade in the river had shown, the otherwise useless reins on the bridle had other functions than guiding her companion. Had Roland been wearing his bridle, she could have twined her arms in the reins and let him tow her to shore, for instance.
Everything in good order?
Chris asked. She nodded an affirmative, feeling awkward and tongue-tied now that she was less than 24 hours away from a long journey spent mostly in his company.
Chris and I haven't taken care of requisitioning your supplies yet,
Dirk said, giving her an encouraging, lopsided grin, as if he sensed how she was feeling.
We were waiting for you to catch up with us.
We? Chris lifted an eyebrow at his partner.
What's this we all about? She happens to be my trainee, you know. And who's the one who can't ever remember how many furlongs it is to a sector, and whether or not you need high-energy rations, or even where he's going half the time? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know of anybody answering that description.
Chris grinned. Dirk heaved a heavy sigh.
No gratitude, that's what it is. All right, Sievehead, let's you and your trainee get over to the quartermaster and show her how it's done.
They arranged themselves with Talia walking between them, and strolled out of the collegium area of the palace to the area reserved for the guard. That is, they strolled. Talia had to stretch her legs no small amount to keep up with them. All the time she was constantly aware of the little, warm, sidelong glances Dirk kept throwing at her when he thought she wasn't watching. She wasn't used to being under such intense scrutiny, and it made her a little, not uneasy, precisely. Unsettled was perhaps the better word. Like the heralds, the guard had their own area of the palace. Although they had nothing that was quite like the collegium, they did have a training center and a communal barracks, as well as officers' quarters, and they maintained a number of small rooms as offices. Since the needs of the heralds and the guard were quite similar in some areas of supply, the quartermaster of the guard also dispensed initial supplies to outbound heralds. Any other supplies were taken care of at special resupply stations in the field. The offices of the guard were entered by a door directly under the shadow of the wall that encircled the entire palace collegium complex. There were a dozen or more officers seated at desks literally crammed together in the relatively small room, all busy with piles of paperwork. But Chris and Dirk seemed to know exactly where they were going. Talia followed as they threaded their way through the maze, while the officers, whose work they inadvertently disturbed, gave them either glares or friendly winks. Their goal was a desk at the very rear, whose occupant, a grizzled old veteran, looked rather out of place among the younger, obviously town-bred officers. He seemed to be hard at his paperwork, but looked up and grinned broadly at the sight of them.
"What, you tired of our faces already?" he jeered. "Or is it you've got somebody's daddy t'would like to see if heralds bleed red?"
"Neither, you old pirate," Chris replied. "We've got a gap to fill up north, and Kirill, in his infinite wisdom, has decreed that we're best suited to fill it."
The man's face grew serious.
"I didna hear the bell."
"Relax, Leverous, it wasn't fatal,"
Dirk assured him.
"A pair of broken legs, or so I'm told. Talia, this is Leverous. He's the quartermaster of the guard, and as such, those of us on circuit see a lot of him."
The wizened man stood, took her hand like a courtier, and bowed gracefully over it.
"'Tis a pleasure,"
he said gravely, while Talia blushed.
"And a privilege. Ye be Queen's own, I'm thinking."
"Absolutely right," Chris said, corners of his mouth twitching. "She's my internee."
"Oh, so?"
Leverous let go of Talia's hand, rested both hands on his hips, and gave him a stern look.
"Ye'll not be trying any of your seducing tricks on her, my lad, or if I come to hear of it."
Now it was Chris's turn to blush, and Dirk's to hide a grin. Talia decided to come to his rescue. "Herald Kirill surely wouldn't have assigned us together if he thought there was any harm in the pairing," she pointed out, "and this is duty, not a pleasure jaunt."
"Well, and that's true,"
he admitted reluctantly, seating himself again.
"So, what sector?"
"North Border Sorrows 2, Chris told him. "And since we won't be meeting the outgoing herald, we'll need the whole kit."
"By tomorrow, I suppose, and you'll be wanting the special rations. You might give a man some morning next time," he grumbled, but there was a twinkle in his eye.
"Sure, Leverous. We'll make certain to schedule our broken legs from now on, and make certain it's convenient for you."
"See that you do, then."
He chuckled, then pulled out a half-dozen forms, and had Chris and Talia sign them all. That done, he shooed them out the way they had come.
"That's all there is to it,"
Chris said, as they returned to the collegium side.
"They'll have everything we'll need ready for us in the morning. Provided Herald Sluggard can be persuaded to rise that early," Dirk grinned. "Now that you've checked over your harness, all you need to do is pack your personal things," Chris continued, ignoring him. "Keep in mind that where we're going it gets cold sooner than here, stays that way for longer, and the cold is more intense. The leaves are already falling up there, though they've just started to turn here. We'll plan on staying mostly in way stations near the villages. We won't want to get too far from other people if we can help it." "Nevertheless," Dirk warned both of them, You'd better also plan on having to spend several nights alone in the wilderness. I lived in that area. You didn't. The villages are far apart, and winter storms can spring up out of nowhere. You may get caught without a way station near, so pack the emergency supplies. If you don't use them, there's no harm done, but if you need them, you'll be glad you have them. Plan for the worst possible snow you've ever seen, then overplan. Yes, oh, Greybeard.
Chris made a face at him.
Holy stars, Dirk. I visited with your family up there often enough. The way you're fussing, you'd think both of us were green as grass and totally untrained. Talia's no high-born, fragile flower. She's a borderer, too, even if she's from farther south than you. Well, better I should remind you needlessly. Stow it and rope it down, Grantha. We'll be fine. Anyone would think you're my keeper, not my partner.
Now Chris cast a sly, sidelong glance at Talia, who was feeling distinctly uncomfortable.
Or is it someone else you're worrying about?
From the surprise on Chris's face, even he hadn't expected the blush that reddened Dirk's ears.
Look,
Dirk said hastily,
I just don't want you two to get into any trouble. You owe me for too many lost bets, and I'd rather not have to try to collect from your Lord Father. Is there anything else you'd like advice for, Talia?
No, she stammered. I don't think so, anyway. I thank you both. I'd better get back to my quarters and pack.
Don't forget, take nothing but whites,
Dirk called after her.
You're on duty every minute in the field, and nothing fancy. It'll only get ruined.
He needn't have said that about nothing fancy, she thought a little resentfully. After all, I'm not some silly town-bred chit. And then she wondered for a fleeting instant why his good opinion of her should seem so important. Dismissing the thought from her mind, she ran back up the tower stairs and ransacked her wardrobe, laying everything white she could find on the bed. That way she wouldn't overlook a tunic or other article that she might find herself in need of out in the field. She packed nothing but the doeskin, with the summer and winter changes both, but she packed every stitch of those she had. Though from the way Dirk talks, she thought wryly, you'd think it never got warm up there. She added a repair kit for leather and one for harness, and then for good measure added a sealed pot of glue, just in case. There'd been times enough back on the holding when she was on sheep watch that she'd needed a pot of glue and not had one to hand. She packed her sewing kit and a brick of hard, concentrated soap, the special kind that you needed for use on whites to keep them pristine, just in case it ever became necessary to do her own repairs and cleaning of her clothing. Certainly the village laundry people normally tended those jobs, but you never knew. She added a small metal traveling lamp and extra wicks because she'd never seen a lamp in the way stations, and if they stayed more than one night, lamplight was easier on the eyes than firelight. Then her personal gear, her weapons, a precious book or two, some writing supplies. Her bedroll was next, and all the extra blankets she could find. With them, 2 extra towels besides the others she carried, and a pair of thick sheepskin slippers. Roland's gear was all with his tack, but just the same she packed a vial of ferrous oil. He liked it. It was good for his hooves and coat and kept the insects away. Even when she'd packed everything as compactly as she could, it still bulked distressingly large. She stared at the clumsy packs in near despair, trying to think of something she dared leave behind. Chris would surely think she was an idiot for wanting to bring all this stuff. "Good packing job," Karen said from the open door behind her. "I intended to come up here and help you cut down on the flotsam, but it looks like I'm not needed."
"Is that meant ironically or seriously?" Talia asked, turning to greet the more experienced Herald with relief.
"Oh, seriously. My counselor made me repack 3 times for my interning trip, and I never did get my packs down that small. I kept thinking of things I was sure I'd miss. Know what? I ended up sending most of them back here."
"But how is Roland ever going to carry all this, the supply pack and me too?"
"Easy, you won't have to. You'll each have a pack beast, probably a mule. Well, maybe not. You're going north. They may give you chirras. Didn't anybody tell you that? You're riding circuit, not carrying messages, so you don't need speed.
You can easily hold your speed down to match your pack beasts without sacrificing anything."
Talia heaved a sigh of relief. "Nobody told me. Chris either assumed that I knew or left it out deliberately to keep me from overpacking."
"Well, don't go crazy now that you know," Karen warned.
"I won't. In fact, other than begging a couple more blankets and a pillow from supply, packing all 3 pairs of my boots, and adding a bit more in the way of towels and soap and the like, there's only one thing more I want to add." Talia tucked her 3rd pair of boots into a pack, tied it shut, and turned to the hearth corner. There, where she'd left her last night, still in her carrying case, was My Lady. She opened the case, detuned the strings for safety in traveling, and added her to the pile.
"Good notion," Karen said. "You may be snowbound at any time, and that'll keep you from tearing out each other's throats from boredom. Not only that, folks up there seldom see a bard except in summer. You'll be like gifts from the gods."
"Karen,
Talia suddenly had a lump in her throat. Now it came home to her. She was leaving the only place that had ever felt like home, and the only friends she'd ever had.
I'll miss you."
Karen reached out and hugged her shoulders.
"Don't you worry, you'll be fine, I know you will. Chris is a good lad,
If a bit too conscious of his own good looks.
Little centaur, I'll miss you too, but
Don't you dare cry," she warned, caught between a chuckle and a tear, "or I'll start. Come on, we've just enough time to catch the end of supper, and you must be ready to chew harness." Supper was rather subdued. Nearly everyone had long since eaten and gone, and of those that were left, Talia really knew only Karen well. Talia kept glancing around her, realizing how much she was going to miss this place that had been her first real home. She had expected that Karen would leave her afterward, but to her surprise the older woman insisted that she come with her to Karen's rooms. She was even more surprised when Karen insisted Talia precede her through the door. Then she saw who was waiting for them there. Almost more people than would fit into the room. Elkarth, Sherry, Jerry, Skiff, Terran, even Albrick. Devon made a brilliant patch of green among the whites in his healer's robes. The students were well represented by Elspeth. Karen pushed her into the room from behind as she hesitated on the threshold.
"You really didn't think we'd let you go without a proper goodbye, did you?"
Skiff teased, as Talia stared in dumb amazement. "Besides, I know you. You were all set to mope away your last night here alone. Goose, well, we're not having any of that." Since that was exactly what she'd expected to be doing, Talia blushed rose pink, then stuck her tongue out at him. Skiff, knowing very well how prone Talia was to isolating herself just when she needed others the most, had accosted Karen as soon as the news of Talia's assignment had gotten to him. The two of them had put their heads together and quickly put together this little fare-thee-well party, designed to keep her from falling into a last-minute melancholy. When Skiff saw the expression on Talia's face as she'd realized what they'd done, he felt more than repaid for his effort. He did his level best the whole evening to project how much his little sister meant to him, knowing she'd pick it up. The warmth in her eyes made him feel that he'd at least begun to give her an honest return for the help she'd given him last night. In some ways, he was just as glad now that they'd never become lovers, for there was nothing that could have been more satisfying in the long run than the open, loving relationship they had instead. He had more than a suspicion that she felt the same.
"So, Songbird, how about a tune or 3?
While it wasn't precisely as festive as the celebration the night before had been, everything had been geared to setting her mind at rest and making her feel confident about the morrow. Each of them, with the exception of Devon and Elspeth, had faced the same moment, and each knew some way to make the prospect a positive one. There was a great deal of laughter, plenty of absurd stories, and a palpable aura of caring. They sent her off to bed in good time to get a full night's sleep, and she left with a smile on her face. Chris answered the tap on his door late that evening, expecting to see Dirk. In fact, he'd already gotten out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, figuring that his partner wouldn't let the evening pass without coming by for a farewell drink and chat. He got a fair shock to find his uncle,
the councillor Lord Orthalin standing in the dim hallway instead. He managed to stammer out a surprised greeting, which Orthalin took as an invitation to enter. The silver-haired, velvet-robed noble wore a grave expression on his still handsome, square-jawed face, so Chris had more than a faint suspicion that his visit was not just to bid farewell to his nephew. He directed his uncle to the most comfortable chair in the room, and supplied him with the glass of wine intended for Dirk before taking the chair opposite him. "Well, uncle?" he said, deciding he was too tired to dance diplomatically around the subject. "What brings you here? I know it wasn't just to bid me a fond farewell." Orthalin raised one eyebrow at his bluntness. "I understand you have the new Queen's Own as your internee." Chris shrugged. "It's no secret." "How well do you know her?" "Not at all," he admitted. "I've seen her twice, worked with her once. She seems nice enough, quite well balanced, all told. Her gift is an odd one, but that is exactly what is worrying me." Orthalin all but pounced on the opening. "Her gift. From all anyone has been able to tell me, it is a very unusual one for a herald, much less the Queen's Own. It seems to be one that the heralds themselves know very little about, and I'm not entirely happy that an inexperienced child should be in her position with a power so out of the ordinary." "Roland chose her," Chris replied warily. "That should be proof enough that she's capable of handling it." "Yes, but emotions. It's such a volatile area. No black and white there, only grey. There are rumours in the court, such as that she has fostered an unnatural dependence in the air. After all, the child is vulnerable to that sort of thing. It was her unnatural dependence on that foreign nurse, Hulda, that led to her nearly being disallowed in the first place. And there are other rumours." Chris bit back an angry retort. Best hear his uncle out. "Go on." "That Talia has used her power to influence the council. You can imagine for yourself how easy that would be. If a councillor were wavering, it would be very easy to nudge his emotions, make him feel happier about one side or the other, or not even that, simply sense that he is wavering and use that knowledge to persuade him in a more ordinary fashion. By knowing how councillors stood, it would make it quite simple for her to manipulate them just by tone of voice. That's absurd. No herald would ever use her gift in any such fashion." "So I have maintained," Orthalin replied smoothly. "But the only others gifted with empathy are the healers. Healers put it to very specific and humanitarian use. There is no corresponding protocol of use among heralds, and, nephew, what if she truly were not aware she was using her abilities? These powers are not material properties one can weigh or measure or hold in one's hand. What if she were doing this sort of thing without even realizing it?" Chris felt as if he had been hit with a pail of cold water. I suppose it's just barely possible. I don't think it's at all likely, but I can't dismiss the notion out of hand." Orthalin rose, a satisfied smile creasing his lips. "That is what I hoped you would tell me. I'm counting on you, nephew, to lay these phantoms of doubt to rest. You'll be with her night and day for the next 18 months, and I'm sure you will be able to tell me on your return that all these rumours are no more than smoke." "I'm sure I will, Uncle," Chris replied, letting him out, but not at all sure in his own mind. It was just false dawn when Talia woke, and she dressed as quickly as she could, discovering that someone had left a breakfast tray for her outside her door. She had only just finished it when a guardsman tapped discreetly on the doorframe, explaining that he was there to help her carry her packs down. With his aid, she managed to get everything down to the tack shed in one trip. Bright light from oil lamps along the wall dazzled her eyes as she entered. Waiting in the very center was Roland. His harness was piled beside him.
Next to him was a second companion stallion, and Talia could see Chris's legs behind him as she and the guard approached. Tethered beside the strange companion were two most unusual pack animals. Talia had never seen churras before except in pictures, for their heavy coats made summer at the Collegium far too uncomfortable for them. Rather than keep them there, the Circle had a northern farm where they were bred and stabled, and only brought them down on rare occasions like this. Had this been within the normal order of things, they would have taken mules from the Collegium stables for the first part of the journey. Then they would have met the Herald they were replacing at the edge of her sector, and exchanged their mules for her churras. Talia discovered that pictures and descriptions were inadequate to convey the charm of the northern beasts. The churras were as tall at the shoulder as a horse, but a much longer neck put their heads on a level with the head of a human on horseback. Instead of hooves, they had dog-like clawed feet, except that the feet were almost round and far bigger than Talia would have expected from the overall size of the animal. Both churras were creamy white with black markings. One had a little cap-like spot on the top of its head, and a matching saddle marking on its back. The other had a collar of black fur that ran around its throat and down its chest. Their ears were large, resembling rabbit ears, but rounder, with tips that flopped over. Their ears were set on the tops of their skulls and faced forward. Their faces were vaguely rabbit-like. Their brown eyes were very large, gentle, and intelligent. When Talia approached them with her hand held out to them, they scrutinized her closely, then politely took turns wuffling her palm. Chris was already halfway through his inspection of the beasts and their gear. "Kind of cute, aren't they? Anybody ever tell you how they manage to live through those blizzards? They've got 3 layers of fur," he said, bent over and adjusting the girth of the pack harness, half hidden by the churra's bulk. "The outermost is long and coarse, and pretty much waterproof. Even frost won't form on it. The middle layer is shorter, and not quite so coarse. The inner layer is what they shed every year. It's dense, very soft and fine, and is what does most of the work of keeping them warm. We'll have to groom them very carefully every night to keep all that fur from getting matted, or they'll lose the warming and waterproofing effect." "Why are their feet so big?"
"To hold them up on the snow. They'll be able to walk on snow crusts that the companions will break right through."
He moved to the front of his and picked up its forefoot while it whiffled his hair.
"Look here. See all the hair between the toes? If you think their feet look big now, wait till they spread them out on snow. You'd think that hair wouldn't make any difference, but it does, like the webbing on snowshoes. I much prefer churras over mules in any kind of climate that they can tolerate. They've got sweet tempers and they're really quite intelligent. If a mule balks, you can't tell half the time if he's being stubborn or if there's really something wrong. A churra never balks unless there's something wrong."
The churra next to Talia stretched out his neck and nudged her hand, obviously wanting to be petted. "How much can they carry?" she asked, complying by scratching behind the churra's ears. It sighed happily and closed its eyes in content.
"Almost half their own weight. As good or better than a mule. Well, look at the packs they're bringing now, and you can see."
Talia was astonished at the size of the pack the stable hands were loading on the churra she was scratching. It didn't seem the least bit uncomfortable. Chris looked it over, then eyed the packs Talia had brought down from her room.
"They've left enough leeway for you to load those on him as well, Talia. Don't worry, he's smart. If it's going to be more than he can carry, he'll just lie down until we lighten the load."
To her relief, the churra showed no sign of wanting to lie down after her packs had been strapped on top of the supplies. Chris saw to the distribution of the rest of the supplies and his own belongings, while Talia made sure the churra's harness was firm but comfortable, with nothing twisted or binding. She harnessed Roland herself, then double-checked her work and asked him in an undertone, "You don't mind traveling with these beasties, do you?" He seemed pleased that she had asked the question, but conveyed the impression that he was quite pleased with the pack beasts. Without words, Talia got the distinct impression that the churras, sporting those thick, warm coats, would be more than welcome company on cold winter nights. She fastened the lead rope of the churra to the back of Roland's saddle and mounted. Chris mounted a fraction of a second later. "Ready?" he asked.
"As ready as any attorney, I guess."
"Then let's go."
Chapter 4. Chris took the lead. They had to go single file in the city. Talia and Roland followed his chura out of the gates of the courtyard, past the Collegium and palace buildings, gray and silent in the early morning light, then down the cobblestoned road to the iron gates leading to city streets themselves, the road she'd ridden up 5.5 years previously. She looked back over her shoulder for a last glimpse of the dear, familiar stone buildings, and wondered what she'd be like when she saw them again. The guard at the gate let them out. It was scarcely an hour until dawn, and the streets were not yet crowded. They followed the long spiral outward, passing first through the residential areas that were nearest the palace, huge buildings belonging to the highest ranked of the nobly born, some nearly rivaling the size of Bardic or Healer's Collegium, though not that of the palace itself. Then crowded far more closely together, the homes of the rich, merchants and craftsmen and guild officials. Unlike the palace and the edifices of the nobles, which were the same gray granite as the city walls, these buildings were wooden. Since land within the walls was at a premium, they crowded so closely the eaves touched, and when there was a need to expand, the only direction to take was up, which sometimes produced some very strange results. Most of these houses had been constructed of iron oak, a wood nearly as tough and indestructible as steel, but that was where any similarity among them ended. They had been built to some highly individual styles, and often had been added to in years and styles varying wildly from the original. Had the spiraling main street not been wide enough for 3 carriages, it would never have gotten any sun. Riding through this district so early in the morning was rather like riding down a canyon with sides carved in the most fantastic of shapes. Talia had to fight to keep from giggling as she passed some of these houses, for Skiff, to keep his hand in, or so he claimed, had often paid uninvited visits to the upper stories of some of these places. He'd usually left unsigned notes to be found later, chiding the owners for their lack of security. That was one prank the provost marshal would never have forgiven him if it had been discovered. After the street took a sharp right-angle turn, the purely residential district came to an end. Now the lower stories of the buildings were devoted to shops and the workplaces of fine craftsmen or offices, with an occasional expensive hostelry. The upper floors were comprised of apartments or lodgings. At this point they began encountering what little traffic there was this early in the morning. Nearly the only people about were the farmers who had brought their produce into market, for the only city folk moving were those who were buying fresh supplies for their inns. Talia and Chris were able to move at a brisk pace, not having to stop for traffic more than once or twice. The streets were so quiet at this hour that they were the chief sources of sound. The ringing of the companions' hooves, the chime of their bridle bells, and the click of the chura's claws on the cobblestones. It took them nearly an hour to reach the northern gate. The farther from the center of the city they went, the less wealth was displayed. There were no slums within the old city. Those were outside the city gates, huddling against the walls as if in hopes that those sturdy stone structures might shelter them from the elements. It was in one such district that Skiff had grown up, the rather odd section along Exiles Road that led into the west. Talia had never been there. She had seldom been out of the old city, much less into the new. The one time she'd asked to be taken there, Skiff had turned white and refused. She'd never asked again. Nor would she go anywhere near that section this time, for Chris's chosen route led past the warehouses and the shipwrights, after crossing over the river just inside the old city walls and exiting through the North Point gate. Here there was no activity at all. Workers had not yet arrived, and deliveries to the warehouses had yet to be made. So once again they rode in silence, after a sleepy guardswoman waved them on their way. Beyond the gate, the
the road widened and changed from stone to that odd substance that wasn't stone and wasn't clay. Talia hadn't thought about it in years, but it occurred to her now to wonder just what it was that paved some of the roadways of this kingdom. "Chris," she called, and he motioned to her to ride up alongside him, now that they were out of the city. "What is this stuff?" she asked, pointing to the surface of the road. He shrugged.
"Another lost secret. Some of the roads leading to the capital are paved with it. A few all the way to the border, but any roads made later than Elspeth the Peacemaker's time are just packed gravel at best."
He saw she was looking about her with unconcealed curiosity.
"Haven't you ever been out of the city before?"
"Not very often since I was chosen," she replied, "and never in this direction."
"Didn't you even go back home for holidays?"
he asked, astonished. "My parents weren't exactly pleased with me, even, or perhaps especially, when they learned I was chosen," she replied dryly. "Not to put too fine a point upon it, they disowned me. In whole terms, that means they denied the very fact of my existence. I spent all my holidays here with Jadis while he was still alive, then with Karen and Ilsa, or with Gaith the housekeeper and Miro the collegium cook."
"You've been rather sheltered, then?"
"At the collegium, yes, except for the first year. Not at the hold, though. Know anything about Holderkin?"
"Not much," Chris admitted. "They seemed so dull. I'm afraid I've forgotten most of what I learned about them as a student."
"Whether or not it's dull depends on whether you were born male or female. Holderkin are originally from Out Kingdom, Scarcely, if you're curious. They fled from religious persecution. Their religion is based on a dominating, ruling god and a passive, submissive goddess, and the Carsites are monotheistic. That was, 2 generations ago. They are very secretive and very intent on maintaining their ways intact. Men have some choice in their lives. Women are given exactly 2 choices: serve the goddess as a cloistered, isolated votary under a vow of silence, or marry. You make that choice at the mature age of 13, or thereabouts."
13?
Chris looked aghast. "Hellfire, Chris, life is hard on the border. You ought to know that, with your partner being a borderer. There were raiders every winter I can remember. The land is stony and hard to farm. Holderkin don't believe in going to healers, so a lot of simple injuries and illnesses end in death. If you're not wedded by 15, you may not leave any offspring, and they need every working hand they can get."
"You sound like you enjoyed that kind of life, like you approve of it."
Chris was plainly astonished by her attitude. "I hated it," she said flatly. "I hated every minute that I didn't spend reading or daydreaming. Roland's choosing me was the only thing that saved me from a forced marriage with some stranger picked out by my father. I think that the way they confine themselves, their children, and most especially their minds, is something approaching a crime. But most of the older folk I knew seemed content, even happy, and I have no right to judge for them."
"Fine, you won't judge for them, but what about others who are unhappy as you were, with no Roland to rescue them?"
"A good point. And fortunately for those would-be rebels, one Elkarth and Selene thought of after hearing my story. The older folk got their land grants on condition that they obey the Queen and the laws of this kingdom. Shortly after I arrived at the collegium, Selene had a law passed through the council that heralds must be allowed free access to children at all times, in order that they can be certain that the children of this kingdom are properly educated in our laws, history, and traditions. Heralds whose gift is thought sense and go right into the holdings now. Anyone willing to sacrifice family ties and stand in as I did is free to leave with them, and they make sure the unhappy ones know this. The amazing thing to me is that there was very little objection to the practice after the initial outrage died down. I suppose the Hold elders are only too pleased that their potential troublemakers are leaving on their own." Chris seemed a bit bemused.
"I can't imagine why anyone would not want to leave conditions like that."
Talia shook her head sadly, remembering. It wasn't quite true that she hadn't gone back to the Hold. She had, once, last year. She'd gone back in the hopes of rescuing her sister Vrissa, to discover Vriss had changed past all recognition. Vriss was a first wife now, with status, and 3 underwives to rule. She'd regarded Talia as if she were a demon. When she thought Talia wasn't looking, she'd made holy signs against her. In point of fact, she looked and acted enough like Keldar, the first wife who'd done her best to break Talia's rebellious spirit, to have been Keldar's younger self. She not only didn't want rescue, she'd been horrified by the idea. "Chris, it's not my choice to make," she answered wearily. "It's theirs. All that I care about is that the ones like me now have the option I didn't have before I was chosen. To escape." Chris looked at her with curiosity.
Just when I think I have you neatly categorized, you say or do something that turns it all upside down again. I'd have bet that you'd have been willing to lead an army into the holds to free the women, given the chance.
"Maybe when I didn't know as much about people as I do now," she sighed. They rode on in silence. The sun rose on their right, turning the sky pink, rose, and blue, casting long shadows across their path from the buildings. Before long they had passed beyond the edge of the new city, and there was nothing before them but the occasional farmhouse. Cows were gathering outside barns, lowing to be milked. Now they saw people working, and a light breeze carried to them the smell of cut grain and drying hay, and the sounds of birds and farm beasts.
"Tell me about yourself," Chris said finally. "When you're tired of talking, I'll tell you about me. Start with what it was like on the hold, before you were chosen."
"It's boring," she cautioned him.
"Maybe, but it's part of you. As your counselor, I need to know about you."
He did his best to keep his opinions to himself while she talked, but he frequently looked surprised by some of what she told him, and actually horrified once or twice. He had, she thought, a hard time conceiving of a culture so alien to his own, so confining and repressive. Talia herself spoke in a kind of detached tone. She felt very distant from the Holderkin and all they meant now. She could think of them without much animosity, as something foreign. It was noon when she finally grew tired of explaining Hold customs to Chris. She paused for a long drink from her water skin, suddenly aware that her mouth was very dry, and said firmly, "I think I've talked enough."
"More than that, it's time to break for lunch," he replied. "While we keep to this pace, the churras can go on indefinitely, so whether or not we break depends on whether or not we want to take a rest from riding. How are you feeling?"
"Like I'd like to get off for a while," she admitted. "It's been a long, long time since I spent this many hours riding."
"I'm glad you said that."
His answering smile was completely ingenuous and quite charming.
"I'm not at all fond of eating in the saddle, unless there's no choice. As soon as I spot a place where we can water the churras and our companions, we'll take a rest."
They found a way station within the half hour. This one was watered by a well rather than a stream. They took turns hauling up enough water to satisfy the 4-footed members of the party, then tethered the churras so that both companions and churras could graze for a bit while they ate their own lunch. They ate in silence, and Chris seemed to be in no great hurry to move on afterward. He lay back in the soft grass instead, thoughts evidently elsewhere, though he glanced over at Talia once or twice. Chris was worried, though he was taking pains not to show it. His uncle's words kept coming back to him, and he could not, in all conscience, dismiss them. He'd made a number of assumptions about his trainee, most of them based on her apparent youth and inexperience, and now what she'd told him seemed to indicate that she was anything but inexperienced and certainly was not the simple creature he'd pictured to himself. This child, no, woman. He began to wonder now if she'd ever had anything like a childhood, as he knew the meaning of the term, had been functionally the Queen's own long before she ever attained her whites. But she was so tiny, and so guileless, and so very innocent-seeming that you forgot all about that, and tended to think of her as much younger than she really was. He didn't think any of that surface was a deliberate act, but he also couldn't tell what lay below the surface either. Was she capable of the kind of deliberate misuse of her gift that Orthalin had described?
"I've got to ask you a question," he said at last. "And please, I don't mean this as any kind of insult. There are some rather unpleasant rumors circulating the court, and I'd like to know the truth. Have you ever used your gift to influence Elspeth?"
Her reaction was far more violent than he would have expected.
"No!"
she shouted, sitting bolt upright and actually startling companions and Churras into shying.
"How can you even think such a thing?"
Her eyes were hot with anger, her face as white as her uniform. He met that angry gaze as best he could, acutely aware of how still it was, of the grass under his hands, of the sun on his head.
"It's a rumor. I told you. I have to know."
"I have never, I would never, do anything like that to anyone. The whole idea is perverted," she choked. "Damn it, I knew there had to be some odd things being said about me. I mean, I could tell. People were acting very strangely when they thought I wasn't looking. But this, it's disgusting. Does Elspeth know about this?"
"Not so far as I know."
He broke off at the sudden, pained look she gave him. She rose to her feet abruptly.
I've got to go back. I can't leave her to face that alone."
"That's just what you can't do,"
he said, jumping up and catching hold of both her arms.
"Don't you see? If you did that, you'd just be confirming the idea in people's heads. Besides, you've been given an assignment and a set of orders. It's not up to you to decide whether or not you're going to obey them."
She buried her face in her hands for a moment. When she took her hands away, he could see her fighting to exert control over herself.
"All right,"
she said, sinking back to the ground.
"You're right. You said that there were other rumors. What are they?"
"That you've been using your gift to influence other people, specifically councillors, on crucial votes. The kindest version of that rumor says that you're not doing it consciously, that you don't realize you're doing it."
"Good God. How am I supposed to answer that one?"
Chris didn't have an adequate reply, so he continued.
"Another rumor is that you're using your gift just to read people, then using the knowledge of their emotional state to manipulate them into doing what you want."
Goddess, that's almost close to the truth.
Again, the kindest version is that you don't realize that you're doing it. People are frightened. Your gift isn't one they've seen outside of a healer. Mind speakers have an ethical code they understand, but this?
So far as I know, there is no ethical code, she said, and looked up at him.
Her eyes were full of a pain he didn't understand, and a confusion he wished he could resolve.
Is that all?
Isn't it enough? They say you're young, you're inexperienced, some say too young to be in the position of power that you are, and to be wielding such a strange mind gift.
As if, she replied bitterly, I have any choice in the matter.
And she did not speak to him again until long after they had mounted up and gotten back on the North Road. Chris bore with her lack of communication up to a point, but finally decided to try and break the deadlock himself. He mind-touched Tantris, asking him to move in closer to Roland until he and Talia were almost knee to knee.
"Just exactly how does your gift work?" he asked, unwilling to bear the tense silence.
I feel emotions the way far speakers hear words, she replied, after turning in her saddle to give him a sober look, one that seemed to be weighing him for some quality. If the emotions are connected with something strongly enough, I see that. If they're twisted or wrong, or very negative, sometimes I can fix them, like a healer with a wound. Ilse said it's a pretty rare gift to see crop up alone, that it's usually tied up with the healing gifts, as you know.
Interesting, he replied as casually as he could. So that's how you were able to lead me to where Ilse died. Most heralds are mind-speakers, you know, and most of the rest are farseers, like me. Only a few of us have odd gifts, like yours and Dirk's, and Griffin's. Brr, that's one I wouldn't want.
The The sun lost some of its warmth for him as he thought of the demonstration Griffin and Dirk had given him. Fire starting is a terrible burden, and it's so easy for the power to get out of control, and when it does, well, you end up with barrens like at Burning Pines. And it isn't really useful at all except as a weapon. I hope his being born with it now doesn't mean something. Heralds with the really odd gifts tend to appear when there's going to be a need for them. The last Firestarter was Lavan Firestorm, and you know what his era was like. He flushed, beginning to realize that he was pontificating, but damn, he wanted to get her mind off the rumors so she'd act normally again. Sorry, I tend to get carried away when I start discussing gifts. It's a hobby of mine, one I share with Kirill. It's fascinating to see what kinds of gifts we have and to try and see if there are patterns. Really? She perked up a little, a bit more color coming into her cheeks. Has anybody else ever had my kind of gift before? Not that I'm aware of among the heralds, but I must admit that I've only looked into the gifts of living heralds, or the really spectacular ones of the past. I can't say that I've ever heard of that ability to heal the mind, except in a true healer, but it wouldn't surprise me much to discover that this one's the gift that distinguishes the Queen's Own from the rest of us, and you seem to have it mostly by itself, and maybe much stronger even than in healers. Probably the others have had it, but not so strongly that anyone noticed it. Nobody seems to have made a study of the monarch's own, not like they have with the more ordinary gifts. And now that I think about it, your primary job is to ensure the mental stability of the monarch. An ability, like the one you have, could come in very useful if something really went wrong. He was doing his best to imply that he believed her, that he was certain the rumors weren't true. He only wished that he really could be that certain. I can see that. She was silent, and seemed to be thinking hard. Late afternoon sun was gilding everything, and the early breeze had died. The Chura's eyes were half closed in the drowsy warmth, and the few sounds to either side of them were those of farm workers cutting hay and grain, and insects droning in the grass. So, you see and Dirk fetches. Right. That's why we work together and generally don't ride sectors except when we're short-handed, the way we have been lately. To put it bluntly, we're Selene's thieves. He laughed a little. If I know what I'm looking for, I can generally find where it is from several miles away. More if I get a ride, like I got from you. Once I know exactly where it is and can fix the location in my mind, Dirk can read the location to fetch whatever it is where we happen to be. That's how he retrieved Ilsa's arrows. That seems to be a lot harder than it sounds. Rather wearing too from the little I've seen. Gods, that's an understatement. In a lot of ways, it would be less tiring to run on foot to where it is, get it, and run back. And the heavier the object, the more difficult it is to fetch. We haven't tried anything much larger than a building brick, and that gave him a reaction headache that lasted for a week. I was pretty surprised when he had enough energy left to carry you to your room after retrieving those arrows. Uh-huh. She seemed pleased that it had been Dirk who had cared for her. A mystery solved. I've wondered about that for the last 2 years. So he was the one. He was like a hen with one chick, wouldn't let me do more than trail along, and I was in better shape than he. Said that with all those girls in his family, he knew better than I did what to do with a sick one. Can he work with anyone but you? We don't know. He's never tried, since he gets such a good fix from me. Probably, though. One farseer's a lot like another. How long have you two been working together? She asked curiously. Since we both got our whites. That was another year they were short-handed, and sent us both out to intern with the same counselor, Jarek. Well, you know Jarek, he's absent-minded. He left a small but valuable ring at one of the way stations. It was the Queen's gift to one of the guildmasters. Rather than spend 2 hours going back for it, Dirk offered to try fetching it. I looked for it, found it had rolled under the bed while we were packing, and gave Dirk the location. That was when we discovered that I gave him the clearest fix he'd ever had to work from. He fetched the ring, no problem. We started working as a team, and we've been doing things that way ever since. It's just that you seem so unlike each other. I find it hard to imagine you two staying together. Chris laughed, pleased to have gotten onto a safe subject. You might be surprised. Underneath that jester mask he wears, Dirk's a very serious gentleman. And we have pretty much the same taste in music, reading, even food. And women, she teased. Well, that, too, he admitted with a reluctant smile. And it's really pretty unfair. Poor Dirk. It doesn't matter if he finds the lady first. Once she's seen me, she usually goes all sisterly on him. He's mostly pretty good-natured about it, but if I were in his shoes, I'd be damned annoyed. Well, he knows you can't help it. You were born looking like an angel, and he... Well, he wasn't, and that's all there is to say. It's still not fair. You'd think that at least one woman would figure out that Dirk the man is worth 10 faces like mine. I expect someday someone will, Talia replied noncommittally, avoiding his eyes. Where is he from? Her reply was just a bit too casual. Her attempt at nonchalance immediately set off mental alerts in Chris's mind, especially following all those questions about his partner. Part of him followed up on the puzzle while he answered her question. He had a very faint suspicion, too tenuous to be even a guess. It was rather like trying to remember a name he'd forgotten. It would probably take a while before he had enough information to make a surmise, but now he'd be subconsciously watching for clues. The sector right next to ours, Sorrows 1. He's got a huge family up there. He used to haul me home with him for the holidays, still does when we're free. 3 of his married sisters and their families live with their parents and help run the farm. It's like a madhouse. People everywhere, babies and cats constantly underfoot. It's marvelous madness, though. They're wonderful people, and there's never a lonely or dull moment. He smiled half to himself as he recalled some of those visits, his earlier thoughts gone on the breeze. Dirk's family, they should have been gypsies, all of them crazy, and all of them delightful. He'd been looking forward to another midwinter festival with them, but it obviously wasn't going to be this year. Well, there was always another time. Talia's next question broke the strange, apprehensive chill he felt at that thought. What about you? Well, let me think. My father is Lord Peregrine. I'm the second son, but my brother is 10 years older than I am, and I have nephews and nieces that aren't much younger than you. My parents are both very wrapped up in matters of state, so I was left pretty much in the hands of my tutors back on the family estate. I think I know your father. He's one of the Seneschal's chief assistants. And your mother? She organizes the resupply of the way stations. I think she would have liked to have been a herald, but since she wasn't chosen, this is the closest she can get. Weren't there any children your own age on the estate? Not many. Their parents seemed to think mine would be angry if their offspring were allowed to contaminate me. I spent a great deal of my time reading. Like me, only you didn't have to hide to do it, she laughed. You're wrong there. My tutors seemed to think that my every waking moment should be spent learning something serious, dull, and practical. I had a hiding place up in the oldest tree in the garden. I fixed it up until it was quite impossible to see me from the ground. I smuggled my tales and poetry up there and escaped at every opportunity. A breeze that stirred the leaves of the trees lining the road to either side of them seemed to chuckle at Chris's childish escapes. Then, when I was 12, my parents took me to court. I don't think it ever entered their heads that the collegium stood on the same grounds. He smiled. Even if they'd forgotten, though, I hadn't. I hoped. But when no companion met me at the palace gate, I gave the dream up. I was supposed to be presented at Vernal Equinox Festival, and I can remember everything, right down to the fact that one of my bootlacings didn't quite match the other. I was standing next to my father outside in the gardens, you know, when there was an unexpected visitor to the festivities. Tantris shook his head, making the bells on his bridle sing. Chris chuckled and reached forward to scratch behind his ears. I knew what the appearance of a companion meant, and I kept looking around to see who he had come to choose. I nearly went out of my mind with happiness when I finally stopped craning my head around and found he was standing right in front of me. Then, when I looked into his eyes, his voice trailed off. It's not like anything else, is it? Talia prompted softly.
and it isn't something you ever lose the wonder of."
"That it's not," he agreed, speaking half to himself. "And I knew then that I'd never be lonely again." He shook off the spell and became matter-of-fact. "Well, my parents were both very proud. They had me installed at the Collegium before I had a chance to turn around. Oddly enough, it's easier to deal with them now that I'm an adult. My father can relate to me as an equal, and I think that my mother forgets half the time that I'm one of her offspring. I really don't think they ever knew what to do with a child."
"They probably didn't, especially with so much time between you and your brother."
"Dirk has no notion how much I envy him his family," he sighed.
"You think not?" Talia smiled. "Then why does he keep bringing you home with him?"
"I never thought about that."
They rode silently for a mile or so.
"Talia, do you ever miss your family?"
"Not after I found other people who really cared about me. I was the scarlet jay among the crows with them. I was more of an outsider among my own family than I ever was at the Collegium. One of those pretty brothers of mine used to steal my books and call me Herald Talia to make me cry. I'd like to have seen his face when I was chosen."
"Do you ever think about going back?"
"You know, that used to be a daydream of mine, that I'd somehow magically become a herald. Remember, I didn't know about being chosen, and I'd come back dressed in my whites and covered in glory. Then they'd all be envious and sorry that they were mean to me. And now? Well, I went back long enough to try and rescue the sister I'd been closest to, only to find she had turned into a stranger. I didn't go any farther into the holdings, just turned around and came back home. I didn't want to see any of them again. Why bother? My parents pretended I was an outsider. My sibs were either afraid or contemptuous. Heralds are very immoral, you know. What is it Miro's book says about how the people you grow up with react to your fame?
No one honours a saint on his hearthstone.
It's true, too. I'm resigned to letting things rest as they are, knowing that my example shows misfits that there is an escape." He didn't seem inclined to further conversation, so she turned her attention back to those unsettling rumors. Poisonous, that's what they were. Ugly and poisonous. "And true?" said a niggling little doubt. She wanted to deny any truth to it all vehemently, but could she? In all conscience, could she? The business about Elspeth, no, she could not believe she'd been fostering dependence in the child, not even unconsciously. Once Elspeth had begun acting like a human being again, she'd been pushing her toward independence, driving her to make her own decisions and take responsibility for the results. But the rest, oh, insidious. For a mind speaker, it was obvious when he was projecting. It sounded to the recipient a great deal like the mind speaker's normal voice, but as if the words were coming from deep inside his own ear. But when she projected, would anyone be able to tell she was doing so? She could tell. Sending emotion cost her effort and energy. But if she were excited or agitated, would she notice the energy expense? Did she even need to be doing it while she was awake? What about when she was asleep? How could she possibly be sure what her irrational sleeping mind was doing? And what about simply reading people's emotional states? Was she transgressing by doing so and acting on the knowledge? How could she avoid doing it? It was like seeing color. It was just there unless someone was deliberately shielding. Doubt followed doubt in an insidious circle, each feeding on the one preceding it until Chris broke the silence.
"This is our first stop. This close to the capital, they won't be hungry for news, and it's very unlikely they'd need us to work in any official capacity. Still, it's only good manners to repay them in some way for their hospitality. Small villages don't see trained bards oftener than once a month, so they're very receptive to even amateur music. Would you be willing to sing if I played?"
"Of course," she replied, grateful for the interruption. "It's only fair that I share the work. Did you notice that I brought my lady?"
"No!" he exclaimed with delight. "You'll let me play her? I have a small travelling harp with me, but it isn't half the range or the tone of my lady."
"I let you have her the other night, didn't I? You'll have to retune her. I detuned the strings so they wouldn't snap if the weather changed suddenly."
She smiled shyly. I have good instrument etiquette. Jade has taught me quite well, I assure you.
He couldn't do otherwise when it came to music. He's the one who taught me in the first place.
Really? I wonder why he didn't leave her to you.
That's easy enough to answer. I didn't take the time to keep him company the way you did,
Chris replied, with a slightly shamed expression.
He may have given me a little of his skill, but he gave his harp where he'd given his heart, to a lonely little girl, because she'd given him her own.
The village came into view before a surprised Talia had time to form a reply. Children swarmed upon them, chattering and calling questions that both heralds fielded with chuckles and smiles. Older children ran ahead to alert their elders that there were 2 heralds taking the road north, who were clearly planning on spending the night. Long before they reached the inn at the center of the village square, a crowd had gathered to meet them. The village itself was a large one, with cobblestone streets and white-plastered buildings of 2 and even 3 stories high. Rather than thatched, the roofs were tiled. Something Talia had read was more common the farther north one went. With all the shutters thrown open, soft yellow light gleamed through the windows of the houses as the sun set and candles and lamps were lit. As Chris had indicated, this village was close enough to the capital that heralds stopped with fair regularity. Heralds traveling to their sectors were housed in inns rather than the way stations, unless they were caught without other shelter, and inns got back a percentage of their taxes for every herald they entertained. It was possible for an inn on a busy road to be rebated all of its tax if enough heralds stayed there, and that made heralds welcomed and sought-after guests. Under all those strange eyes, Talia regained an outward control at least, putting on her public face and pushing her self-doubts to the back of her mind. It would not do for these people to see her disturbed. The inn-master himself welcomed them at his front step and escorted them to the stables. Stable hands tended to the churras, but the heralds themselves cared for their companions. Chris chuckled once or twice, apparently at something that Tantris said to him, and Talia felt a tiny twinge of jealousy at their ability to mind-speak one another. Once back inside, the inn-master escorted them personally to their quarters, and gave Talia and Chris small rooms on the second floor, rooms scrupulously, almost painfully clean. Their rooms adjoined one another, and each boasted a window, a small table, and a narrow bed that looked surprisingly comfortable. They were courteously given the use of the bathhouse without anyone pestering them. But once they joined the rest of the guests in the common room for supper, the questions began. The dark-paneled common room overflowed to near bursting with villagers. Tallow dips and sconces on the walls cast a dim but clear light, so it was easy to see and be seen. The air was seasoned with a pleasant aroma of bread and roasting meat and wood smoke. Though the furnishings were only rough wooden tables and benches, they and the floor were sanded smooth and scrubbed clean. The heralds took their places at a table near the fire, and the rest of the guests gathered around them. Chris took it upon himself to try and answer them, but when it seemed as if he'd never get more than a mouthful of dinner before it got cold, Talia took her own turn. As Chris had told her, the common people were very well informed this close to the capital. What they wanted most was detail. Much of what they wanted to know centered on the new heir, a subject Talia knew very well indeed. She satisfied them enough that eventually she and Chris were able to finish their dinners in peace. Talia had brought my lady down with her. While Chris tuned her, she took the time to answer questions from a different source, the children. They seemed to sense that this herald would not brush them off, ignore them, or give them light answers. They had 1,000 questions concerning heralds and what it took to be one. Some of the questions gave her pause for thought. "Why don't heralds ever stay in one place?" one young boy asked. "We always have the same priest. Why don't we keep the same herald?" "For one thing, there just aren't enough of us to send one to each village, or even one to each group of villages," Talia told him. "For another, tell me, what will happen when your priest grows old and retires, or perhaps dies?" "They'll send us a new one, of course, and he'll be a stranger to all of you. Do you think he'll fit in and be accepted right away?" "No,"
The lad grinned impudently. A lot of the grannies won't really trust him until he's been here for years, if then. But a herald has to have your trust right away, don't you see? If you come to trust the person more than the office, the way you do with your priest, there would be trouble for every new herald in a sector. The boy looked thoughtful at this. So you move all the time to make sure it's the job that stays important, not the person doing it. I bet if you stayed in one place too long, you'd get too bound up with the people to judge right, too. A little startled by this observation so very accurate, she sent a fleeting thought toward the stable. Since she wasn't in trance, Roland couldn't give her more than a vague feeling, but the impression was that he had already noted this boy, and it was very probable that the child was going to receive a hooved visitor in the next year or two. Armed with this knowledge, she answered the rest of this boy's questions with special care and watched him afterward. She noted that he seemed to be the mentor and protector of some of the little children, urging them forward to talk to her when he knew that they were too shy to go alone. He wasn't above his share of pranking about, she noticed with relief, but his tricks were never those that could hurt anyone. Chris soon had the harp in tune. Talia let him take center stage alone for a while, knowing how much the approving attention would please him. The guests and villagers were loud in their appreciation, and only when Chris was glowing from their applause did Talia add her voice to the harp song. The host of the inn eventually decreed they'd tired the heralds out long enough and mock-ordered both of them to their beds. Talia was just as pleased. She was feeling the effects of a long day in the saddle, and she thought of her pillow and warm bed with longing. When they mounted the next morning, just as the sun arose, Talia winced a little as she climbed into her saddle. "So?" Chris asked with a slight smile. She groaned faintly. "Before this trip is over, I'll probably be in agony. I didn't realize I was this badly out of riding trim. I may never be able to get my legs closed again." "That would make some people happy," he teased, and ducked as she threw an apple core left from her breakfast at him. "Just for that, maybe I won't give you this." He held up a pouch that jingled faintly. "Why? What is it?" she asked, curiosity aroused. "When I picked up our expense money, I thought perhaps you might have forgotten your stipend," he replied, tossing the pouch over to her. "You had, so I drew it for you. You're a full herald now, remember? You earn a stipend." "But I hate heavens!" Her hand flew to her head in embarrassment. "I did forget." "Don't feel badly. After 5 years of no pocket money, most of us forget. I did, but it comes in very handy, especially when you happen to be at a fair and see something you just know so-and-so would love, or for that matter, that you can't live without." "It's a good thing I've got you for a counselor," she replied ruefully. "I'd probably have left my own head back at the collegium." Chris just chuckled as he led the way out the gates of the inn onto the road. As they traveled northward, the road changed from the strange gray material to packed gravel, to clay, to finally a simple, raised and cleared strip between the trees, all the grass worn down by travelers and their mounts and carts. As the roadway changed, so did the landscape to either side. Farms covered more area, and there were greater stretches of uncultivated land between them, from wide meadows to nearly virgin forest. The weather changed, growing slowly but steadily worse. It rained almost every day, in a steady, penetrating shower. And soon the rains lasted all day, never becoming less than a drippy drizzle, so that the chill water soaked through even their oiled wool cloaks. The churras whined in protest at being made to travel at all, and they rode enveloped in miasmas of soggy leaves and wet wool. By the time they reached their chosen resting place each night, they were aching with cold, sodden clear through, and longing for hot wine, hot food, and hotter baths. Talia's mood was at one with the weather. Her mind kept running in circles on the same subject. Was she misusing her gift? How could she tell? What were the ethics of empathic sensing, anyway? From time to time, long skeins of water birds called from overhead, flying south high and fast, their cries coming down on the wind like the calls of lonely spirits.
The lost calls echoed in Talia's mind long after they'd passed. Sad callings for the answers to questions that could not be answered. And when, at dismal day's end, they saw the lights of the next village and heard the cheerful noise of the inn, those were welcome sights and sounds indeed. And yet for Talia, the sight of the inn became a prospect she almost dreaded. She found herself scanning the faces of those around her, seeking almost obsessively for some sign that she was influencing their moods. The only interruption to her rounds of intense self-scrutiny came when Chris drilled her in the intricacies of the arrow code or coaxed her into some kind of conversation while they rode. The farther north they went, the farther apart the villages were. Finally, there was little choice as to which village they would rest in overnight. Often there would be only one within striking distance. The cultivated areas began to be fewer, the woods and forests thicker and showing less evidence of the hand of man. At long last, the weather cleared a bit. The rain stopped, although most days were overcast. At the beginning of the trip, the workers they saw in the fields had hailed them cheerfully, then gotten on with what they were doing. Now, almost invariably, the farm folk called them to the roadside and offered them a drink of sweet cider or cold spring water in exchange for a bit of news. This evidence alone made it plain that they were on the very edge of the kingdom, for at this time of year there wasn't much time left to get the last of the crops in, and it took a great deal to pull a farmer's attention away from that goal, even for the little time it took to drink a glass and pass a trifle of information. Talia was just as glad that they met with so few people. Her circling self-doubts were beginning to have an effect on her. Her shields were wearing thin, and she could feel the press of Chris's emotional state just beyond them, though he was trained to mind-block without thinking about it. With ordinary folk, it was far worse. It didn't help her doubts at all that to sense that he was still uneasy about her. Chris had done his best to shove his uncle's words into the back of his mind, but he wasn't overly successful. He wanted to bring up the subject with Talia again, but hadn't dared. She seemed edgy and preoccupied in general, and nervous whenever they were around large groups of people, although he doubted that anyone but another herald would have noticed the nerves behind her public face. So he tried to keep the conversation going on other topics. But behind it all were the unanswered questions. Was she misusing her gift? Was she doing so without realizing it? And, much more sobering, was she using it to manipulate him? It was distressing because he was coming to like her a great deal, more so even than the usual hail fellow good comradeship that was the norm among heralds. They were very much alike in many ways. It was horrible to have to suspect a friend of something so insidious, because she was becoming that, a friend of the same order as Dirk.
"You know," he said one day out of the blue, "you're like the sister I never had."
"You're like the brother I wish I had," she replied without seeming to think about it. "That I might have had if Andrian hadn't died in that raid. He was the only one of my sibs who was kind to me, excepting Vrissa. If I'd had you instead of Justus and Keltiv, things might have been easier."
"They also might have turned out a lot differently. Would you have been willing to run away if life had been more pleasant?"
"A good point," she conceded. "Probably not. And then where would I be?" He grinned, while Tantris shook his head mirthfully and made his bridal bells ring.
"If what you've told me is true, 6 years married and the mother of as many children."
She grimaced and shifted in the saddle with a creak of leather. "Thank you, no. Hectic as it is, I like the life I'm leading now. Speaking of which, don't we cross into our new sector today?" He pulled the map they'd been given out of a pocket on the front of his saddle, consulted it, and peered around the lowering sky, looking for landmarks. Finally, he spotted one, a cluster of 3 flat-topped hills off to the west of the road.
"We'll cross the border before nightfall, and we'll be staying tonight at our first way station."
"Because,"
She put on a somber mien. Heralds do not stay at inns in the sector they serve, unless weather prevents them from reaching a station. This ensures that they keep a proper distance and maintain impartiality with the people of their sector. I remember.
You certainly do, he laughed, cheered by her apparent return to good humor. That's old Verda to the life.
And that's also the reason we either buy the supplies we run out of outright or wait until we reach a resupply station, assuming they're not in the way station, right?
High marks, completely correct.
He looked about him at the falling leaves, at trees whose branches were almost bare.
I'm sorry that this isn't going to be an easy beginning for you. This is a bad time of year to start riding this sector. There's going to be snow in the next couple of weeks. Trainees usually aren't faced with conditions this hard at the beginning of their internships.
I'm border bred, remember? This is a lot more like the kind of life I was bred to than my life at the collegium. I'll manage.
You know, he said soberly, I know you'll do your best. I know you'll try your hardest. That's all anyone can ask. I trust you, Talia.
At least, he thought to himself.
I think I do.
Chapter 5. The boughs of the nearly leafless trees arched above them, skeletal hands reaching for the gray sky. The road continued before them, a leaf-carpeted tunnel through the bleak, gray-brown forest. The sodden leaves had been flattened by so many rains that the companions didn't even kick them up. The dense mat only served to muffle the sounds of their hooves. There were no birds, only the occasional sound of a branch cracking somewhere off in the shadows of the underbrush. Talia and Chris rode well past sunset and on into the dark to reach the way station Chris intended to use as their first stop in their new sector. With the last rays of the sun went the last hint of warmth. As the last dim red light filtered through the branches, a cold wind began to sigh among them. Chris took the lead, but it was Tantris, with the superior night sight of companions, who was really picking out their way. Through cold and dark, that was enough to drive just about any other consideration from human minds. Talia was strongly considering unpacking her heavy cloak, and was definitely glad that all way stations, however small or primitive, had fireplaces. The wind had a sharp bite to it, and carried a hint of snow along with the cold. This station, as it loomed up out of the shadows in front of them, did not appear to be all that small. Hopefully, it was not primitive either. One thing was always the first order of business, no matter how late the hour, nor how foul the weather, when Heralds opened a way station. Talia dismounted, felt a long Roland saddle, and took out her fire starter and tinderbox. After no little fumbling and cursing, she managed to get a tiny flame going in the tinder. Protecting it carefully from the wind, she removed a small fibrous bundle from one of the packs. It had a waxed wick sticking out of it, which she lit at the tiny flame. While Chris pulled off the packs and saddlebags, she tossed it inside and shut the door. He left the packs at her feet and took companions and Chiras around to the side of the building. While she waited, she shivered in the cold wind and started a little when an owl cried in the distance. The little homely sounds Chris was making in the lean-to stable were very welcome against all that dark, with the wind sighing in the boughs of the trees. She nursed the tiny fire she had going. If it went out, the whole rigmarole was to do over again. When she had counted to 100, slowly, she opened the door again. The station was full of a pungent, oily smoke that was now being swiftly drawn up the chimney with the help of the draft from the open door, and any vermin that had been within the station were either dead or fled. Talia hauled the packs and bedrolls inside, then began to get them set up while Chris ducked inside long enough to get grain for the companions and the Chiras, who were now in the stabling at the side of the building. She took a rushlight from her saddlebag by feel and lit it from her bit of tinder. To her immense relief, the place seemed to be quite sturdy and well-maintained and supplied. She threw the bedrolls into the twin bed boxes, then proceeded, wistfully wishing for just a touch of Griffin's gift, to get a fire going. It took several false starts, but eventually she managed to get a respectable blaze on the cold hearth. Once the flames were high enough to provide illumination as well as warmth, she extinguished the light she'd lit. No sense in wasting what wasn't really necessary, and the rushlights took up so much space in the packs that they didn't carry many of them. She unpacked some of their food supplies and unsealed the vermin-proof sandalwood bins the station staples were kept in to put together a reasonable meal, then took 2 of the larger pots outside to the well to get water for washing and cooking. Chris seemed to be taking overly long with bedding down the churras and companions. She'd managed to heat enough water for both of them to wash, had fixed a meal, and had cleaned herself up and changed into a worn shift and old breeches she kept for sleeping in before he finally appeared. She was about to chide him for being so slow when she realized that he'd dawdled on purpose.
"Chris, you don't have to be so thrice-blessed chivalrous, you know," she said instead,
feeling his reticence sharply and being irrationally irritated by it.
"All the children on the Holdens sleep in the same room until they're 13, and you know very well I've shared way stations and tents with my whole year group while we were in training. I can't possibly have something you've never seen before, and the same goes for you."
"I'm just not used to having a woman as a partner," he said.
"Then stop thinking of me as a woman."
She yawned, bundling herself into her bedroll and blinking at him sleepily through the firelight. Her irritation was gone as quickly as it had come, once she'd reinforced her shielding, although the fact that she'd had to do the latter bothered her. She shouldn't have needed to.
"That's easy for you to say,"
he retorted.
"Then pretend I'm Karen with no interest in men whatsoever. Because if you don't, one of these evenings I'm going to find an ice statue waiting outside the door, and it'll be you."
He chuckled and admitted that she just might be right. Her heart pounded a little the next day as they approached their first village of their sector. There was no telling what reception awaited them or what requests. This far from the capital, a village often didn't even boast its own priest but shared one with several other villages, and the only representatives of kingdom law were the heralds. Her shields were so very thin. She'd discovered that last night. She couldn't fathom why. Shielding had always been second nature, nearly instinctive, and now they seemed to be eroding, slowly, inexorably. She was frightened by the loss of control and was afraid to tell Chris, afraid her confession would simply reinforce his own doubts about her and create more stress than she already had. As they rode in, it appeared as though the entire population of the area had assembled to meet them. Talia thought they must have had lookouts posted, perhaps for the last week or so, waiting for the heralds they knew were replacing the injured one. The emotional atmosphere, which she felt in spite of her best efforts to shield, was tense, with no hint of why. The village was a small one, single-storied houses of gray wood and darker gray stone, topped with tile roofs, all clustered about a central square. There were no bright-painted shutters here. The wind-driven ice of winter storms would have etched the paint off in a single season. The inn was so small it obviously had no guest rooms. Those overnighting would have to sleep in the common room on the benches when the inn closed for the night. There was no sign of damage to any of the buildings, no hint of disorder. Whatever had these folk anxious had nothing to do with their material life. The village folk, though, they were dressed in gaudy colors as if for a festival. So why the feeling of apprehension so thick she could almost smell it?
"Thanks be to the lady, you finally come."
A plump woman who reminded Talia for all the world of a hen bustled forward, pushing before her a young couple of about 16 or so, until they stood less than a foot from Chris's stirrup. Both were dressed in heavily embroidered finery, and the girl was roundly pregnant. They clutched each other's hands as if they were afraid, and neither of them would look at the heralds. Talia was puzzled beyond her own worries. What was it that could be wrong, that she hadn't sensed?
"The priest took sick and hasn't been able to make his rounds since 8 weeks ago," continued the plump woman, tucking a stray strand of hair behind the girl's ear. "And in any case, he hasn't been here since before midsummer. There hasn't been anyone to marry these two in all that time." "Were they properly year and day handfasted?" Talia asked, knowing the border custom meant to ensure fertility before a permanent bond was made. "Bright stars, yes, the priest did it himself last midwinter," the woman exclaimed impatiently, while the other villagers nodded in agreement. Enlightenment dawned on Talia, though Chris was obviously still perplexed about the reason for their obvious apprehension.
"You're both still willing?"
he asked. Both gave a very shy assent, but one obviously unforced. "They're just victims of very bad timing," Talia whispered to him. "And they're afraid we'll disapprove, maybe even refuse to wed them because they left the formal ceremony so long. They should have wedded as soon as they knew she was with child. But I'll bet a pretty they were so busy with planting that they put it off until after midsummer, assuming the priest would get here in plenty of time, except that they hadn't counted on him falling ill. Poor babies. They're terribly in awe of us, and they're afraid we'll make difficulties for them because they didn't take care of it right away. We'd be within our right to do so by the letter of the law."
"But not by the spirit,"
Chris whispered back, relieved that it was so simple.
"Well, since everyone's agreed,"
he said loudly enough for everyone to hear, smiling broadly,
"what's holding up the celebration?"
There was a general sigh of tension vanishing, and trestle tables and food began appearing as if conjured by a spell. Before very long the square had been transformed, and a proper wedding celebration was in full swing. To save them any further embarrassment, Chris took the young couple off to one side and witnessed their vows, signing their wedding contract as officiating herald in lieu of a priest. The young couple returned to enjoy their feast, their shyness nearly gone. They were obviously comforted on 2 counts: that the heralds had made no difficulty over the lateness of their vows, and that now their firstborn would have no taint of illegitimacy about it. The remainder of that day they spent in relative idleness, since there was no use whatsoever in trying to get any official business conducted. The press of people was putting a considerable strain on Talia, but she thought she was succeeding in keeping the strain from showing, even to Chris. She sat mostly on the edge of things, speaking pleasantly when spoken to, but letting Chris take the lion's share of the attention. And she was even more worried than when they'd first entered this village. Her shields hadn't been this fragile since before she'd learned the full use of her gift. Virtually anything would bring them down, and she had to expend ridiculous amounts of energy to put them back up again. If only she'd never heard those filthy rumors. The thought of the rumors brought her back full circle to her self-doubt and fear, and the press of emotions became almost painful, until she finally resorted to an old expedient, drinking enough wine to blur the edges of her sensing and make it all bearable. It was rather too bad that it left her sober enough to negotiate the dark path back to the way station with no trouble at all, for that meant she was still sober enough to think. They returned the next day, ready for business. The people of the village had no grievances that needed settling, but they were eager to hear the news from the capital and the other towns of the sector. The common room of the inn, dark and smoky as it was the only public room in the whole village, so that was where they conducted their business. The village storyteller, who doubled as the clerk, sat drinking in every word they spoke, and making copious notes, for it would be his duty to repeat all that the heralds related for those who were absent from the village, or for those small holders who seldom came to town. They gave the morning to the decisions of the Queen and Council, how and why those decisions had been reached, and what, if any, laws had been passed to uphold and enforce those decisions, and the afternoon they spent relating the news of the court and events of major importance to the entire kingdom, all of which took them until darkness fell, and they returned to the station again. This day had lain easier on Talia's wire-taut nerves, for there was nothing to excite anyone's emotions in the dry news they recited, and even if there had been, the storyteller clerk was too intent on memorizing every word to allow his feelings to intrude. When the two of them returned to the way station, Talia made herself a cup of double-strength chamel tea, a strong soporific. She was determined to get to sleep, and to sleep deeply.
thinking perhaps weariness was part of the cause of her troubles. But her dreams were uneasy, and she woke feeling more drained than she had been when she'd gone to sleep. They spent the third day on the reports of the headman and clerk, and taking the verbal news of the village to be passed on up the line. Chris would carry the headman's written reports until they came to a center of population large enough to boast a messenger, or until they arrived at a resupply station, at which point he could send what he had collected south to the capital, together with his own observations on the probable truth or falsehood of the information contained in them. That was Chris's job. Talia remained in the background the entire time, hoping to be noticed as little as possible, for it seemed that the strain was worst when she was interacting with someone. But that evening at the way station, Chris insisted on hearing Talia's opinion on the reports they'd been given and the reliability of the headman and clerk who had given them. "They seemed honest to me," she told him, hoping he had had no notion of how much she had sensed, against her will. "I didn't have any feeling they were trying to mislead us, hide anything, or hold anything back. As far as I can judge, the only mistakes in their records are honest errors. They were quick enough to correct them in any event when you pointed them out." "Good," Chris said with satisfaction. "That tallies with what I saw. I'm just as glad. I hate calling people out, even when it's blatantly obvious that they're lying to me." He noted both their observations on the cover page of the reports and sealed them in a waterproof wrapper. To Talia's relief, he had not seemed to note how much strain she was under. "I didn't realize we took tax records, too," she said, attempting to distract herself and him with questions about routine. "Always in border sectors, almost never in the interior. We take a duplicate of what they're supposed to give the taxmen when they come next spring. This way, if some disaster should destroy their records, they have at least a partial reckoning on file. It's to their advantage, since if there's a disaster of that magnitude, the village may have lost quite a bit more than the records, and the Queen will be able to judge what aid to give them based on what would have been taxed." She did not make the same mistake with the tea this night, but instead lay in the darkness of the station, staring up at the blackness above her head, listening to Chris's quiet breathing and going back to her earliest lessons in shield discipline. She thought, when she finally was weary enough to sleep, that she might have reinforced her shields enough to carry her through the final day. The fourth day they went over the clerk storyteller's accounts of what they'd told him, making corrections or elaborations as required. When the fifth day dawned, much to Talia's relief, they were back on the road again, headed through the village on their way out, but not to do more than pick up their laundry and visit the village bathhouse. By the time they were well past the village and out into the wilds, it was growing noticeably colder, and both of them were wearing their heavier winter cloaks. The trees were now totally barren of leaves, and the warm, friendly scents of autumn were gone from the wind. Although it seldom rained anymore, the skies continued to be overcast, a featureless slate gray. They crunched their way through a carpet of dead brown leaves that had collected on the roadway. Most of the birds and beasts were gone, hibernating or in hiding now. The loss of foliage and cover made them cautious and quiet, those that were left. The Herald seldom saw more than the occasional rabbit or squirrel, and never heard much besides the wind in the naked boughs of the trees and the scream of a crow or two. The companions' bridle bells made a lonely chime against the silence of the sleeping forest. So far as Talia was concerned, that was all to the good. At least she wasn't having to be continually on guard against her shields failing. But her nerves continued to fray, and as they traveled onward through the bleak woods, she wasn't sure which was worse, being alone in this gloom-ridden wilderness, where the gray and empty forest only fed her depression, or being surrounded by people with shields slowly going to pieces. Chris wasn't much happier. He kept wondering if and how much of his general feelings of approval toward Talia were manufactured. Was she consciously or unconsciously augmenting them? He was beginning to examine every nuance of feeling, trying to detect if she had had a hand in it. He liked her, bright havens. He wanted to like her. She was so much like him in so many ways. She was a good partner, taking on tasks without complaining, without needing to be prompted, striving to be a full equal and pull her own weight. And yet there were those rumors, and his own feelings that he could well have been tampered with without his ever noticing it. No smoke without fire? Perhaps. It was so damned hard to tell, and the way she was withdrawing wasn't helping. The next stop was 2 days distant, which meant an overnight stay in a way station midway between the two villages. Chris was no longer even thinking of his partner in terms of being female. Now the strain on his nerves was because of his suspicions. They repeated their routine of the first night, Talia readying the shelter, while Chris took care of the four-footed members of the party. His night vision was much better than hers, it only seemed logical, and it gave him a chance to consult with Tantris without her around. Tantris was puzzled and worried.
"I haven't felt anything, little brother, but, Chris asked aloud, I am not certain that I would. Roland is disturbed and refuses to discuss it. Great! He is senior to me as you are senior to Talia. If he does not wish to discuss the private affairs of his chosen, that is his business and his right. I know. Look, at least tell me if you pick up anything, all right? You have my word, his companion replied, but I think perhaps... Perhaps what? You need more expert aid, came the reluctant reply. Tell me from where, and I'll get it. There isn't anybody in the circle with a gift like hers, and I rather doubt that healer's empathy is identical. True, came the sigh in his mind, and after that he could coax nothing more out of Tantris on the subject. It troubled him deeply. If a companion didn't feel up to the problem. And they did not even have time to reach the gate of the next village before they were met on the road by two different parties demanding justice. They saw it coming easily enough. Steady, Chris said as they rode into a press of farmers in heavy brown homespun, who crowded up against the sides of the companions with their petitions. Talia went pale and strained, and sat Roland's back absolutely motionless and with lips tightly compressed. Chris did his best to sort out the arguments, then finally lost patience and sharply ordered them all to hold their tongues. When the clamor died down, he finally managed to ascertain that there were two aggrieved parties, both as alike to his eyes as a pair of crows, brown hair, thick brown beards, nearly identical clothing of brown homespun. After listening to both sides and putting up with each one interrupting the other until he was ready to take a stick to both of them, he decreed that the argument was moot until third parties could be questioned. The dispute was a trivial one by his lights, over a cow and her calf. The facts were that a bull had somehow made its way into a field containing a cow in season. Not surprisingly, the calf resulted. The calf was quite plainly the offspring of the bull in question, nor did the cow's owner deny this. What was under dispute was how the bull had gotten at the cow in the first place. The cow's owner claimed angrily that the owner of the bull had allowed it to stray, and that it had found its own way there, and thus he had incurred no stud fee. He pointed to the damage done to his hedges, and inquired with self-righteous wrath if anyone thought he'd ruin his own enclosure to save himself the fee. The bull's owner claimed just as vociferously that the owner of the cow had enticed the bull into the pasture with the express purpose of saving himself the stud fee. Chris felt absolutely helpless. This was not an area in which he had any expertise at all. He glanced entreatingly at his internee, who was farm-bred after all and should have some notion of how to sort it out. Talia was looking a bit white around the lips and eyes, but otherwise seemed in control. He nudged Tantris up beside her and whispered, "All right, trainee, you know more about this sort of thing than I do. Got any ideas?" She started just a little. Possibly only someone watching for reactions would have noticed it. I think so," she said slowly. "It's
Like a dispute we had once back at Sense Holden?
Then take over. I'm out of my depth.
She asked a few questions of the disputants, then went among the rest of the villagers, making inquiries into the habits of each of the parties in question. It was generally agreed that, while the owner of the cow was parsimonious, he was far too stingy to have ruined his own fences just to save a stud fee, and the bull's owner had a habit of allowing it to stray, being too lazy to fix breaks in his own enclosures until after the beast had escaped yet another time. But then she surprised Chris by asking a source he never would have considered: some of the children gathered at the edge of the crowd. After sidelong glances to be certain that no one was likely to tell them to hold their tongues, they told Talia that this particular cow was never kept in the field where the bull had supposedly found her. She was quite valuable, and her owner always kept her where he could keep an eye on her. Talia returned to the disputants.
"This is my first judgment," she said slowly, and with an oddly expressionless tone. "There is no doubt that your bull did stray, and since it is quite probable that it did the damage claimed to the fences, you owe this man for the repairs he had to make." The owner of the bull looked extremely disgruntled. The cow's owner gloated. Talia did not allow him to gloat for long. "You, on the other hand," she told him, not quite looking at him, "have never kept your cow in that particular field. You must have seen that the bull had broken in, and decided that since the damage was already done, you might as well save yourself the stud fee. So you moved your cow to the field where the bull was. Because of this, my second judgment is that you owe him half the stud fee he would normally have charged you." Now both of them looked chagrined. "All things considered, I should think that you are probably even." They grudgingly agreed that this was the case. "Don't you leave yet," she said, turning to the owner of the bull and showing a little more animation. "You have been letting a potentially dangerous animal roam loose. My third judgment is that anyone who finds your bull roaming and confines it in a safe place for you to take home is entitled to have his cows serviced for nothing to pay him for his trouble. That should induce you to take better care of your stock in the future." The grins creasing the faces of the rest of the villagers made it clear that they considered Talia's rulings to have been equitable and appropriate, and they were certainly popular. Chris smiled and gave her a little nod of approval. She smiled back, tentatively, some of the strain gone from around her eyes. With children ranging along before and behind them, they continued down to the village itself, which was a slightly larger version of the first village they had served and actually boasted a town hall of sorts. It was there that they set up shop, in the single large room that served as a meeting hall, behind an ancient and battered marble-topped table that might well be the oldest object in the village. It was an improvement on the common room of the inn in that it wasn't as smoky or cramped, but the fireplace did little to heat it, and Chris found himself hoping that they would be able to deal with their business and be on their way before he got frostbitten feet and fingers. But another dispute for arbitration landed on them almost immediately. A problem of the location of the boundary between two neighboring farms. The farmers themselves were not overly concerned about the matter, as they were old friends and had settled the problem over the years by sharing equally both the work and the fruits of the fields in question. They confided to Chris, however, that they feared this could not continue for very much longer. Both had more than one son to be provided for, and they feared that tempers were already growing heated on the subject among their offspring. Chris, after a glance at Talia showed him she had no opinion in this matter, agreed that the matter should be settled now, before it developed into a full-blown feud. He promised that they would attend to it as soon as they had discharged their other duties. The disputants were obliged to be content with that. Chris called for the village records, and while each of them took a turn at relaying the news and the laws, the other searched the records provided by the village clerk for clues to the ownership of the properties in question. Regrettably, the clues were few and contradictory. It seemed that both claims were equally valid. Talia was increasingly reluctant to take any part in the affairs at hand. Her shielding was disintegrating.
slowly but steadily. She was positive of that now. What was worse, she was no longer certain that she was able to keep her own feelings from intruding and influencing those around her, for her instinct-level control over projection was going too. Chris was trying to put her at ease, but she could sense his own doubts as clearly as if he were shouting them aloud. And when, the night before they were due to leave, they discussed the problem of the disputed fields at length in the privacy of the way station, she was keeping herself under such tight control that she knew she was going to have a reaction headache from the strain.
The problem is that the stream they used as the original dividing line has changed its bed so many times that I can't see any way of reconstructing what it was originally. Chris sighed. And you can't cast a truth spell on a stream. She hesitated a long moment, drawing invisible patterns on the hearthstone of the station with a twig.
Do you suppose they'd settle for dividing it equally? You've talked with them more than I have.
Not a chance,
Chris replied flatly, firelight casting ever-changing shadows across his face.
I've talked with the eldest sons, and they're just about ready to come to blows over it. The fathers would be perfectly willing, but the children would never stand for it, and it's the children who will make trouble if they're not satisfied.
I can't see making this an all-or-nothing proposition, she sighed, after a long pause.
Neither can I.
Chris stared into the flames, thinking. Among the highborn, the way to settle this would be to marry 2 of the younger children, then deed the land in question to them.
There's not enough land there to support even one person, much less a family,
Talia felt impelled to point out, even if we could find 2 of the children willing to marry. Chris played absently with one of the arrows from his quiver, then looked down at it suddenly and smiled in inspiration.
What about the hand of fate?
What do you mean by that?
Suppose we each took a stand on the opposite sides of the area and shot arrows straight up, then drew a line between where they landed for the new border. If there's no wind tomorrow, where they fall is going to be pretty much at the whim of the lady. Do you think that would satisfy everyone?
That's no bad notion, she said, thinking hard, especially if we have the priest bless the arrows, pray over the fields, that sort of thing. It wouldn't be a human decision anymore. It would be in the hands of the gods, and who's going to dispute the will of the gods? I think both families will be willing to abide by it. Chris, that's a wonderful idea. She sighed, rather sadly. I wouldn't have thought of that.
You did fine yourself earlier,
he said more forcefully than he had intended.
I was totally out of my depth.
Well, I don't like the idea of anyone allowing livestock to roam at will. Out here on the border, if cattle or hogs get into the forested areas, they're likely to go feral, and then you've got a real problem on your hands.
I knew dogs gone wild could be a problem, but I never knew livestock could.
Chris filed that piece of information away for future reference. It's a fairly serious problem, she replied absently. When domestic animals go feral, they have no fear of man the way wild animals do, and what's more, they're familiar with how people act. There was more than one person among Holderkin killed or maimed by feral stock.
Well, I repeat, you did fine. You shouldn't be afraid to put your say in. That's what this internship is all about.
She started, then shrank back into herself. What? Nothing, she replied, moving back into the shadows where he couldn't read her expression. I'm just tired, that's all. We should get some rest. That withdrawal troubled him badly, but there didn't seem to be anything he could do about it. On their way out of town the next day, they stopped to acquire the clerk and the priest. When they presented their solution to the 2 families in question, both sides were heartily in favor of it. The farmers themselves were willing to agree to any solution to the problem that would diffuse the potentially explosive situation between their children. The children of both families were equally certain that the gods would be with them when the arrows flew. For something that had been under dispute for so long, the end came almost as an anticlimax. The priest blessed arrows, bows, heralds, fields, families, anything that could possibly pertain to or be interested in the problem.
If it moves, I'm blessing it,
he told the heralds with a twinkle in his eyes. "And if it doesn't move, I'm praying over it." Talia and Chris each took a stand on the exact midpoint of the northern and southern boundaries of the disputed plot and launched their arrows. The priest marked the landing point of one, the clerk of the other. The landing places were permanently designated with stone cairns and newly planted trees. The new border was made and drawn on the maps and deeds. Both sides professed themselves satisfied. The heralds went on their way. But by now Talia was so withdrawn that Chris could not read her at all. She might as well have been a statue of a herald. She seemed to have wrapped herself in a cocoon of self-imposed isolation, and nothing he could do or say seemed to be able to break her out of it. And as for himself, he found himself wondering if both those disputes hadn't been solved a little too easily. It would have been child's play for her to have nudged the disputants ever so slightly into a more friendly, or at least less antagonistic, attitude toward one another. And once she was gone, if that was indeed what she had done, the quarrels would break out all over again. Had he been overly impressed with the way she had handled the first case? Had she been adjusting his attitude? There was simply no way of being sure. No way at all. Talia was coming to realize that all her control had been on a purely instinctive level, that she really didn't understand how her own gift worked. The training Ilse had given her was the sort given to mind speakers, and in the face of this disintegration of control, very little of Ilse's teaching seemed directly applicable to her current problem. The healers she'd worked with had never said anything to her, perhaps because they'd seen the control and assumed it was conscious rather than instinctive. For that matter, her gift might not be much like theirs, except in effect. They certainly didn't use their empathy as primary gift. It was used mostly as an adjunct to healing. They certainly weren't confronted with the ethical considerations she found herself facing. When they weren't healing, they simply shielded, and they didn't work with law and politics. She longed to tell Chris, and feared to. It would only make things worse, and what could he do after all? His gift wasn't even of the same type as hers, and what training he had been given could hardly apply to her. So she said nothing, endured in miserable self-doubt, and did her best to reverse a situation that was moving increasingly out of control. Chapter 6. There was little of note in any of the towns and villages they passed through on their meandering way to the border. The worst that they encountered were 3 cases where the village headmen were obviously trying to cover something up. Twice they were lining their own pockets with tax money. Once the headman was deliberately omitting his farms and those of his kin from the survey and tax rolls. In all 3 cases, they actually did nothing when the cheats were uncovered. That was not their job. Instead, they noted these facts on their reports. When the taxmen arrived in the spring, they would come armed with the truth, and the guilty parties would find themselves paying a stiff penalty. This kept the onus of tax enforcement off the heralds. One thing was notable. The farther north they went, the greater the distance grew between communities, and the smaller the communities were. Now it was taking nearly a week's ride to pass from village to village. Talia remained withdrawn and silent, responding only when spoken to, and never volunteering any opinion. She seemed to warm up a little when they were between villages. She'd talk to Chris then, on her own. She even could be persuaded to sing a little. But as soon as they came within a day's ride of a populated area, the shutters came down, and she locked everything and everyone outside. When she spoke, she had an odd, flat, indifferent quality to her tone. She reminded Chris of himself the first time he'd walked the 2-rope bridge on the obstacle course. There was that kind of tautness underneath the mask, as if she expected to fall at any moment. Tantris could tell him nothing, but even Roland seemed unusually on edge. There was one other thing to observe about the countryside. These northernmost communities were not only smaller, but they kept themselves behind palisades of strong logs, with gates that were barred at night.
There were wolves and other wild beasts prowling the winter nights, and some of those beasts were on 2 legs. The Forest of Sorrows didn't keep everything out of this sector, and couldn't prevent outlaws from coming in from the 3 directions other than the forest border. Talia and Chris rode with all senses alert, and their weapons loose and to hand now, and they bolted the way station doors at night. All of which might have accounted for Talia's nerves, except that she supposedly came from border country herself and should be used to keeping watch for raiders. Still, Chris reasoned, it had been a long time, and she had never been part of the defenders. She had been part of what was being protected. But that wouldn't account for Roland's nerves. The companions were both combat-trained and combat-experienced. They were more than guard enough for themselves, their chosen, and the Churras. Chris watched Talia, unobtrusively, he hoped, and worried, and wondered. They progressed through several towns and villages. Talia was beginning to feel as if she were falling to pieces bit by bit. Her shields were eroding to the point where she had very little control over them, and nearly everything was getting through. She knew she was not only reading, she was inadvertently projecting, because Roland was becoming as nervous as she was. Her only defense was to withdraw into herself as much as possible, and Chris seemed bound and determined to prevent that. She felt lost and frightened and utterly alone. There was no one she could turn to for help. Chris himself had said that he thought her gift was unique. She was certain now that he couldn't give her any advice on how to handle it. His own gift was very nearly the kind that could be weighed and measured. Hers wasn't even necessarily detectable. And now it was becoming utterly unpredictable. Her feeling of panic and entrapment grew. Finally, they reached the town of Heavenbeck, very nearly on the border itself. Talia's unhappiness was a hard knot within her now. The petty problems of the townfolk seemed trivial at this point. In the previous village, they'd had some of their messages catch up with them. One of them had been a brief note to Talia from Elspeth. She'd said only that she was doing well, hoped Talia was the same, and that Talia wasn't to worry about her. And that added to Talia's troubles. She had no notion of what prompted the note or what could be happening back at the capital at this moment. Elspeth was in her first year as a trainee. Like Talia, she was the only girl in her year group. She was probably confused, most certainly overwhelmed, and just entering adolescence to top it all off. And she would be having to cope with all the rumors Talia already knew, and whatever had sprung up in her absence. It was quite likely she needed Talia more now than she ever had since she'd been the brat. Not to mention the effect of the rumors on the rest of the Heralds. Would they, like Chris, be tempted to believe them? Or would they dismiss them out of hand and ignore the matter, leaving Elspeth to face them alone? How was Selene getting along without her? What if the Queen was turning to Orthalin for advice? Orthalin, whom Talia somehow could not bring herself to trust. She was so engrossed in trying to hold control and deal with these other worries that had begun occurring to her that she was paying scant attention to the petitioners before her. A grim and straight-laced couple who reminded Talia unpleasantly of her own Holderkin relatives. They were dressed in clothing of faded black and dusty brown, carefully mended and patched as if they were 2 of the town's poorest inhabitants, although Talia and Chris had been informed by the headman that they were actually one of the wealthiest couples Heavenbeck boasted. Their mouths were set in identical, disapproving grimaces as they harked over their grievances in thin, whining voices. Those voices irritated her no end. Their petty spitefulness rasped at her through what was left of her shields, like having sandpaper rubbing over a sunburn. She was grateful when Chris interrupted them.
"You're quite certain this girl is responsible for the missing poultry? There's no chance it could be foxes or other vermin?"
"Our coops are as tight as our house, Herald," the man whined. "More so, she's done it in spite of the good wages we've paid her and the comfortable job she's had with us. I don't doubt she's been selling them."
"But to whom? You said yourself no one in town will admit to buying fowl from her."
"Then she's been eating them," the woman retorted. "Greedy she is, that I know for certain."
Talia forced herself to turn her attention to the serving maid. Her garb was even more threadbare than her employer's. She was thin and pale and looked ill-used. She certainly didn't look to Talia as if she'd been feasting on stolen chickens and geese. The girl briefly raised her eyes, and a disquieting chill threaded Talia's backbone at the strange, blank, gray gaze. Then she dropped her regard again, and Talia dismissed her misgiving as another manifestation of her lack of control over her gift. She wanted away from them all. They made her skin crawl, and all she wanted was to have this nonsense over with so that she could retreat back into the relatively safe haven of the station. She spoke without thinking about anything except getting rid of them. "I can't see where you have any proof of what you're claiming," she interrupted sharply, "and I can't see why you're bringing it before Heralds."
"Talia, you haven't been listening," Chris said in a low, warning voice. "It isn't just the missing birds, though that's all they seem to be worrying about. There's other things, the runes on their doorstep in blood, the—"
"Chris, this is ridiculous," she exploded. "All they want is an excuse to dismiss that poor child without her wages. Havens, Keldar used to pull that filthy trick once every year, hire some pathetic wench and dismiss her on some trumped-up excuse before her year's wage came due."
"Talia," Chris said after a pause, his voice full of reluctance, "I hate to have to pull rank on you, but I'm going to have to insist. Because you can work second stage truth spell and I can't, I want you to cast it on all three of them in turn."
"I can't believe you're wasting truth spell on something this petty."
"That's an order, Herald."
She bit her lip at the cold tone of his voice and obeyed without another word. The first stage truth spell only revealed whether or not the speaker was telling the truth. Second stage forced him to tell it. Much to her surprise, when Chris questioned the couple at some length while she held the spell on them, their story was the same. Then she transferred the spell to the timid-seeming servant girl, and Mouse became a rabid weasel. The girl underwent a complete personality change when Talia's spell touched her mind. She stared at her employers, eyes bright and feral, a fierce snarl twisting her lips. "Oh, yes," she hissed softly. "Oh, yes, I've been taking their birds. It's little enough for all they've done to me."
"What have they done to you?"
Chris prompted. "Beatings for the least little clumsiness, bread and barley broth and mouldy cheese meal after meal. They own the biggest flock of hens in the town, and I haven't tasted an egg or a bit of chicken in half a year. My pledged clothing is her cast-offs, and worn to nothing by the time I get them. When I'm not bruised, I'm hungry. When I'm not hungry, I'm cold. But I'll have my revenge."
The look of mad hatred she turned on the two made them shrink back away from her, frightened at the transformation in her. And Talia clenched her hands until her nails bit into her palms, endeavoring to hold control in the storm of the rage and hatred she was experiencing.
"Oh, yes, I'll have my revenge. That's what the birds were for, you know. I've not been eating them. I've been sacrificing them, giving them to the wolves. They come to me every night now. Soon they'll teach me how to change my skin for one of theirs. And when I learn..."
The mad light in her eyes told clearly what she expected to do to her employers when she'd learned to shift her shape. Talia went cold all over, shaking from head to foot. The beat of the girl's emotions against her crumbling barriers was almost enough to send her fleeing in panic. Her breath froze in her throat, and she could feel herself coming perilously close to insanity herself.
"And after them, the rest, and my grey brothers and sisters will help. Oh, yes."
The maid began to raise her voice, and her words disintegrated into babbling, raving fragments of hatred and imagination. It was too much for Talia to bear. The girl was shattering her barriers and about to draw her down into madness. She reached out blindly, without thinking, using her gift in instinctive self-defense, and touched the girl, putting her into a sudden sleep. The plaintive couple was speechless. For a long moment, so was Chris.
"I think," Chris said carefully at last, "that we had better take her and put her into the care of a healer. I don't know how much of what she said about the way you treated her was the truth and how much she imagined, but I think perhaps you'd better agree to pay all the healer's expenses, and if you take another servant, you'd best be careful about her working conditions."
Chris was ominously silent as they rode back to the station in the gathering dusk. The disposition of the mad girl had occupied all the rest of the afternoon. It had taken the healer nearly a candle mark to wake her from the deep sleep Talia had thrown over her, and Talia was profoundly shamed, as much for her panicked, unthinking reaction as for the self-centered, willful irresponsibility that had led her to neglect her duty.
"Chris, I'm sorry," she said in a subdued, unhappy voice as soon as they were past the city gates. "I didn't mean, Chris said nothing, and Talia shrank back into herself, the last of her carefully built self-confidence shattered. Surely he guesses I'm a failure. I can't even control myself enough to complete half a circuit. I can't do anything right."
But he made no reply, not even to condemn. She could only sense that he was thinking, but not what he was thinking about. She rode silently at his side, waiting for the axe to fall, all the way back to the station, and the fact that it did not fall only made things worse. Chris rode in silence, only now beginning to realize that by not giving her a little comfort and encouragement, that he had made a nearly fatal mistake. Her self-esteem was far more fragile than he had guessed, and her nerves were plainly gone. Now he thought he knew why she would venture no judgments at all, and gave him her opinions hesitantly, and only when directly asked for them. When he asked her, back at the station, she avoided answering all questions about how she was feeling, answering only that she was all right. He began to wonder if she'd ever recover from the incident, and he began to fear that he'd ruined her. And then, deep in the darkness of the night, the disturbing thought occurred to him that she was slowly going mad, and perhaps taking him with her. There was snow on the ground as they rode toward the tiny hamlet that bore the dubious distinction of being the settlement that was farthest north and nearest the border, right up against the Forest of Sorrows itself. Talia, more used to having to exert herself to bolster what was left of her shields than to stretch out to sense the population centers, began wondering if her powers had finally failed her altogether. But no, there was Chris, so clear to her raw mind that his proximity was almost painful, so it had to be something else. She finally got up her courage and confided what she had not sensed to Chris.
"There's just too much... well, silence is the only way I can put it. I can hardly feel anything, and the little I can pick up is as if everyone were sleeping or unconscious."
"You're certain that the cold's not affecting you?" he asked.
"I only wish it would," she thought wistfully, then answered him, "No, I don't think so. It was no colder back at Greenhaven, and I could feel the people from a day away." He considered.
"All right, then. We'd better pick up our pace to the fastest the churros can maintain. If there's something wrong, the sooner we get there, the better."
The snow creaked underfoot, and the bridle bells rang madly as they picked up the pace to a trot. The air was utterly still, the sky cloudless and an intense blue that almost hurt the eyes. Sun filtered through the bare branches of the trees, leaving shadows like blue lace on the snowbanks. It was a beautiful day, and the strange uneasiness Talia was feeling was entirely out of place in it. The village itself was very quiet when they came within sight of it, too quiet by far. Sheltered between two hills, the cleared area in which it stood showed no tracks on the snow whatsoever, neither coming nor going. The gates stood open and unattended. Chris's face showed his alarm so clearly that Talia knew without having his emotions battering her that he was as fearful as she. He ordered Talia to remain where she was and descended the hill they were on to the village gates, taking his chura inside with him. He hadn't been inside long when she saw the gates slam shut and heard the bar slide into its slots. Immediately following this, she saw an arrow arc over the palisade to land in the snow on her side of the wall. She ran to where it had landed. It bore 4 rings. 3 were green. 1 was red. She checked the fletching pattern. It was Chris's without a doubt.
It might have seemed silly for him to have patterned the arrow when she'd watched him enter the village with her own eyes, but this was truly the only way for her to be certain that when the gate slammed shut, it had been because he had shut it, and not outlaws lairing within. This could only mean one thing. The entire village had fallen victim to some kind of plague.
Lord and Lady, what do I do?
She thought frantically, then staggered as Roland pushed her impatiently with his nose. She felt his annoyance as plainly as if he'd spoken it. He'd had more than enough of her self-indulgent nerves. This required action, simple action. She knew very well what she had to do, and she damn well better get about doing it. It was as if something within her that had been broken was being splinted together. She forced herself to regain calm, to plan. She wrote a note, telling Chris that she was leaving her chura tethered to the gate, and that he should take it inside when he saw that she'd left. She took a plain white arrow of her own, tied the note to it, and sent it back across the wall. She went through her packs, removing a map, a skin of water, and a bag of meal for herself and Roland to share. Consulting the map, she saw that the nearest healing temple lay 5 days by horse to the east. That meant that she and Roland could make it in 2. She tethered the chura, swung herself onto Roland's back, and they were off. This was where the ground-devouring pace of the Herald's companion was worth more than gold or gems. A companion could travel at the equivalent of any ordinary horse's gallop for hours without tiring. If need be, he could subsist for several days at this punishing pace with little more than water and a handful or 2 of meal. He would need several days of heavy feeding and rest when the ordeal was over, but a companion never faltered, and seldom even strained muscles or tendons under the conditions that would kill a horse. Any place a hooved animal could go, a companion could go, including scrambling over icy, hazardous rock falls only goats would dare. The only thing his herald need worry about was whether he was capable of staying on his back. Talia and Roland pushed their pace far into the night. She ate and drank in the saddle, even dozed a bit. Their road was clear and relatively dry. The footing was good, so Roland exerted himself to the utmost. There was even a full moon, so they could see their way quite clearly. The noise of their passing disturbed whatever wildlife there was, so they rode in a silence broken only by the sound of Roland's hooves pounding on the frozen ground. It was an eerie journey, like something out of a dream, a wild ride that never seemed to get anywhere. Roland was relatively fresh, so they continued on until even after the moon had set. Finally, however, even he had to take a brief rest. Not long before dawn, they broke their journey in a tiny clearing alongside the road, beside a stream crowned with an ice-covered waterfall. Roland halted right next to the pool below the waterfall, his flanks heaving, his sides steaming in the cold, his breath puffing out and frosting around his nostrils. Talia broke the ice for him, but the water was too cold for him to drink safely. She gave him water from her own water skin instead, filling it when it was empty, warming it against her body, and letting him drink until he'd had enough. She filled the skin one last time and had a long drink herself after giving him about 1/3 of the meal she was carrying. Just as the sun rose, striking fire from the bejeweled waterfall, they were ready to resume the grueling run. They stopped again near noon, for both of them had needs of nature to attend to. That did not take them long at all, and Talia took advantage of the daylight and relatively warm sun to strip his tack off him long enough for it to dry, rubbing him down with the towel she always kept in his saddlebag. She leaned her head against his flank, knees feeling weak, and not just from the long ride.
Lady, help me. Healers have my gift. How am I ever going to face them? How can I face anyone falling apart like this? Oh, gods, I can't bear it.
Roland nudged her shoulder gently. She could almost hear him in words, so clearly did his message come to her. "I'll help you," the feeling said.
Oh, gods, can you?
The reply was an unqualified affirmative. She sighed and relaxed and reached out to him, and felt her shields coming up, held up by a force from outside herself, felt a calm come over her and a kind of numbness that was so much better than the pain and stress she'd been living with that she nearly cried.
How long?
His regret seemed to say that he couldn't hold things for very long at all.
Just make it long enough for us to get there and back. I'll work so hard I'll wear myself out, and that will keep things under control. I can't project if I don't have the strength to spare. I'll figure out what's gone wrong. I know I will, if I can just stay away from people for a while.
Then let's go,
his impatient headshake said. The tack, including the saddle blanket, was dry to the touch, so she lost no time in getting him saddled again and getting on their way, with anxiety riding pillion behind her. They galloped into the courtyard of the healing temple shortly after dusk. Her whites and her companion gave her instant attention. Roland had not even halted when a green-clad novice healer was at her stirrup to receive her orders. Immediately behind him came two more, one with hot wine with herbs in it for Talia, the other with fresh, warm gruel for Roland. Both of them consumed their portions with gratitude, while a messenger went to arouse the two heralds posted to this temple. Meanwhile, another novice lit torches all around the courtyard, and before Talia had finished her wine, a fragile, slender woman whose close-cropped hair flamed red even in the uncertain torchlight came at a dead run across the cobbled court. She had a heavy satchel slung over one shoulder, her green robes were flying, and she was tying a cloak on as she ran.
"I'm Carathan," she said as she reached Talia. "I'm the most experienced healer here in plague diseases. The other two you asked for will follow as soon as our heralds are ready, but I'm ready to leave now." "All right, then. The sooner we get back to Chris, the happier I'll be. You're used to riding pillion with a herald?"
Talia held out her hand to aid the healer astride Roland.
"You could say that,"
the woman replied, taking Talia's outstretched hand. She gave Talia an odd look when their hands touched, hesitated a moment, then set her foot on top of the herald's and lifted herself onto the pillion pad behind Talia with practiced ease.
"Roland is a good bit faster than most companions, so be prepared."
Despite the advance warning, Talia heard the woman gasp a little in surprise as Roland launched himself back the way they had come. It was obvious, however, that the woman was no stranger to this kind of transportation. She held her seat without losing her grip on her medicinals or on Talia's belt, but also without any panic-stricken clutching. She kept her cloak tucked in all around her and kept her head down, taking advantage of the small shelter behind Talia from the wind of their passing. Talia was relieved to learn that she was prepared to eat and doze a horse, and, if anything, was even less willing than Roland to stop for rest. They reached the village shortly after midday of the second day of their return. It was still utterly lifeless, and Talia's unpredictable shields had shut down on her so that she couldn't even sense Chris within. She had the healer dismount, then backed Roland up to the gate to beat a tattoo on it with one of his hind hooves. No matter where Chris was, waking or sleeping, so long as he hadn't fallen ill himself, he'd hear that. She fretted, hands clenching on the reins when he didn't appear immediately after the pounding. He could so easily have caught the plague himself. They were anything but immune. Carathan stirred uneasily by her stirrup, the same thoughts obviously occurring to her by the worried look on her face. But then she heard the bar slide back, and the gate cracked open just enough to admit them. She rode straight in without stopping to dismount, the healer following, and only slid off when they were inside the gates.
"The other two are less than a day behind us, but I was ready immediately, so I came on ahead,"
Carathan told Chris briskly.
"What is the situation?"
Chris was sliding the bar back into place, and when he turned to face them, Talia wanted to weep with pity for him. She could hardly believe how worn-looking he was. He must have been on his feet since she'd left.
"It's bad," Chris said wearily. "It looks like the entire population was hit within a day or two. There were 5 dead when I got here, and I've lost 3 more since."
"Symptoms?"
"High fever, delirium, a red rash, and swelling under the jaw and the arms."
Carathan nodded.
"Snow fever, that's what we call it anyway. It generally shows up right after the first few snowfalls. After midwinter it seems to vanish and it never appears in warm weather. How have you been treating them?"
"Trying to get liquids down them, especially willow bark tea, although when the fever seemed to be getting too high, especially in the children, I packed them in snow for a bit to bring it down."
"Excellent job. I couldn't have done it better myself," she applauded. "I've got some specific remedy with me, but it will take a little time to do any good, so we'll be doing more of the same with the ones not in immediate danger. I'll start with healing the worst victims now. Have either of you ever assisted a healer before?"
"I can't,"
Chris replied, shaking his head, so that his lank hair fell onto his forehead.
"The last healer I spoke to said my gifts were all wrong. I'm afraid I'll be of more use as a simple pair of hands."
Carathin turned to look at Talia, her look oddly measuring. She swallowed hard, but answered, "I've never tried, but my gifts are empathy and mind healing. My instructor said they were healing types. If I'm going to be assisting, I can't have shields up anyway, and this is going to take so much energy I won't be projecting either." "Empathy and a herald?" Carathin raised one eyebrow. "Well, you ought to be a great deal of help then. We'll try it anyway. The worst that can happen is nothing. Herald, have you isolated the worst cases?"
"They're all in here."
Chris pointed to a small house immediately next to the gate.
"When it didn't seem to harm them to move them, I put all of the worst of them together."
"Excellent." Carathin gave him about a pound of an herbal mixture, instructing him to make a cauldron of tea with it. He was to give every victim at least a cupful and drink some himself. As Chris left to follow her instructions and care for Roland, Carathin entered the house with Talia. The house was cramped and dark, with the windows kept shuttered against the cold air. Chris had moved as many beds and pallets into the 3 rooms of the house as he could fit. He had done his best to keep his patients clean and had herbal incense burning on the hearth against the miasma of sickness, but there was still a faint but noticeable odor of illness. So many people crowded together made Talia feel claustrophobic, and the smell made her faintly nauseous. She was only grateful that these people were apparently so deeply unconscious that there was nothing for her to have to try to shield against. Carathin appeared not to notice any of this. The worst of the sick ones was a frail old woman whose bloated jaws looked grotesque on her thin face. "Take a chair and sit next to me, Herald," the healer instructed. "Make yourself comfortable, take my free hand and drop your shielding." Again that measuring look, "and do whatever it is that you do when you prepare to mind speak. I'll take care of the rest." Talia closed her eyes and forcibly ignored her surroundings and put her anxieties into abeyance by concentrating on an old breathing exercise. It took her a long, considering moment to determine that she was still capable of going into deep trance. With everything else going merrily to hell, she wasn't entirely certain she'd be able to perform even such a rudimentary exercise as deep trancing. Tentative trial proved that fear at least was groundless. Once she achieved the appropriate level of trance state, the healer appeared to her inner eyes as a nearly solid core of calming green and gold energy. "Gods be thanked," she thought with detached gratitude. "Carathin must be even more of an expert than she claimed." It wasn't just that the healer possessed a controlled power, the equal of any of the teaching healers Talia had dealt with. It was also that Talia had nothing to fear from the healer's presence. Carathin was allowing no negative emotions to ruffle the surface of her mind. The patient seemed to be roiling with something dark, muddy red. Talia observed with detached fascination as the healer sent lances of light into these sullen eddies, cleaning and dispersing them, and feeding the tiny flickering sparks she uncovered beneath them until they burned strongly again. As Carathin worked, Talia could both see and feel energy draining from herself to the healer, replacing what Carathin spent. Now that she understood what the healer required, she opened the channel between them to its fullest possible extent and reached for Roland's support. Energy flowed to the healer in a steady, powerful stream from the 2 of them, and the work picked up in pace and sureness. It was all finished in a moment, and Talia felt the contact between them break. She sped up her own breathing, turned her concentration outward, and opened her eyes. The healer's grey eyes were filled with approval. "Very good, Herald. You grasped the concept quite quickly. Can you continue as well as you have begun?" "I'll give you all I have. In that case, I think that the plague will claim no more victims. As you can see, we have done quite well with this one." The old woman bore little resemblance to the sick creature she had been when they started. The swelling in her jaws was already more than half gone, and it was clear that her fever was nearly broken.
Talia was immensely cheered by the sight. This was the first time in so long that she'd done something right. They treated every person in the house before the healer insisted that Talia rest. Talia sought out their packs, remembering that she had seen them when she had entered. Chris had left them all in a heap by the fire. She dug out some dried meat and fruit, but found she had so little appetite that she couldn't even raise enough interest to bite into the rations. Instead of eating, she sagged cross-legged on the hearthstone with her back to the fire, soaking up the heat with her eyes closed, too exhausted to sense anything and so grateful for the respite that all she wanted to do was enjoy the stillness in her mind.
Foolish girl. Didn't you learn anything about gifts at that collegium of yours?
Talia opened her eyes in surprise. Carathin was standing over her with a steaming mug in one hand and a bar of something in the other.
You should know perfectly well that if you don't replenish your energy reserves, you'll be of no use to anyone.
She thrust both articles into Talia's hands.
I know you aren't hungry. Eat anyway. Finish these, then go find your partner and make him eat and sleep. He doesn't look like he's done either for a week. Don't worry, when I want you, I'll find you. And make sure your companions are all right as well.
The block proved to be dried fruit and nuts pressed together with honey. Under other conditions, Talia would probably have found it to be revoltingly sweet. But once she'd forced down the first bite, it seemed to gain enormously in appeal, and the rest followed rather quickly. She recognized the liquid for the tea Chris had been feeding the plague victims, and saved one bite of the bar to take the nasty taste out of her mouth. She looked first for Roland. Chris had removed his tack, thrown several blankets over him, and led him to the stabling area of the inn. Chris had left food and water within reach, but that was all he'd had time to do. She groomed and cleaned him, grateful that companions were intelligent creatures that could be trusted to walk themselves cool. He was obviously tired for the first time in her experience, and equally obviously hungry, but otherwise none the worse for the run. She blanketed him warmly against the chill, and hunted until she found the grain storage area. She added dried fruit to the sweet feed and put plenty within easy reach, then made a pot of hot gruel, which Roland slurped up greedily as soon as it had cooled enough to eat. It occurred to her, tired as she was, that she ought to check on Tantris. Chris's companion whickered a welcome and rattled his grain bucket entreatingly. She laughed. How long it had been since the last time she'd laughed. He had hay, he wasn't about to starve, but he obviously wanted some of the same treatment Roland was getting. She obliged him as he nuzzled her in thanks. The churras, loose in a large enclosure that gave them access to the outside and which contained enough fodder for them for a week, were in fine fettle. She changed their water and went to look for Chris. It didn't take much persuasion on her part to get him into the bedroll she had laid out on the hearth. He actually fell asleep before he'd finished the rations she'd given him. She gently removed the half-finished meal from his hands and placed it where he would see it when he woke, then took up the task she'd pulled him away from. All three of them worked like slaves far into the night, snatching food and sleep in stolen moments when no one seemed to need aid too urgently. Oddly enough, the frail-seeming Carathin exhibited the least amount of wear. She showed incredible stamina and tirelessness. She frequently scolded them into taking a rest when she herself had taken fewer breaks than either of them. All three of them were worn and wan when the longed-for sound of hooves pounding on the gate signaled the arrival of the other two healers and their herald escorts. The two new healers, a great hairy bear of a man and a round-faced girl who seemed scarcely old enough to have attained full greens, quickly assumed control from Carathin, who found a flat space, a few blankets, and promptly went to sleep. Both heralds were experienced in assisting healers, and sent Talia and Chris to their bedrolls for their first steady night of sleep since they'd arrived here. All of them were on their feet the next day, and back to the job at hand. They took it in turn to eat and sleep, and by the end of the week several of their former patients were in good enough shape to begin helping them care for their fellow victims. At that point, Carathin told Chris gently but firmly to be on their way.
"We don't need you any more. No, not even for the usual," she insisted. Our own heralds can take care of any disputes. We get the laws and news at least once every month, and we're perfectly capable of relaying reports. I want you two out of here before you catch this plague yourselves."
"But," Chris protested.
"Out," she replied. "I've had this sort of thing happen to me 6 times already. This is the 7th. You are not shirking your duty. Loris and Herald Pelson are going to be staying here until midwinter. These people are not going to need you. Now go." Chris gathered his belongings, acquired some fresh food to supplement the dried. It would stay perfectly sound in the cold, left their reports with the heralds who had brought the healers, as well as giving them the written reports on the villages they had already visited to be sent back to the capital. But Talia did not escape so easily. While Chris was conferring with the other 2 heralds, Carathan took her aside just before she was ready to mount Roland. "Child," she said bluntly, "your shields are as full of holes as last week's target, and if you weren't exhausted, you'd be projecting everything under the sun. You're in such a state that if I had any time, I wouldn't let you leave this place, but I don't have either the time or the energy to spare. I don't know what you've been doing, or what you think you're doing, but whatever it is, it's dead wrong. You'd better get yourself in hand, girl, and quickly, or you'll be affecting even the ungifted. Now go, and start working on that control." With those blunt words, she turned on her heel and left, leaving Talia torn between running after her and begging her help and slitting her wrists on the spot. In the end, though, she gathered the ragged bits of her courage around her and headed out the gate after Chris. Chris consulted the map. Carathan had ordered him to find a layover point where the 2 of them could take a long rest. He told Talia that he thought he'd found a particularly good way station for them to use as their resting place. Talia nodded, sunk in her own misery. Chris was preoccupied with making certain of their current location and hadn't noticed anything, or at least he hadn't said anything to her about it. But after what Carathan said, well, she was going to have to be twice as careful as before, that was all. They were a full half-day from the village now, and well into the Forest of Sorrows itself. Chris had called a halt around midday, so that they could all get a bite to eat while he checked his bearings. There were several narrow roads through Sorrows, and if they had missed theirs or mistaken the road for a herd track, they could get into trouble before nightfall. But they were on the right road, and the way station was within easy striking distance. It was fortunate that it was not too far distant, for just after they had dismounted and taken rations from their packs, the churras began woofing and dancing uneasily.
"Talia, churras don't misbehave unless there's a good reason,"
Chris said, with a frown of worry as his jerked the lead rope from his hands for the 3rd time.
"Can you tell what's wrong?"
"I don't know," she said doubtfully, still shaking from her confrontation with the healer and never having done a great deal of work with animals. "I'll give it a try, though." She braced herself and sent herself into the deep trance in which she had been able to touch animals' minds before. The image of what was causing their unhappiness was clear and sharp, and enough to send her flying back to consciousness with speed. "Snow," she said succinctly, for the image had been crystal clear and highly sharpened by fear. "Lots of it. A big blizzard coming down out of the north. It'll hit us before dusk."
Chris swore. "Then we haven't much time. Let's get moving."
Chapter 7. The churras resumed their good behavior, as if they understood that Talia had learned what was troubling them. They all pushed on as quickly as they could, but the icy road made it hard for both churras and companions to keep their footing, and the clouds piling up from the north were making it as dark as if it were already dusk. Then a bitter wind began, cutting through the trees with an eerie moan. The road they were following had taken a turn to the north about a furlong back, which put the wind right in their faces. Chris and Talia dismounted and fought against it alongside the companions and churras. When the first fat flakes began falling, they were already in difficulty. Within moments, it was no longer possible for either herald to see more than a few feet ahead, and the wind was strong enough to whip the edges of their cloaks out of their benumbed hands. It howled among the tree branches and ravened on the ground, shrieking like the damned. The trees groaned and creaked in protest, the thinner branches whipping wildly above their heads. It was so hard to be heard above the storm that neither of them bothered to speak, using only hand signals when there was something that had to be communicated. This was like no storm Talia had ever seen before, and she hoped, when she had any thoughts at all through the numbing cold, that it wasn't typical for this sector. The snow piled up with frightening speed. Ankle-deep, then knee-deep, they completely lost track of distance and time in the simple struggle to place one foot in front of the other. Chris and Tantris found the lane that led to the way station more by accident than anything else, literally stumbling into it as they probed the bushes at the side of the road. The lane soon plunged down between two shallow ridges where they were sheltered from the worst of the wind. They let go of the girths they'd clung to and stumbled along in their companions' wake, trusting to their mounts' better senses to guide them all to the station. By the time they achieved it, they could hardly see the path ahead of them. The bulk of the station loomed up before them out of the gray-white wall of snow only when they were practically on top of it. The station probably hadn't been visited since the resupply team had last inspected and stocked it during the summer. A quick survey of the woodpile told them that there wasn't enough stockpiled there to last for as long as they were likely to be snowed in. In frantic haste, they left the churras tied to the building, removed everything from the packs on their companions, fastened lead ropes from their own belts to the snaffles on the saddles, and went out with axes to look for deadfall. It was grueling work, especially coming on top of the previous crisis. Talia's arms and shoulders ached with the unaccustomed work. What didn't ache was nearly numb with cold. Her cloak was caked with snow to the point where it creaked and bits of snow fell off when she moved. Her world narrowed to the pain, the axe in her hands, and the deadfall in front of her. More than anything else, she longed to be able to lie down in the soft snow and rest, but she knew that this was the very last thing she should do. Instead, she continued to struggle against pain and the driving snow, using the numbing cold and the ache of overtaxed muscles as a bulwark against despair, the despair that healer Carathan had evoked with her brusque warning. She drove herself in the gathering gloom until she became aware that she could barely see where her axe was falling. It was nearly night now. True night. It was time to give up. As Talia and Roland hauled in the last load while full darkness fell, it was all she could do to cling to his girth as he dragged her and the wood back toward the station. The wind had picked up, something she wouldn't have believed possible, and it was all but tearing her cloak from her body. Her breath was sobbing in her lungs, sending needles of ice and pain through her throat and chest. She opened the door of the station, only to blink in surprise, for there was nothing before her but a gloom-shrouded little room with a door on the opposite wall. After a moment, her fatigue-fogged mind managed to grasp the fact that this station, unlike any other she had seen previously, had an entranceway to buffer the effect of the outside chill. She fumbled the second door open, Roland crowding into the entrance after her. Chris had beaten her to the station with his final load shortly before and had fumigated it and started a fire in the fireplace. He unfastened her from Roland. She stumbled thankfully toward the yellow beacon of the fire with half-frozen limbs. He led Roland into the shelter of the station itself, and as she collapsed next to the warmth of the flames, she saw that he had brought in Tantris and the churras as well. It made things a bit crowded until he got them all settled, but Talia knew that there was no way anything could live long in the howling winds outside. She peeled off her snow-caked garments and hung them beside Chris's on pegs above the fireplace. Chris was already taking care of meal preparations, so after she slipped into her woolen shift and old breeches, feeling far too exhausted for a complete change of clothing, she made a nest of the dun-colored blankets from both their bedrolls on top of dry straw in front of the fire. This way, they could warm their aching, shivering bodies in comfort while waiting for whatever it was to cook. She blinked stupidly at the fire, mind and body alike still numb and cold. She held to that numbness stubbornly, not wanting to face the alternative to numbness. She succeeded. She remained sunk in exhausted apathy long after she normally would have begun to show some signs of life. Chris was standing over her for several minutes before she realized he was there.
"Talia,"
he began awkwardly.
I know this isn't the time or the place, but there isn't likely to be a better one. I have to talk to you."
Without really realizing it, she rose slowly to her still benumbed feet, feeling a cold that had nothing to do with the blizzard outside. But what?" she stuttered, fearing the worst.
"Carathan had some words with me before we left," he said, as the despair she'd been holding off, with the last of her strength, came down on her with the same overwhelming power as the storm, and with it, oddly enough, a hopeless kind of rage. "Hell, Talia, she told me you've been holding back on me, that your gift is totally out of control."
Something within her shattered, letting loose the storm she'd held pent up for so long. Chris was expecting anger, denial, but not this. He was battered by alternating waves of suicidal despair and killing rage. The shock of it, literally, sent him to his knees. His eyes filmed with a red mist. There was a roaring in his ears, behind which he could dimly hear the squeal of an angry horse and the clatter of hooves on stone. That was what brought him out of it. Before he grabbed a weapon and killed himself, her, or both of them, he built up the strongest shield he could, fought his way to his feet, and rushed her, literally slamming her into the wall behind her with enough force to make his own teeth rattle. "Stop it!" he shouted at the wild, inhuman thing struggling beneath his hands. "Damn you, stop it! Look what you're doing to us!" He wrenched her around violently, so that she could see for herself the unbelievable sight of Roland backing Tantris into a corner, teeth bared and eyes wild and red-rimmed. "Look what you're doing to them!" She stared, and collapsed so suddenly he didn't even have time to catch her, for she fell right through his hands. She fell and curled into a limp ball on the cold stone floor of the station, sobbing as if she had lost everything she ever held dear, and the storm within the station walls faded away to nothing. He went to his knees beside her and gathered her against his shoulder. She didn't resist, didn't even seem to know he was there. He held her while she cried, horrible, tearing sobs that seemed to be ripping her apart inside, while the fire he'd started burned lower and lower, and the storm outside echoed her heartbroken weeping. Finally, when it seemed possible that the fire might die altogether, he picked her up and put her in the nest of blankets and hay. She curled up, facing away from him and still crying, while he built up the fire, finished the tasks he'd left undone, and returned to her. He got in beside her, chilled to the bone, and took her equally cold body into his arms again. The violence of her grief seemed to have worn itself out. He shook her a little. "Come on," he said, feeling more than awkward. "Talk to me, lady."
I...
she sobbed.
"I want to die."
"Why? Because your gift got out of control? What kind of attitude is that for a herald?"
"I'm no kind of herald."
"Like bloody hell," he interrupted. "Who says?"
"Everyone. You told me."
"Oh, hell." Now he realized what it was that triggered this whole mess in the first place. Himself, telling her the rumors about her. Gods! He knew she hadn't a high level of self-esteem. What he'd said back at the start of this trip must have hit her like a punch in the kidneys. He must have started her on a round of self-examination and self-doubt that turned into a down-turning spiral she hadn't the power to stop. Her gift was the sort of thing that would feed on doubt and make it reality, which in turn would feed her doubts, reinforcing them as her loss of control turned rumor into truth. And this was the result. A fully developed gift without any controls on it whatsoever, and a young woman ready to kill herself the minute he turned his back. "Listen to me. Damn it, Talia, listen." He shook her again. "If things were that bad, Roland would have left you. He'd have repudiated anybody not worthy of her whites. Has he made any move like that at all?"
No.
"Has he even warned you?" The sobs were fading.
No.
"He's helped you, hasn't he? He's kept your damned secret. He thinks you're still a herald.
So act like one, damn it! Stop emoting and start thinking. You're in a mess. Now how can we get you out of it?
She looked up at him for the first time, eyes swollen and red.
We,
he repeated.
I'm as much to blame for this as you are. I should never have told you those damned stories. Should have believed you when you told me they weren't true. I'd be willing to bet it was my doubt that made all this worse.
She shook her head, then hid her face against his chest. He pulled her closer and began stroking her hair and rocking her a little.
Poor baby, he murmured. Poor, scared, lonely baby. Here, try this.
He reached out and seized a small leather bottle from the top of his pile of belongings beside them and passed it to her.
One of the standard cures for sensitivity is wine. This ought to blunt your edges good.
Talia accepted the bottle, took a gulp, and almost choked. The stuff was like drinking sweet, liquid fire.
what is that?
She asked, when she'd stopped gasping for breath.
Something the healers make. Spirits of wine, they call it. They make it by freezing the wine they make from honey and throwing away the ice. That's what's left. The one that looks like a bear gave it to me before we left.
Talia took another drink, just a sip this time, and with more caution. It didn't burn the way the first mouthful had, and left behind a very pleasant sensation in her mouth and stomach. And it certainly did blunt the edges of both her sensitivity and her raw nerves. That was the best thing that had happened to her all day, so she took a third swallow.
Easy there, little one, Chris laughed, sounding relieved. That stuff's potent.
I can tell, she said, feeling a bit giddy. But I feel a lot better, not so raw.
That was what I hoped,
he replied, appropriating the bottle and drinking from it himself.
I suppose we shouldn't be drinking it on an empty stomach, but I figure you need it. Hell, after what I've been through, so do I.
She had drunk enough that she was just aware of Chris's mental presence. His proximity was no longer painful.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
She lay quietly in the circle of his arms, feeling utterly drained as they continued to share sips of the bottle. The fire popped and crackled, with little bits of blue and green flame among the red and orange. She was finally beginning to feel warm all the way through, something she hadn't thought likely out there in the snow, and relaxed, something she hadn't thought likely ever again. The fire smelled of evergreens, like forest green incense. The churras and companions shifted a little from time to time, rustling the straw Chris had laid down for them. Gods, what she'd almost done to them. She touched with Roland just long enough to assure herself that he was all right. His forgiveness and love was so total that tears came to her eyes again.
Hey, Chris said gently, I thought we'd agreed there'd be no more of that.
When she didn't reply, he put one hand under her chin, tilted it up, and kissed her. It was intended to be a brotherly kiss. It didn't stay brotherly for more than an instant.
Bright havens,
he breathed in surprise when they finally moved apart. Talia leaned back into his shoulder. Her desire had surprised her as much as it had him, although she knew that was a common enough reaction after great stress. She wasn't aware of him as her counselor or even as a herald at this moment, only as a friend and an emotional shelter, and knew with certainty that he was as aware of her need as she was of his own. This time, she reached for him. As their mouths met and opened, he gently slipped the shift down past her waist. She shivered in delight as his mouth brushed the back of her neck, the line of her shoulders, as he kissed away her tears. He sighed as she nibbled his earlobe timidly. With her shields gone, they seemed to be feeling every tiny nuance of each other's reactions. As she traced the line of his spine with a feather-like touch, she felt it as much as he. When she tensed and gasped as he found an unexpectedly responsive spot, he tensed in sympathy as well. Finally, their mutual desires grew too impatient to be put off any longer. He slowly let her down on the blankets beside him, sank into her embrace, and entered her. He was totally unprepared for the stab of pain that was shared as the pleasure had been. He would have withdrawn from her at once, but she clung to him with fierceness and would not let him go. She'd expected pain, and endured it. What she had not expected was that he would curb his own desire, to bring her past the pain, and, finally, to patiently wait on her pleasure before taking his own. She shifted over as he collapsed, then nestled into the curve of his arm again. They curled together in their warm nest, spent and replete, and feeling no urgent need to do anything other than savor the experience they'd shared. For long moments there was no sound at all but the sounds of the fire, and the tiny stirrings of the four at the other end of the station. He turned his head to look into her dark eyes, wide and drowsy with content.
"Why didn't you tell me you were a virgin?"
he asked softly. "You didn't ask?" she said sleepily. "Why, is it that important?"
"I don't think I'd have loved you if I'd known."
"All the more reason not to tell you," she pointed out logically. She nestled closer to him, her head on his chest, pulling blankets over both of them. "But I'm glad it was you."
"Why?"
"Among other things, my gossip and heraldic sisters were right. It was a lot nicer than I'd been led to believe first times usually are."
"A compliment?"
he asked, amused. "A compliment."
A thought occurred to him. "Wait a minute, I thought you and Skiff—"
She smiled, the first real smile he'd gotten out of her in weeks. "That's what you were supposed to think. It was awful. We both had horrid schedules, and we were so exhausted that we kept falling asleep before we could get anywhere." She told him the comic, frustrating tale of their abortive romance, and how it had finally culminated in their swearing blood brotherhood rather than bed.
"Poor Skiff, and poor Talia," he chuckled. "You knew he'd be teased half to death if that tale got out, didn't you? So you let everyone think otherwise."
"Mm-hmm. Poor Skiff," she yawned.
"Victim of unrequited lust."
She was falling asleep in his arms, and as much as he hated to disturb her, he knew that he'd better.
"Wake up, Sleepy. If you don't want to greet the dawn with a headache, you'd better have some food in you. And something to drink besides that devil's brew. The last thing you need is a hangover in the morning, and as potent as that stuff is, you're likely to wish you had died if you let it give you one. And we may be warm now, but we're going to wake up cold and stiff in the middle of the night if we don't make up a better bed. After all we've weathered, I'd hate to see you cramped in knots for want of a little sense."
She yawned hugely, but didn't protest. They both rummaged out clean bedclothes and pulled them on. While he ladled stew out of the pot over the fire, she remade their nest with everything she could find to use as a blanket. He made hot tea, and they drank it with their meal. They bedded down in each other's arms after he'd banked the fire, seeing no reason now to return to their practice of separate beds. "I'm awfully glad this happened now," she said, before he drifted off to sleep.
"Why's that, little bird?"
"Two sleep warmer together than two alone, and it's getting a lot colder." Chris was pleased to discover that, unlike some lovers he'd had, Talia was a quiet sleeper, not at all restless and not inclined to steal the blankets, which was, in his opinion, the quickest way to ruin an otherwise satisfactory relationship. He found her presence oddly comforting, and an especially good antidote to the howl of the wind outside. He woke once when Tantris tickled his mind into wakefulness. He and Roland wanted out. He was very grateful for the tiny entranceway this station possessed. It wasn't part of the usual design, but with crowding, he could fit one companion and one chura inside and still close the door to the interior before opening the outer door. If the exterior door had opened directly into the station, as was usually the case, every time he had to let them out, he'd be letting most of the heat they'd built up out with them. The wind hadn't slackened in the least, and the snow was still coming down as thickly as before. It was definitely daylight, but he couldn't even tell where the sun was, much less see how high it was. It took all his strength to keep the door from being blown out of his hands. He realized then that this was why they'd awakened him and not Talia. He'd left halters and lead reins on the churras, which the companions used to lead them outside.
One more advantage of churras, he reflected wryly. You can't housebreak mules.
The scrape of a hoof on the door signaled their return. He managed to hold to the door and slammed it behind them, but in spite of the buffering of the entranceway, their exit and re-entrance had stolen a noticeable amount of the heat from the room. He built the fire back up after filling the biggest pot they had with clean snow, then carefully groomed all four of ice and snow. He made sure they were comfortable, and noticed with a smile that all four of them lay in a close-packed group, the churras on the outside and companions in the middle.
You're too clever by half,
he told Tantris, and smiled at the companion's amusement-laden reply.
Given the choice, would you take the outside? They've got the coats for this, brother and soul. We haven't.
He was grateful for Tantris's nonchalance. Both the companions seemed to be taking the events of the previous night as simply one more obstacle to be met and dealt with, rather than an insurmountable disaster. That heartened him, for he expected to need their help. He hung the pot full of half-melted snow over the fire, then banked it again before returning to the bed that was looking better by the moment. When he slipped in beside Talia, he got another delightful surprise. Instead of pulling away, Talia actually hugged his chilly body to her warm one until he was no longer shivering, despite being 3/4 asleep herself.
There never, he reflected as he drifted back to dreams, was a truer test of friendship.
When he finally woke of his own accord, he judged that several hours had passed. It was probably late morning or early afternoon. There didn't seem to be any real reason to get up. The winds still howled with the same ferocity outside.
I wish these stations had a window,
he said drowsily.
It's impossible to tell if it's still snowing or not.
No, it isn't, Talia murmured sleepily in his ear. He hadn't realized she was awake.
No, it isn't what?
It's not impossible to tell if snow's still coming down. Listen, and you can hear it on the roof and windward walls. It has a different sound than wind alone. It kind of hisses. Chris listened. She was right. There was a hissing undertone to the storm outside.
How did you know about that?
He asked, more than a little surprised. Comes of sleeping in the attic. There are no windows in the attic of a old house, and that's where all the little sleep. If you wanted to know what kind of weather to dress for, you'll learn to recognize all the sounds that weather makes. Where are you going?
Now that we're awake, I'm going to get the fire built back up.
He got an armload of wood from the stack he'd brought inside earlier, exposed the banked coals, and soon had it blazing again. In spite of the heat given off by the banked coals, the room was icy. The chimney was cleverly baffled, but the wind was still succeeding in stealing some of their heat. He was quite chilled by the time he was satisfied with the state of the fire. When he slid back in beside her, Talia again snuggled up to warm him.
That's definitely above and beyond the call of duty,
he said, when he'd stopped shivering.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Consider it payback for last night. He deliberately misunderstood.
Bright havens, little bird, you keep surprising me. I hadn't the least notion there was such a sensualist under that serene exterior.
She played along. Why shouldn't there have been?
You surely didn't show any sign of it, and you certainly haven't been practicing, shall we say?
I hadn't found anyone I was enough at ease with before this, except Skiff, and that liaison seemed to have a curse on it. There was rueful laughter in her voice. But it wasn't that I lacked interest. I never told you about Roland.
What's Roland got to do with this?
Remember I told you that he's always in the back of my mind, that I always know what he's doing, and I can't shield him out at all? Her expression was a little shadowed as she realized she couldn't shield anyone out at the moment.
So?
He prompted.
Why would you want to?
Nighttime in Companion's Field gets very interesting, and companion mares share another characteristic with humans besides the gestation period. When he looked blank, she sighed. They're always in season, O wise counselor.
Good Lord, and if you can't shield him out,
that means exactly what your filthy mind is thinking.
Second-hand experience?
Something like it. He pulled her head to rest comfortably on his shoulder.
Talia, I'm sorry I didn't see the state you were in, and I'm sorrier I didn't do anything about it.
Oh, She sobered immediately when he mentioned her emotion storm. God's Chris, what am I going to do?
We.
What?
We, you, me, Tantris, and Roland. This is not the total disaster you seem to think it is. Let's take the easy things. First of all, you've learned something you won't forget. Now let me tell you a little something, Queen's Own. The reason you're out here is that you'll see every kind of problem you're likely to run up against at court. Only out here it will be much more clear-cut, much simpler. You learn how to handle it where it's easy to deal with, instead of plunging right in and drowning. Take somebody who's held a grudge for so long it's an obsession. You've seen it once now. Would you recognize it again?
Talia thought about how she'd felt when the girl looked into her eyes, the odd chill she'd sensed. Yes, she said at last.
And do you think you could handle it?
Maybe. I think I'd have to get an assist, though.
Good for you. Before this, you'd have said yes. Now you realize you might need help. You're learning, Greenie. Now the hard part. Your gift has gone out of control. We have to get it back under control again. I'll be willing to bet part of the reason for it going was that nobody recognized you need special training. Training to keep your own emotional state from feeding back on your gift. I'm not even certain there is such a thing.
Why do you say that?
Because I can't think of another Queen's Own in living memory that has had as powerful a gift as yours. I've never heard of empathy strong enough to be used as a weapon. Talia certainly didn't have it, nor Kevin before him. I don't even know that there's a healer around with empathy that strong. Maybe a healer could train you, but I wouldn't care to bet money on the idea.
Then what?
We'll bloody well invent the training, all four of us. First off, your shields are gone. That's likely to be the hardest for you to get back, but I think maybe we can deal with it in a different way for now. Hey, Fairyfoot!
Tantris looked up and snorted.
Yes, Master of the World? Go ahead, be sarcastic. You started it. This is serious, Hayburner. Can you impose shields on her from outside?
Tantris looked at both of them thoughtfully.
Yes, he said after a long pause, but not for very long. If you can, then Roland can. Has.
Chris raised one eyebrow.
Huh, I should have anticipated that. All right, I know I can. I've reinforced shielding on the kids I was teaching. So, if we take it turn and turnabout, can we keep her buffered so long as it's just the three of us she's dealing with? I would think so.
Tantris looked at the other companion measuringly.
Roland says to tell you we can probably even handle small gatherings of people. Better than I'd hoped. Fine, I'll take first watch. When I flag, I'll catch, came the confident answer. My pleasure, brother and soul. Did you get the drift of that?
He turned to Talia, setting up shielding around her as he spoke. Oh, gods! The relief on her face was a revelation. Until that moment, he had not realized how much strain she was under.
Right. Now, having gotten that taken care of temporarily, we'll deal with the half of the problem that's dangerous to others.
The projecting.
But not now. You're too tired to project past the end of your nose unless I make the mistake of frightening you half to death again, so that can wait. I'm hungry and I want a bath.
Although they had used the Waymeet village bathhouse frequently, choosing a scrub by way of restorative over the sleep they had had little time for, it had been well over a day since the last time they'd gotten clean. Since both of them had fastidious natures, they were feeling it. You go first, then. I want to groom the forefeets, and I'll wash afterward. I can start to smell them now, and if I don't get them pretty well clean, things could get whiffy in here. Since I'm doing rolling, I might as well do all four of them. There's no need in both of us getting filthy. Chris sniffed. The air was faintly perfumed with an odor of wet wool and horse sweat.
You don't have to do all four, but if you insist, I'll let you. You're ruining my lovely self-indulgence, though. If you're going to go all virtuous on me and work, I'll have to find something to do as well.
He sighed heavily and made sad eyes at her. She made a face at him, feeling like her old self for the first time in weeks. She got dressed, threw her cloak on, then took the first Chira's lead rein. Chores kept them occupied for the rest of the day. Housekeeping and tending to mending that had been left neglected while they ministered to the plague victims. Talia was just as happy. She was reluctant to face her problems just now when she was so emotionally raw. After a quiet bit of lunch, Chris went to take inventory of their supplies. There was a half-height door opposite the entrance to the station. It led to a storage shed. Chris found far more supplies there than he had dared to hope, and found some unfamiliar jars and barrels as well. He brought some of those into the station. The jars held honey and oil.
"Someone near here must have left these after winter set in," Chris said in surprise. "It wouldn't be safe or wise to leave them here in warm weather. They'd go bad or attract animals. That's why they're not standard stock. What's in the barrel?"
"The oil can be used in the lap, too." Talia opened her barrel. It held what seemed to be dried beans. Chris was perplexed. "Now why?" he began, when Talia remembered something Cheryl had told her. "Sprouts!" she exclaimed. "To keep us from the winter sickness, if we get stuck here longer than the fruit lasts. We're supposed to soak those in water until they sprout, then eat the sprouts. They do that where Cheryl and Karen come from." Chris looked sober.
"We may need them, too. Even if the fruit holds out, it's dried. Not as good for holding off winter sickness as fresh."
He made a mental tally of all their supplies.
"I think we can hold out for a month or so,"
he decided, from experience with being snowed in before.
"And from the looks of this storm, that's exactly what may happen. It's still going strong, and by the way the sky looked today, I don't think it's going to be slackening soon."
"Do we have enough fodder, though? Tantris and Roland are big eaters, and we can't feed them on bark and twigs the way we can with the Chiras if supplies run low."
"There's fodder and straw baled and stacked on the other side of the shed where you can't see it, besides on the near side,"
Chris reassured her.
"It almost looks as though whoever was stocking the station was expecting a storm this bad. It seems odd, but I don't know enough about this area to tell you whether or not this type of weather is typical for this time of year. Dirk would know that better than I."
"Whatever the reason for the abundance of supplies, it's a good thing for us that they're there." They did something about supper, and Chris retuned the harp. With an inquiring glance in her direction, he began with a song that she'd sung at the Herald's revel. Taking the glance as an invitation, she stretched herself next to him and began to sing quietly. He hummed the low harmonic under his breath. His voice, though no match for Dirk's, was reasonably melodic. Behind them, the companions and Chiras pricked their ears up to listen with every evidence of interest. Suddenly, 2 new voices joined in, wordlessly crooning an eerie descant. Talia and Chris jumped, startled, and stopped. The new voices stopped with the music. Puzzled, they began again, this time peering into the darkened side of the station. After a moment, the descant resumed.
"Well, that's what I get for making fun of Dirk's and Harthen's tales," Chris said in surprise. "Chiras do sing."
Roland and Tantris were staring at their stablemates with a kind of ironic astonishment. Evidently, they hadn't expected the singing either. The Chiras, oblivious to everything but the music around them, were reclining with their eyes closed and their heads and necks stretched upward as far as they could reach. Their throats were pulsing, and the humming was, without a doubt, coming from them. "Don't feel badly. I wouldn't have believed it either," Talia replied. "I mean, they look like sheep, sort of, and sheep don't sing. Probably there aren't too many people playing or singing around them, which would be why more folks haven't heard them. We never did. They were always outside in the lean-to." The Chiras joined in happily on almost everything they played, but they particularly seemed to enjoy the livelier tunes. What was utterly amazing, apart from the simple fact that they sang at all, was what they sang. They crooned harmonics to the melody, rather than following the melody itself, and usually chose the upper range in a descant. They would listen for a verse or two before joining in, but, though very simple, their harmonizing always fit. Talia knew a great many human singers who couldn't boast that ability. They continued on for some time, so fascinated by this inhuman choir that they forgot any worries they had. They continued until Chris's fingers were much too tired to play anymore. Although he dearly wanted to go on, after a few fumblings which caused the churras to flatten their ears and stare like a pair of offended old women, he was forced to admit it was time to give his hands a rest.
In that case,
What have I decided? This is going to be rather hard on you, little bird.
and the past few weeks haven't,
She replied bitterly.
Not like this. It's going to be pretty cruel. The way I figure it, the two of us not shielding, and especially Roland, are going to be watching you like cats at a mouse hole. The least little indication of projection and we're going to jump all over you. After a few days of that, I'm willing to bet that you will by damn not be doing any projecting without knowing that you're doing it.
It doesn't sound pleasant, she said slowly, but it does sound like it may work.
Then, once we've got you knowing when you're projecting, we'll move to handling the projection consciously. Then we'll work on you controlling the level of it. Finally, we'll work on getting your shields back up.
If you think I can,
I bloody damn know you can,
he said.
but we are not going to be doing anything tonight. If you're as worn out as I am, and if you're not more worn out, you're a better man than I, after all you've been through, you won't be able to do anything, much less work something as delicate as a rogue gift.
As he spoke, he became acutely aware of his own mental fatigue and the strain of holding shields on her. Just as he felt his own control waver, he felt Tantris slip into his place.
My turn, brother,
The mental voice said firmly. He sighed and sent a wordless thought of thanks. Talia readied things for the morning while he cared for their companions. She had shed her clothing and was lazily reaching for the woolen shift she was using as a bedgown when she found her wrist caught by Chris's hand. He had come upon her quietly from behind and now captured her other wrist, holding her with her back pressed into his chest.
Surely you're not sleepy already,
he breathed into her ear, sending delightful shivers up her back.
No,
She replied, leaning her head back as his lips touched the back of her neck and moved around to the hollow below her ear.
Good.
He drew her down beside him, on top of the blankets he'd spread on the hearthstone, right next to the fire. He stretched himself beside her so that she was between him and the fireplace, feeling truly relaxed for the first time since Elspeth was chosen. He cradled her shoulders while his free hand traced invisible patterns on her skin that seemed to tingle. She moved her own hands in half-instinctual response to what she felt from him, at first hesitantly, then with growing surety. Every inch of skin seemed to be doubly sensitive, and she murmured in surprise and delight as his hands did new and entrancing things. Just when she thought for certain that he'd roused her to the uttermost, he moved his seeking mouth elsewhere, and she learned how it was to be fully awakened to desire. Learning from him, she followed his lead. As he roused her to fever pitch, let her cool a little, then aroused her senses again. Finally, when she was certain neither of them could bear any more, he sought her mouth again and joined with her. The pain was less than nothing compared to what they shared. When at last Chris disengaged himself from her, they lay twined together for a long euphoric moment, still deeply in rapport. He half rose and handed her the nearly forgotten shift with one hand while pulling on his own robe. She slipped it on, lazily gathered up the blankets, and remade their bed. She curled up in it with utter contentment as he banked the fire against the night.
That gift of yours is not always a bad thing,
he said finally.
Should you ever choose a life partner, I think I would envy him, little friend. Now I see what they mean about wedding or bedding healers, especially if all of them have the same kind of empathy that you do.
Oh? Her ears all but perked up with interest. And what do they say?
That you may not get much time with them because they're always likely to be called away, but what time you do get makes up for their frequent absences.
She reached up to pull the blankets more securely about the two of them and something odd about her hand caught his attention. He captured her wrist again and held it so that the palm would catch the last of the firelight, frowning a little as he did so. Her palm was disfigured by a deep, roughly circular scar. "That," she said quietly, answering the question he did not speak, "is the reason I was afraid of men for so long, and why I don't trust handsome ones. My brother, Eustace, with the innocent face of a golden-haired angel and the heart of a demon, did that to me when I was 9 years old."
"Why?"
The word held a world of shock and dismay. "He wanted... I don't know what he wanted. Maybe just to see me hurtin'. He hated anything he couldn't control. He used to inflict as much pain as he could on the farm animals whenever something had to be done with them. He'd half drown the sheep, dipping them for insects. He'd cut them terribly, shearing them. Horses he broke were broken. There was no spirit in them when he was done. I think it galled him that I could have an escape from the boredom of old life that he couldn't ruin. He couldn't stop my reading or dreaming. He ordered me one day to drown a sack of kittens. I tore the sack open instead so that they all escaped. I'm sure he knew that that was exactly what I would do. He backhanded me, knocked me down flat, stepped on my wrist, and used a red-hot poker on my hand. I think that one time he overstepped what he'd intended. I don't think he meant to burn me as badly as he did, at least not after he saw what he'd done. Gods, I'll never, ever forget his face while he was burning me, though." She shuddered, and he held her a little closer. That obscene joy. I still had nightmares about it right up through my second year at the collegium. I know they heard me screaming, but no one came very fast because they knew he was setting a task for me and figured I was being punished for slacking. When I didn't stop after a couple minutes, though, one of the underwives came to check, after all the damage was done. When she saw me, he'd already thrown the poker down. He told Keldar, first wife, that he'd hit me for disobedience, and I'd grabbed the poker to hit him back, but it had been in the fire too long. He didn't even have to explain why it was that my palm was burned and not my fingers. They believed him, of course, and not me.
"Gods!"
He was sickened, and a little more understanding of why she hadn't confided in him. "It was a long time ago. I'm almost over what it did to me. I think if he were still alive and subjecting a wife or children to his sadism... Well, he's not. He managed to get himself killed a year or two after I was chosen. There was a raid, and he had to prove just how much braver he was than anyone else. And Keltev, who was bidden fair to grow up like him, seems to have learned better, so..." She shrugged.
"That's the one who used to tease you about wanting to be a herald, Keltev? Now I know why you put up with the blues for so long. You had practice. After Eustace, they must..."
As far as the physical tormenting, they were amateurs. Mental, though, they were quite adept. But I'd learned from my sibs that if you give them the satisfaction of knowing they've hit home by acting as if they'd hurt you in any way, they only get worse. And how was I to know I'd be believed?
"Oh, Talia."
He held her closely against his chest.
"Poor little bird."
"It wasn't so bad as all that," she said softly into his shoulder. "Besides, I've learned better now. I've got people I can love, friends I can trust, my year-mates, my teachers. And now..." She looked up at him a little shyly. "You and Dirk."
"And everyone else in the circle, little bird," he replied, kissing her softly on the forehead. "I'm just sorry I didn't trust you. But we'll fix it. We'll fix it."
She simply sighed assent. The fire was now little more than glowing coals, and Chris stared at them while he let his mind drift, not yet ready to sleep.
"You know, you and Dirk will get along beautifully," he mused. "Your minds work almost the same way."
"Why do you say that?"
"You wouldn't do anything to save yourself pain, but you dared your brother's anger to save the kittens. That's so much like Dirk, it isn't funny. Hurt him, he'll just go and hide in himself, but hurt a friend or something helpless, gods, he'll sacrifice himself to save it, or he'll rip your heart out because he couldn't. You're two of a kind. I really think you're going to be more than casual friends."
"Do you really think so?" she said, a little too eagerly. All the pieces fell together, and the suspicion he'd had earlier became a certainty. "Why, Talia," he chuckled, "I do believe you're a bit smitten with my partner." He felt the cheek resting on his shoulder grow warm. "A little," she admitted, knowing that it would be useless to deny it. "Only a little?" "More than a little," she replied, almost inaudibly. "Serious?" "I don't know. It depends on him, mostly." She was blushing furiously now. "I'm afraid it could get that way very fast under the right conditions."
"But now?"
She sighed. "Chris, I don't know. I just don't know. And why am I bothering to get my hopes up? I don't know how he feels, whether or not he's likely to be the least bit interested in me."
"You may not. I think maybe I do. If I'm reading him right, he's already interested."
Chris thought back on the way Dirk had acted right before he and Talia had left. He couldn't stop talking about how envious he was that Chris had gotten her as an intern, and he kept on at great length about her wonderful voice. Normally, since that bitch at the court had hurt him, he'd paid very little attention to women, except for the occasional ribald remark. Then he'd hinted that it would be a good notion if they'd all practice together so they could do more as a trio. Holy stars, he'd never once suggested that they practice together with anyone before, not even Jadis.
"For one thing," Chris said slowly, "he wants us to play together on a regular basis. I mean, he wants us to play and you to sing."
"He does," she said in bemusement. "He plays."
"As well as I do, or better. Since my voice isn't very good, though, and his is, he's kind enough to let me have the playing to myself. Out on the road, we play together quite often, but outside of myself, hardly anyone in the circle knows he can."
"And he said I was full of surprises."
"Oh, you are."
He caressed her hair absently. Lord of lights, they were so well suited to each other. There was a great deal more to both of them than would ever show on the surface. There were depths to both of them that he knew he'd never see. He chuckled a little. "What's so funny?"
"Bright havens, I hardly dare think what you might be like in the arms of someone you truly loved. He'd better have a strong heart, or he might not survive the experience."
"Chris," she exclaimed indignantly, "you make me sound like the widowing spider that eats her maid." He ruffled her hair.
"Maybe I'd better make certain that you and Dirk make a pair of it. He's the strongest man I know."
"Keep this up much longer," she said warningly, "and I'll put snow down your back after you fall asleep."
Cruel, too. On second thought, maybe I'd better warn him off.
"Do that, and I'll go directly to Nessa when we get back. Tell her that you confided your everlasting passion for her to me, but that you're too shy to tell her yourself."
"Not just cruel, vicious."
"Self-defense," she countered.
"Monster of iniquity,"
he replied, tugging at her hair until it fell into her eyes.
"You know, of all the people I can think of, I can't imagine being able to stand being snowed in with any of them except you and Dirk, especially for as long as we're likely to be stuck here."
She grew serious. "Is it really likely to be that long?"
"If it doesn't stop snowing soon, it could easily be a month. This station is down in a valley and protected by trees. We're not getting the worst of it. I tried to get past the trees earlier, and you can't. The snow has drifted as high as a chirra in some places. Even after the snow stops, we'll have to wait for the guard to clear the road, because until they do, we won't be going anywhere."
"How will anyone know where we are?"
"I told that healer, the bearish one, I think his name is Aloris, that I intended us to hole up. Besides, little bird, this may be all to the good. We may well need all that time to get your gift back under control again."
That's true," she said soberly. "Oh, Chris, do you really think we can?" He noted with a bit of pleasure the we, for it meant she was no longer thinking in terms of dealing with the problem on her own.
"Not only do I think so, but Tantris and Roland do. You're not going to argue with them, are you?"
I guess not."
"I hear a doubt. No doubts. That's what got you into this mess in the first place. We will get you back in control. I may not be a Kirill or an Ilsa, but I am a gift teacher. I know what I'm doing."
"But
I told you, but me no buts. Believe, Talia, in yourself as much as in me. That's the weakest leg your gift has to stand on right now."
She didn't reply to that, just stared thoughtfully at the fire until her eyes drooped and finally closed, and her slow, steady breathing told him she'd fallen asleep. He remained awake for much longer, engaged in a struggle with himself he had to win, a struggle to set aside a herald's impartiality and wholeheartedly believe in her. For if he could not, she was certainly doomed, and quite probably so was he. The moment she sensed doubt in him, despair and betrayal would turn her wild gift against both of them, and he had no doubt of how that would end.